Shadowdance. Written by Kristen Callihan. Read by Maura Quirk. Dedication. To family, whether it is the one you were born with or the one that picks you, the support of a good family can make all the difference. I know it has to me. Prologue. I sat down under his shadow with great delight, and his fruit was sweet to my taste. He brought me to the banqueting house, and his banner over me was love. Stay me with flagons, comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love. Song of Solomon. London, September 1881. Life was not a long, straight road, but a series of turns. Moments defined it, a hard choice, a chance meeting, a bit of bad luck, and everything changed. A new life began. Even now, at the ripe old age of 21, Jack Talent had had almost as many lives as a cat. And today he felt a new change coming on. It rippled in his bones and set his teeth on edge as he faced the man before him. A man who lounged in an ornate mother-of-pearl armchair as if the whole world ought to court him. Jack suppressed a snort. Overpuffed peacock was what he was. "And why should I help Ian Ranulph?" asked Lucian Stone. Jack maintained his own casual position, leaning back in his seat as if he were perfectly comfortable in this den of iniquity. This was his first assignment, acting not as Ian's valet, but as someone he trusted to do the delicate work of social manoeuvring. The problem was, however, that Jack was distracted by a scent. "Because he will pay you a king's ransom for the service." Jack let one of his brows rise, imitating his employer, as he knew the gesture was quite effective in conveying an air of detached boredom that would irritate Stone. "And we both know you'll do anything for Blunt." Just as Jack knew that the way to play a man like Stone was not to appeal to his vanity, but to challenge it. Stone's lip curled as his ghostly green eyes began to glow. Odd creatures, the Gim. Their eyes could beguile you or haunt your soul. "Quite forward of you, Mr. Talent." He ran a finger along his chair arm. "Ian is teaching you well." Which was neither here nor there. Jack had an assignment to complete, and he'd do Ian proud by not bungling it. Damn, but that elusive scent had him by the cods. It wasn't Stone. He reeked of the lime cologne popular among London toffs at the moment. No, the scent was feminine, sugar and spice, like oven-fresh butter biscuits, the sticky toffee pudding he'd loved as a child, and woman, musky, and his mouth actually watered. Stifling a curse, he swallowed hard and braced his forearms on his thighs, keeping his expression unmoved. Lord and Lady Archer have already been invited to the Blackwoods ball. Ian saw to that. They are relatives of his. The problem being that we need a female to impersonate Lady Blackwood, as the chit has taken ill. We'd prefer it to be a Gim. Lucian smiled then, and it was cold. Because Archer would scent a lichen in a moment, and the jig would be up, or because Gim are the better spies? Gim, otherwise known as ghosts in the machine, were the best spies because they had the ability to leave their bodies and roam in spirit form. A human would never notice them. Not many supernaturals could either. As for Lord Archer, the man was a recluse and stubbornly attached to the human world. He only knew of lichens and would never suspect a Gim watched over his bride. Both. Now, Will you do it?" Jack pulled out an obscene wad of pound notes and laid them on the table, not missing the way Stone's eyes gleamed once more. "It's a costume ball, so the replacement needs to resemble Lady Blackwood. Archer has never met them, at any rate. Easy work, really." The money disappeared into Stone's big hand to be swiftly pocketed. "Ian's a fool to try to part Archer from his bride." The devilish grin returned. "Then again, I understand his fervour. You're too young to know it, but the lady does bear a shocking resemblance to Una." "So I've heard," Jack said in a bored tone. Personally, he agreed with Stone. Ian was being foolish. The way his employer threw himself fully into the pursuit of love and happiness disgusted Jack, if only because he knew the two sentiments to be wholly divergent, despite what the poets claimed. However, he owed Ian his life, his place in the world, so he merely stared down Stone. Besides, he did not like Stone. The man was too pretty and too easily bought. Lucien made a noise of amusement as he rang a small bell at his side. Across from him, Jack quashed the urge to fidget. That scent! It bloody permeated the room, making him hard, making him hungry. Little fangs dropped in his mouth, a sure sign of his baser nature begging for a shift. Into what, he had no idea, nor was it advisable. Nothing like bursting into the form of a werewolf or jungle cat to break up a perfectly civil meeting. Damn. Likely the fragrance belonged to a gim. There were plenty of them aboard this massive barge anchored on the Thames. He could hear the whirring and clicking of at least 6 clockwork hearts. Lusting after a ghost in the machine did not sit well with Jack. The whole roaming about in spirit business gave him the creeps. Even so, the light tap of feminine heels coming down the hall had his gut tightening in anticipation. Was it she of the delicious scent? The door opened, and in walked a woman. Beautiful creature, with black hair and gleaming blue eyes. Frighteningly, she bore a shocking resemblance to Lady Blackwood. But Jack sagged with disappointment. She smelled of roses and cherries, perfectly lovely, but not what made him want to bite down on soft, smooth skin or sink into hot, tight... Clearing his throat, Jack eyed Stone as another, far more important thought hit him. "You knew I'd be coming here." Lucien's teeth flashed in the lamplight as the woman perched next to him on the chair. "A bit of advice, Mr. Talent, on the gim. It is useless to try to hide from us." Stone's arm wrapped about the woman, and she gave him an indulgent smile, which he returned as he spoke to Jack. "We'll always find out your secrets." "I'll keep that in mind," Jack murmured, not amused. Despite Jack's disquiet, the rest of their meeting went quickly, with Jack giving the woman Annabel instructions as to how Ian wanted Lady Archer watched at the ball. And then he was alone in Stone's decadent dining room, with its saffron silk-lined walls, ornate Moroccan lamps, and a table laden with rich food that no one had touched. Stone had excused himself for a moment to discuss details with Annabel. Jack ought to have gone then, but had found himself accepting Lucien's offer of a drink. He couldn't explain the action, only that the bone-deep feeling of anticipation lingered. Why did his instincts clamour for him to stay? And what of that maddening, gorgeous, damned distracting scent? Why did it seem vaguely familiar? The door opened again, and a warm, musical voice danced through the air. "Lucien, do you know where—" A young lady halted as she spied Jack. eyes the colour of honey and sunlight widened as a small, shy smile lifted the corners of a pink mouth that ought to be named a deadly sin. "Oh, hello. I did not see you there." Jack sat rooted to his chair, dumbstruck. Jesus, Mary and Joseph and saints preserve us! It wasn't merely her scent swirling around him in a dizzying rush and lighting his flesh with the fires of lust. She was the most beautiful, utterly delectable female he'd ever laid eyes on. Claws sprang from his fingertips and sank into the hard wood of the chair arms with a series of sharp cracks. The young woman frowned at the sound, a small knitting of delicate golden-brown brows. "I'm sorry to intrude. You're here to see Lucien, yes?" She took a step closer, and his nostrils flared, his body growing harder than oak. "God! Speak, you bloody idiot!" "Yes." He cleared his throat. "No." "Charming talent. Is it any wonder Ian calls you a social clod?" He unclenched his hands and stood. "Rather, we've concluded our business. He ought to be back any moment, if you are looking for him." She gave a small shake of her head, sending the curling tendrils about her heart-shaped face trembling. "It can wait." Her topaz eyes went to the drink by his hand. "I see he's extended his hospitality. A bit of warning." Her cheeks plumped. "Do not try the wine. It is drugged." "Ought you to be giving away trade secrets?" he asked with a laugh. The gleam in her eyes was infectious, for he was suddenly light-hearted, which wasn't at all common. He felt, well, right, for lack of a better word. This woman, she was familiar to him in a way that made him breathe easily and yet tighten with a strange sort of dread. Who was she? She came closer, leaning a hip against the table. Burnished satin lovingly encased her slim form. His hands itched to run along that fabric, feel where she was soft and where she was fragile, but there was nothing fragile about the look she gave him. It was a fleeting thing, a quick assessment that licked along his body as surely as if she'd stroked him, and was gone as she lowered her lashes and sank her teeth into her bottom lip. He wanted to be the one biting her. "You seem a nice sort," she said softly, and wholly ignorant of the fact that she'd rendered him breathless. "I hate to think of you waking in some alleyway with your trousers around your ankles." A choked sound left him. "He'd do that?" Her grin was wide. "Lucien does enjoy his jokes." "So, no drinks then," he muttered, pushing away his brandy glass for good measure. She laughed. The sound was low, husky, entirely incongruous with her feminine sweetness, and it made him harder than he'd any right to be. "Oh, but the rest of it is all right." She ran a slim finger along the edge of the table, inspecting the bounty of rolls, roasts, potatoes, and cakes. Her fine nose wrinkled at the bridge. "Though nothing that tempts me. Lucien likes his savouries. He believes such treats to be more provocative." She sighed. "What I wouldn't give for a sweet pear or a crisp apple." "Comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love." Jack's face heated the moment the words were out, but again she smiled, her face flushed with pleasure, and that made his heart sing. "Yes, precisely," she said. "I'm Talent, by the way." He made a leg. "Mr. Jack Talent at your service, miss." Not missing a beat, she curtsied, and quite nicely. "Miss Mary Chase." Mary Chase. She was a small bit of skirt. He'd be surprised if she weighed more than 7 stone, but he had no doubt she'd give any man who wished to pursue her a merry chase. And Jack knew he'd try to catch her. She smiled up at him, as though she just might let him. Again came the disconcerting feeling of knowing her, a baffling mix of lust and dread. Before he could say a thing, ask her for a stroll in the park, or simply tell her how utterly lovely he found her, Lucien sauntered in, his queer Celadon eyes taking in how close they stood to each other, and no doubt the way Jack gazed down on Mary as if thunderstruck, for he was. A lazy smile tilted Stone's mouth as he glided up and, without preamble, wrapped an arm about Mary. Mary froze, her expression going blank. Then resignation reigned in the golden depths of her eyes, as if she'd been caught out and knew it. "I see you've met my Mary." Stone's hand slid up and down her narrow waist. Jack struggled to speak. He did not miss the possessive quality in Lucien's tone, nor the way the man's fingers were creeping up to stroke the underside of Mary's pert breast. The very sight had Jack's hands fisting. "Yes, I had the pleasure," he said through his teeth. Lucien gave a short laugh. "Believe me, lad, the pleasure is all mine." And then his blunt-tipped finger ran right over Mary Chase's nipple. He might as well have pulled the rug out from under Jack's feet. She simply stood there, letting Stone debase her in front of a stranger, a shocking act that only a doxy would allow. Saliva filled Jack's mouth as heat washed over his face. "I'm certain it is." Disappointment, the sense of wrongness about the whole thing, nearly made his knees buckle. Jack couldn't see her standing there, being fondled as if it were nothing more than a handshake, and keep his sanity. He reached for his hat and clamped it on his head as Mary Chase stared up at him with wide brown eyes that held what might have been a plea. And then it hit him with the force of a steamer running full throttle, the familiar feel of her, why he thought he knew her. Because he did. Those eyes, that same pleading look, he'd faced those eyes before. Just before he'd... Bile surged up his throat on a gag, the ground beneath him swaying. A cold sweat bloomed along his skin. Holy hell! She certainly didn't remember their first meeting, or she would be at his throat. He needed to leave. Now. And he needed to drive a wedge in deep, because he could never look upon Mary Chase again with any sense of honor. He found his voice, though it was cold and dead, like his heart, which was perhaps just as well, for if she ever knew how much she affected him, he'd never regain his pride. And it was the one thing he had left in this world. "It was an entertaining show at any rate." He forced himself to look down at her breasts, those lovely breasts that would never be within his reach. Again came the coldness, washing out the pain, though not quite to my taste. Mary Chase's distant expression turned to stone. Her eyes flashed gold before she turned a practised smile upon Lucien. "I'm afraid we've offended Mr. Tallant's delicate sensibilities." That golden gaze flicked back to him, searing his skin, and her smile turned acid. "We rarely have Vestal innocents come to visit, you see." Vestal, was he? The remark hit a bit too close to home, and thus it was easy to give a curt "good day" and leave. When he was well clear of Lucien's barge, however, Jack found a dank alleyway and vomited. But it did not purge the guilt and regret that burnt within him, or the sense that he'd lost something precious. But whatever he might do to remedy them ended when a shadow fell over him. Lucien Stone leaned against the mouth of the alley, his eyes cold and dead as marble. "We have something to discuss, Mr. Tallant." Chapter 1. 4 years later, London, November 1885. Pulling the hood of her billowing black cloak farther over her head, Mary Chase wove through the mass of humanity that made up London. The November eve was crisp and clear, and her breath left in soft puffs of white. A vermilion and gold sky hovered above, a rarity here, where fog usually held dominance over everything and everyone. Against the brilliant canopy of dusk, the dome of St. Paul's was bleak and grey, flanked in silhouette by the cathedral's smaller spires. Traffic became a crush as she made her way along Ludgate Hill, reaching the circus. Omnibuses, carriages, pigs, cattle and drays fought for space on the road, while hawkers, clerks, newsboys, homemakers and pickpockets fought for space on the walkways. A perfect place to become lost. At least Mary hoped so. It was essential that she not be followed. Her position within the SOS depended upon stealth and secrecy. A stew of excitement and anxiety thickened within her. She had a feeling that tonight she would finally get her chance to prove herself. For nearly 2 years, she'd worked as assistant to Poppy Lane, otherwise known as Mother, leader of the Society for the Suppression of Supernaturals, or the SOS. But Mary wanted more. A chance to work on an actual case, to be out in the field with other regulators, agents of the SOS. For, as a certain obnoxious and arrogant regulator had been quick to point out, the ones in the field were at the forefront of danger, and although Mary was trained, she'd yet to be tested. Mary sidestepped a group of boys hanging on the railing at the base of the Waithman obelisk, and then passed a boardman advertising Collingworth cigarillos for the improvement of asthmatical ailments. A hollow whistle lowed, and the ground beneath her feet trembled as a great steamer rumbled over the causeway and into the station beyond. Right on time. For once. Thick black smoke rolled down to the masses, and Mary's mouth filled with the bitter taste of burnt coal. Using the cover of smoke, she rushed toward the overpass, and in the confusion of pedestrians hurrying along, she pulled her cloak off, quickly bunching it up. She emerged on the other side, no longer a young woman wearing a long cloak, but an old grandmother, white-haired and hunched, leaning on a cane for support. Traffic flowed around her as she hobbled along, her massive dress swaying about her small frame. Slowly now. Just before the looming cathedral, Mary joined a cluster of vendors, the scents of meat pies, hot buns and coffee making her mouth water. She slipped a bob into the hand of one crone selling muffins, then, quick as a cat, ducked behind the wide cart. In a flash, she was a lean and spry youth, her step light, her hair out of sight beneath her cap. Mary chuffed as she skipped along, losing herself in the crowd once again before slipping into a tavern on the heels of a man doing the same. The odour of sweat, spirits and tallow mingled. Few spoke here, and if so it was to mutter for more drink. Keeping her gaze roving, she headed for the back room. The door opened easily. "'Bout time you showed," snapped a male voice as she sat down at the small table obscured in shadows. Mary didn't bother with a reply. An annoyed huff followed, and the man leaned forward, moving out of the darkness. He was handsome, well-formed and well-dressed, quite lovely, really. Mary scowled. "You are foolish, Mercer, to choose that identity." Mary didn't know whose it was, but based on the cut of the suit Mercer wore, she gathered that the poor fellow had been wealthy. It was a tricky business for a demon to take over the life of another, harder still when the person lived in the public sphere. Mercer sneered. "I'll have you know that this form gets me into more places than you'll ever creep." An ugly gleam lit his blue eyes. "And more beds." She swallowed down a shiver of disgust. How many women were lured by this false front, having no notion of what they truly bedded? And they'll all remember you, too. Hard to miss wearing such a fancy skin. Your vanity will see you dead one day, which is no concern of mine. She shrugged. Save when you are dealing with me. You get caught, and it will be my pleasure to strip you of that skin. The demon had been an excellent informant to her over the years, but she didn't have to like him. Mercer's handsome lips twisted, and for a small moment his irises flickered mustard yellow. Mayhaps others will be wanting the information I have. I'm thinking I might sell to the highest— He yelped as her knife slammed into the table with a thud. Mercer's gaze drifted down to the sharp point lodged between his pale fingers. Mary looked only at him. Do you know how a gim ties a cravat, Mercer? He pressed his lips together. She leaned in a bit, picking up the noxious scent of sulphur and smoke. Bloody foul raptor demons. Mary's voice was a blade in the thick air. We make a nice deep cut here, she pointed toward his throat, so that we might pull your tongue out as far as it will go before we wrap it about your neck. Sweat pebbled along his noble brow, but his yellow eyes glared. You gonna flap your chaps all night, or do you want to hear what I have to say? Mary sat back with a pleasant smile. Talk. His large hand lifted from the table. He made a show of adjusting the lapels of his stolen coat. I gather you know the bishop's been busy of late. The so-called Bishop of Charing Cross was making quite the reputation for himself. First appearing in London in January of 1884, he'd started a sensation by leaving victims with their hearts ripped out, spines severed, and chests branded with a small cross. Their bodies were always found on the plinth of Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square, where it faced Charing Cross. A few eyewitnesses, of dubious credibility, claimed to have seen a man wearing long black robes fleeing the scene. The newsboys, being the inventive sort, had dubbed the killer the Bishop of Charing Cross on account of the cross brand and the fact that the robes were similar to the cassocks worn by clergy. So far, he'd claimed 5 victims. Wealthy men, some titled, some not, all of them most thoroughly slaughtered. Only the SOS knew that the victims were, in truth, an assortment of raptor and sanguis demons. It was the duty of the SOS to both protect humans from supernatural harm and hide proof of supernatural involvement in the human world. We know, she said. You'll have to do better than that. Mercer's grin was evil and cold. The bishop made a wee mistake whilst doing his dirty business this last kill. Mary did not move, but every muscle in her body tensed. Go on. Mercer paused, waiting, his expression said, for her to show a bit of good faith. Mary tapped her thigh, and the unmistakable jingle of coin rang out. Satisfied, he looked about for a moment, then leaned in close, bringing with him the scent of rotting onions and perfumed pomade. I was there when he left his victim out in the open. Mary stilled. You saw him? One blink. Mary watched the demon. Risky of you. Don't I know it, love? He paled then. I'm thinking if the wind were not on my side, I might not be here now to share my good fortune. Her heart began to whir. He could scent you? Most supernaturals had an elevated sense of smell, but some had a more refined sense than others. Mercer's long finger tapped the scarred table. The question you ought to be asking, love, is how much does this information mean to you? Her smile was slow and thin. She worked it, letting him feel the menace behind it. 2 years of training to be a regulator had taught her many things, especially how to wield information like a whip. Ah, now, Mercer, I already have valuable knowledge, do I not? His brows lowered, and she whispered on. Information that might slip out, carry on the wind where anyone might hear, such as how you know the identity of the bishop. Hold your tongue! He made to grab her hand. Mary's knife was under the table in an instant. She pressed the blade in deep enough for him to feel. No, you hold. There are a lot of soft bits here that you might miss, Mercer. Fangs shot out as he growled, You don't fight fair no more, Chase. More's the pity for you. Mary had wearied of playing it clean. It got her nowhere with the dregs she worked amongst. Pay me, and I'll tell you. She didn't move. If you play me false, I will find you. Understood. He raised one brow, prompting her to act. Now hurry up, of an assignation with a plump and wealthy widow. Mary quelled her disgust. A bag of coins hit the table. Mercer licked his lips. You won't have to look far for your bishop, love. He grinned then, his eyes alight with cruel mischief. He's been right under your nose the whole time. Might even call him an SOS favourite. Dread pulled at Mary's spine. Name. You know it well. His words seemed to slow, growing more distinct, and suddenly Mary did not want to hear them, but they came regardless, ruining her evening and instantly making her life that much worse. Mr. Jack Talent. Later that night, in another part of town. The moon hung bright over Trafalgar Square, lending the vast space a dreamlike quality in which shadows danced beneath the monuments and fountain pools gleamed with silver effervescence. A soft wind ghosted low over the pavers, kicking up dust and bits of rubbish. The hour turned, and, in the distance, Big Ben chimed. Clean, resonant notes of the Westminster quarters rolled over London, a soothing lullaby, a musical constant that had heralded life, death, and all that came between. With a steady dong, 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 the hours rang out. As the last note faded, the night watch strolled along Charing Cross and called the hours. 1 o'clock and all is well. Save all was not well. Scurrying along the dark alleyways where only the desperate or despot dared tread was a raptor demon, a foul creature who fed on misery and pain. The demon had his pick of nourishment in London. Tonight's clear skies and crisp weather promised that plenty of London's populace would be out and about, just waiting to be pulled into the darkness. An excellent night for hunting. Only he was not the sole hunter out for blood, and as he followed the night bobby, intent upon making a small meal out of the copper, death followed. His stalker growled low in his throat, a sound so soft that the demon remained unaware. Ironic, thought the hunter, that serving up death was the only time he truly felt alive. A rage began to boil within his veins and pull his skin tight, so tight that he barely felt the cold November air bite at his exposed cheeks. The very stink of the demon he followed made his nostrils pinch and his insides pitch. How well he knew this one's foul stench. The bobby stopped, perhaps feeling a thread of danger. After looking about, his handlebar moustache quivering in the breeze, he slipped into a tavern. Thwarted, but not for long, the raptor turned down a dark corridor and the hunter followed him. The lively song of a fiddle danced along the cobbles, and on its heels came the laughter of men. They were gathered at the very end of the lane, hunched over a fire barrel. The raptor paused and smiled as if savouring the moment. The hunter savoured it too, letting the hate within him grow. And then he attacked, slamming into the unsuspecting demon and dragging him into the deepest part of an alley. Glowing yellow eyes glared back, fangs bared in a hiss. The hunter stalked forward, letting the raptor see him, take a good look at death. And the raptor's eyes went wide, his grey skin going sickly white beneath the moonlight. "I see you know me." The hunter's voice was whisper-soft and ice-cold, even while his body grew, tearing at the seams of his coat. Fangs slid over his bottom lip, and his fingertips throbbed under the weight of his long claws. The shift was always the same, taking on the form in which death would best be delivered. A calculating gleam lit the raptor's eyes. "Oh, yes, I'd say I know you well. Tasty bloods you have, young lad." Raptors never were very intelligent. Like a whip, the hunter lashed out. His claws sliced into the demon's gut and shot up, under the ribs, to grasp the hot, beating heart within. The demon screamed, his body bowing, his eyes rolling back. Holding his prize tight, the hunter hauled his catch up close. "Say my name." The raptor's bottom lip quivered, just once before he spoke up. "Talent." Jack Talent gave the foul heart a squeeze. "Again! Talent! Talent!" The demon writhed in his grip, unable to fight back or get away now that Jack held his heart fast. A cool calm settled over Jack, easing the pain within him, if only for a moment, and he smiled grimly. "Wanted it to be my name on your lips when I sent you to hell." And then he ripped the raptor's heart out. Washed in blood, Jack leaned down and severed the demon's spine, and the light died in the demon's eyes. Peace ebbed away before the body even cooled. But Jack knew peace would never truly be his until they all died. Throwing the body over one shoulder, he made his way to Trafalgar Square. Not a soul stirred as he came upon Nelson's column. There he would leave the body, just as he had all the others. But as he moved closer, and the moonlight illuminated the spot before the plinth, his breath stopped and his blood stilled. A body already lay there. Chapter 2. It was inevitable that Jack be called into headquarters. The Bishop of Charing Cross had struck the night before. Murder was nothing new in London. Strange ones of a public nature, however, were another matter. Jack had been the regulator in charge of this particular case for a year now, a blight on his otherwise stellar record. This time a shifter had been murdered. As one of 5, make that 4 now, known shifters living in London, he took it personally. Having intimate knowledge of certain facts, Jack was also unnerved by this new murder. Deeply, and he wanted answers. Cool shadows slid over him as he strode down the long, echoing corridor that led from the SOS common rooms to the main meeting area. Headquarters was full of regulators updating their intelligence before going out. He did not like being around them, or anyone. Not that he had to worry on that account. The others steered clear of him, their eyes averted and their bodies tense. Fear he could handle, hell welcome. But pity? One younger agent lowered her lashes when he passed, and a growl rumbled in his throat. She started and hurried off. Rightly so. No telling what sort of beast would break free should he lose his temper. Not even he knew. That was the way of a shifter, not owned by a single monster, but possessed by all. He was everything, and he was nothing in particular. In truth, being a regulator was the only certain and good thing in Jack's life. At the end of the black marble hall, a guard stood beside a massive steel door. He saw Jack coming and swiftly opened it. "Master Talent," said the guard, "they are waiting for you." He was precisely on time, and the director was already waiting? And what did the guard mean by they? His meeting was to be with the director. Who the bloody devil would be here? Her scent slammed into him like a punch, and what little equanimity he'd maintained flew out the door. Oh, no, no, no! They wouldn't dare! He eyed the inner wood door that blocked him from the meeting room. She was in there. His muscles clenched tight as he forced himself to enter. "Ah, Master Talent," said Director Wilde from the head of the table. "Right on time. Excellent. Let us proceed." His clipped voice was unusually animated, as if he knew Jack's displeasure at the unexpected third person in the room and revelled in it. Which wouldn't be surprising. Wilde loved to keep regulators on their toes. Jack heard every word, but his gaze moved past the director and locked on her. Mary Chase sat at Wilde's right, serene and ethereal as ever. Her face was a perfect replica of Botticelli's Venus, and her body— No, he wouldn't think about that. It was one rule he refused to break. He never, ever thought too long on Mary Chase. Mary Chase would have liked to think that, after years of being on the receiving end of Jack Talent's hateful glare, she'd be immune to it by now. Unfortunately, it still worked through her flesh like a lure, hooking in tight and tugging at something deep within her. One look and she wanted to jump from her chair and hit him. However, knowing that he found her presence bothersome gave her some small satisfaction. He stood in the doorway, filling it up, poised for a fight like an avenging angel of Old Testament wrath. Over the last year, Talent had reached his physical prime, shooting up well past an already impressive 6 feet and adding what looked like 20 pounds of hard-packed muscle to his frame. It was as if nature had given him the outer shell he needed to protect himself from all comers. The change was unnerving, as the man had been intimidating enough before, mainly due to the sheer strength of his stubborn will. With a sullen pout, Talent dropped his large body into the chair opposite her. She suspected that he sought to convey his displeasure, but the blasted man was too naturally coordinated, and the move ended up appearing effortless. "Director Wilde?" Talent turned back to Mary again. His rough-hewn features might have been carved from stone. "Mistress Chase?" Oh, but the way he said her name, all oil and flame, as if it burned him to utter it. Mary dug a fingernail into her palm and modulated her voice. "Mr. Talent." He paused for a moment, his brows raising a touch in reproach. She'd been childish in not giving him the proper form of address, but some things burned for her, too. His quick, irrepressible smirk said he knew as much. "Master," he reminded her. He loved that she had to call him Master. In their first year in training, he'd taken every opportunity to make her use the official title for all male regulators. Their gazes held, and heat rose to her cheeks. Thank God she hadn't the complexion to blush, or he'd be all over her. "Master Talent," she ground out. His annoying smirk deepened, and her nails dug deeper into the flesh of her palms. "One day—" "Now that we have our forms of address clear," cut in Wilde, "might we proceed with the actual investigation?" Or shall we continue with this little pissing contest?" "Pray, continue, if Chase can manage to refrain from staying off track, that is." Talent adjusted his broad shoulders in the chair and crossed one leg over the other. "Never react." She turned her gaze upon the director. "I was ready to hear the facts of the case 20 minutes ago, Director." Talent bristled, and she let a small smile escape. He bristled further, but Director Wilde ploughed ahead. "Good." Setting his hands upon the polished mahogany table, Director Wilde proceeded to give them the facts. Mary had already memorized them, and so she let the director's words drift over her as she studied Talent. The man was good, his strong, blunt features not revealing any hint that he might have personal knowledge of the Bishop of Charing Cross's most recent kill. One powerful arm rested upon the table, and the fabric of his plain black suit coat bunched along the large swell of his bicep. Talent did not so much as twitch when the director set down a photograph of the last victim. "Mr. Keating of Park Place," said Director Wilde. "As with the other murders, he has been branded with the Bishop's Cross. The sole difference in this victim is that, while the others were demons, this man was a shifter, and, by all accounts, a law-abiding citizen of London." Mary glanced at the photo, featuring a young man stripped naked. The cross branding his chest was a raw, ugly wound, but it was his eyes, wide and staring, that made her clockwork heart hurt. It was the expression of an innocent man pleading for mercy. Talent looked as well, and when he did, she watched him. The ends of his brows lifted a fraction, and she was inclined to believe that he was surprised. Then again, he had always been a fine actor. In the beginning of his association with the SOS, Talent had made a name for himself by successfully tricking a powerful Primus demon into believing he was Poppy Lane. Of course, being able to shift to look exactly like Poppy had been part of it, but it was his mimicking of her character to the letter that had made the difference between success and catastrophe. How could a man who had nearly died defending others be a murderer? But Mary feared she understood all too well. Although he was arrogant, obnoxious, and a general ass, he'd survived an ordeal that would break most men. Was he irrevocably broken? "Do you recognize the victim, Master Talent?" Wilde's query had Mary focusing once more. Talent's heavily lidded eyes lifted from the photograph. "Shifters by nature are a solitary lot. No, I did not know Mr. Keating." His long fingers curled into a fist upon the table. "I was under the impression that the SOS kept the identity of shifters secret." The director's mouth tightened. "We do. There is no indication that the files have been breached." Talent made a noise that might have been construed as a snort, but it was just soft enough to get by Wilde without earning any reproach. For once, however, Mary agreed with Talent's sentiment. After researching long into the night, Mary had learned that, in the last 100 years, the SOS had made a concerted effort to locate and document the existence of all shifters living in Europe, a daunting task. However, when the Necks began hunting shifters for their blood, whose properties gave demons the ability to shift into anything, the SOS, realizing its mistake in outing shifters, provided as much protection as it could by offering them new identities and keeping their whereabouts hidden. But it was a constant battle. For the Necks, an organization dedicated to seeing supernaturals rule the world over humans, was resourceful and ruthless. Talent leaned forward a fraction. "Who was Keating? Before?" "Johannes Maxim." Wilde pulled a paper from his file and handed it to Talent. "He's an older shifter. Date of birth unknown, but he once worked as an alchemist for Augustus the Strong in the quest to discover the Chinese's secret to making porcelain. Talent scanned the page, then set it down. Protocol dictated that he hand the paper to Mary, and she might have been insulted at his obvious slight had she not been expecting it. No matter, she'd read about Maxim as well. Besides, Talent's juvenile tactics would not cow her. In any event, Director Wilde was now looking at both of them. Research has been instructed to provide any and all assistance you might require. Thank you, Director, Mary said. We shall keep you informed as the case proceeds. Talent's jaws snapped up as if he'd been punched. We? The force of his inner agitation was a maelstrom creaking against the walls. Any moment now it would break. Mary remained calm. We are to be partners now, Master Talent, or haven't you been paying attention? And I will stick to you like a barnacle until I find out the truth. The small vein at his temple pulsed. I work alone. Always have. Wilde laid a hand over the file. There is a time to every purpose under the heaven, Master Talent, which includes knowing when to receive help. The steely look in the director's eyes made it clear that Talent would find no leeway should he protest. The sound of Talent's teeth grinding filled the room. I was under the impression Mistress Chase was here in a clerical capacity. You hoped, Mary corrected. Otherwise, I have grave concerns regarding your propensity for jumping to conclusions. Talent leaned his weight on the table as his gaze bore into her. Keep baiting me, Chase, and you'll find out what else I have a propensity for. She leaned in as well, until they faced each other like dogs in a pit ring. I am quaking in my knickers. There you go, mentioning your knickers. His mouth slanted, and his eyes gleamed dark green. What I cannot discern is if you only do so to me, or if you want the whole of the SOS to be thinking about them. Why, Master Talent, are you trying to tell me that you think about my knickers? His lips pinched so tight that she had to bite back a grin. A low growl rumbled from the vicinity of his chest. Children! Director Wilde's expression was stern, but his eyes held a glint of amusement. The discussion is over. You will work together on this. His good humour fled. And you will not fail the SOS. Now, he motioned to the door with his chin. Take your squabble out of here. Perhaps you can pull Mistress Chase's braids in the common room, Master Talent. On the outside, Mary knew she appeared serene as she left the meeting room. On the inside, however, she quivered in anticipation. For years, she and Talent had detested each other. He treated her as if she were some low, conniving wretch, solely because she was a Gim. Lousy, arrogant bounder. The outer hall was cool and quiet, a calm before the inevitable storm, and that storm was right on her heels. Although, in truth, Jack Talent reminded her more of a panther, all dark and brooding, his powerful body so still when at rest, yet capable of instant, violent action. Mary headed down the corridor, knowing that, while he made no sound, Talent stalked her. The skin at the back of her neck prickled, and her heart whirred away within her breast. With his shifter's senses, he'd hear her spinning heart, she was sure. Oh, yes. Come and get me, and we shall see how well you dance around the truth now, Jack Talent. It was torture not to quicken her step or turn around. By the time she reached the shadowed corner that led to another section of headquarters, her breast was rising and falling in agitation. Damn him! And damn her, too, for some small, traitorous part of her liked the chase, revelled in it. Gripping her weapon, she waited until his heavy hand fell upon her shoulder, and then she spun. He grunted as they both hit the wall. The hard expanse of his chest barely gave under her weight as she pressed against him. For a moment they both panted, then his gaze lowered to the knife she had at his throat. She had expected his rage, but not his grin, that wide, brilliant grin that lit up his dour features and did strange things to her equilibrium. His cheeky smile grew as he spoke. "Pulling iron on me, Chase? How bloodthirsty." His hot breath fanned her cheeks. "I knew you had it in you." She did not ease her grip. Training with Mrs. Lane had honed her skills. The slightest move from him and he would be tasting that iron. "Trying to intimidate me, Talent?" His body tightened, but he kept his hands at his sides. "What the devil are you playing at? You aren't a field agent. You've been hanging on to Mrs. Lane like a limpet, and now you want to partner." He leaned in, not flinching when the tip of her iron blade cut into his skin. "With me?" A rivulet of crimson blood trickled down his throat. She tore her gaze away from it. "This is the most important case the SOS has seen all year. Any regulator would be mad to pass up the opportunity to take it." When he snorted, she gave him a pretty smile. "Who my partner is makes little difference." His lips pressed into a flat line. "This is my investigation. It always has been." From the moment she'd asked Poppy to be assigned to the case, she'd known she'd face his rage, but she'd told Talent the truth. Having the opportunity to move away from her assistant's role into fieldwork was not to be missed, and if he was guilty of murder, she would be the one to take him down. Keeping that little personal victory in mind, it was easy to give him a bland look. "Oh, yes, and you've done a bang-up job with the case so far." His growl seemed to vibrate through her, but Mary ignored it, and the way the hairs lifted along the back of her neck. "What gave you reason to believe that it would remain yours alone after all this time, when you have nothing to show for your efforts?" With an unfortunately easy move, he shrugged free. She let him. Bodily contact was not a situation she wanted to prolong, as it was far too unsettling. He loomed over her. "Toss out what insults you will, Mistress Merrily." He poked her shoulder with a hard finger. "But do not for a moment try to undermine me. You think I'm a bastard now? Try handling me in a temper." He turned to storm off when she grabbed his lapel and hauled him back. Taking pleasure in the shock that parted his lips, she smiled. "I've seen your temper, Master Talent. You haven't been privy to mine." With lazy perusal, her gaze took in his heightened colour and narrowed eyes. "While you'll be shouting about like a tot who's lost his lolly, I'll be the lash you never saw coming." It was quite satisfactory to leave him open-mouthed and silent. For once. Chapter 3. Piss and shit and bloody buggering hell! Ignoring the patrons of the coffee house, Jack hunched over his meal of rashers, bangers, eggs and toast and shovelled in a bite, even though it tasted like dust at the moment. His mind was a mess. If he thought too long on the fact that Mary Chase, of all people, was now his partner, he'd kick a hole through the floor. Instead, he ran a hand through his shorn hair, knowing the thick, short hanks would now stick up at odd angles. Before, he'd taken care to pomade and comb his hair into an elegant style. Now he just wanted it off his face. He hated anything touching his skin. Fucking demons had taken away his sense of safety, and now Mary Bloody Chase was taking away the one refuge found in his work. 2 years earlier, Jack had been guarding Inspector Winston Lane due to a threat upon the man's life, when he'd been taken in by a raptor demon disguised as Mary Chase. The humiliating truth was that he'd been so shocked by the notion of Mary Chase, dressed in next to nothing and lounging in his bedroom, that he'd never considered the danger until it was too late. He'd woken up in a cell of a room, naked and crucified to a wall by iron spikes. The hellish days, hours and minutes that he'd been captive, used and abused to many a demon's delight, was the stuff of his nightmares. And she'd found him. When he'd been out of his mind with pain and degradation, when he'd wanted to die so he did not have to experience another moment of that hell, Mary Chase had somehow appeared before him, placing her smooth, cool hands upon his fevered skin. She had tracked him down, saved him, and the knowledge burned. Because she knew what had happened to him, there was no explaining away some bruises. It was bad enough he'd have to hide certain facts from her while trying to figure out just what the bloody hell was going on. But for these many years, he'd had a plan when it came to Mary Chase, carefully constructed and thoroughly executed. Evade, avoid, and retreat, and in the event of the rare prolonged interaction, be the biggest rotter possible, so that she never attempted to purposely seek him out. A lump of food caught in his throat. His plan was now shot to shit. He could not evade, avoid, or retreat. True, he could still act the bugger, but he didn't want to. It hurt to hurt Chase. But over the years, he'd come to realize that it would hurt both Chase and others far more were she to find out why he did it. "Sod all," he muttered, tossing his fork down and pressing the heel of his hand against his eye. "You cannot avoid me forever, you know," said a musical voice. Jack nearly jumped out of his skin. Standing beside his table with an imperious tilt to her chin was Mary Chase, his golden and glorious nemesis. He did not want to know how she'd found him. "Christ!" he snapped. "I hate the way you gims slink about." But he loved the way she moved, all flowing grace, silently beckoning a man to follow, even when she was walking away from him. She wasn't doing so now. Her gloved fists curled tighter. "And I think you are a rude bastard, so we shall both have to grow accustomed to tolerating annoyances." Her gaze slid over him and cooled. "Not hide away in the hopes that the situation will change." "I am not hiding away," he lied. "I'm hungry." Chase's pink lips parted. "It is only 10:30. Why not wait for luncheon?" "I'm a shifter. Food is energy, and it's bloody good, too." He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit down, Chase. A proper meal ought to improve your humour." "Or purge it altogether," she muttered under her breath as she glanced at his half-eaten meal. "I think just tea for me." The coffee house was warm and relatively clean. It was filled with patrons, mainly workers, cabbies, a few students intent on idealistic slumming, and a host of others who wanted a small respite from the cold. In their drab regulator's garb, Jack and Chase blended in. As with most coffee houses, there were few women, but no one seemed to mind Chase, apart from noticing her lovely features with interest. Jack gave them all a warning glare as Chase settled in her seat. Chase, who'd no doubt seen the whole thing, gave him one of her small smiles. For Chase, a smile meant a slight curving of her lips, a small twinkle of golden light in her eyes. Damn, but her smiles were more rare than his, which was saying something. He wondered what her true smile would look like, but realized he wouldn't be the man to coax one from her. Across from him, she gazed out of the window, and the sunlight kissed the smooth curve of her cheek. Her rosy lips parted with a breath, and he almost lost his mind. His gaze drifted to the velvety swathe of skin just visible above her collar, that place on a woman's neck that was fragrant and warm, where she'd be sensitive. He wanted to sink his teeth into that spot, see if she shivered when he did it. And that was no good. But where to look? If not gazing at her neck, he'd be staring at her hair, golden brown and glimmering, or the swell of her breasts, those succulent little apple-sized breasts that begged a man to feast. Her scent, that rich, sticky toffee scent that had captured him from the first, now filled the small space. Every day in close proximity, scenting her, hearing her voice, and knowing that his past made her utterly unattainable. Hell, he wouldn't survive it. Since they knew him here, service was quick. Soon enough, Chase sipped at her watery-looking tea and watched him with apparent fascination as he finished up his meal. Her gaze was a living thing, making his skin itch and his muscles jump about. He didn't like her, but damn did his body react to her. "Keep looking at me," he said between bites, not bothering to lift his attention from his food, "and soon I'll have a swelled head." No need to tell her which head he was referring to. Her honey-warm voice rolled over him like a caress. "I cannot help it. The show is fascinating. Your appetite is the stuff of legend, even Lucian." His knife scraped the crockery with a sharp screech, and he stabbed another section of sausage with his fork. "Yes, do us both a favour and do not speak of your dear Lucian or his particular appetites." The sausage tasted of sawdust. When she spoke again, as he'd known she would, her voice held an air of detachment. "Have you any notion who the bishop might be?" He wanted to freeze, but kept eating. Her tone, so carefully light and innocent, had him wondering for a tight moment if she knew it was he. But she couldn't know. He'd been so careful. The muscles along his neck and shoulders protested as he raised his head. He took his time finishing the mouthful of food. "His kills signify rage," he said finally. Her eyes held his, and there was a calm coolness lying in their bronze depths that had him tensing further. She tilted her head as if she knew of his discomfort. Until now, rage against raptor and sanguis demons. Ice spread beneath his skin. He forced his hand to release the fork and knife. They clanked against the plate. Slowly he wiped his mouth with the rough linen napkin. "It appears so." With brisk efficiency, she pulled a file out of the slim valise she wore strapped over her shoulder. "I wanted your opinion on something." She leaned close, her voice dipping low and her scent teasing his nostrils. "About the symbols." "What symbols?" But he knew, and his food landed with a thud in his gut. "Unlike the others, Keating did not have a symbol carved upon his wrist." She pushed a photograph of a dead raptor under his nose. When he did not answer, she pressed on. "A small symbol was carved upon the wrists of all prior victims." Her eyes watched him. It was in demonish, from the looks of it, either sanguis or raptor. "I've worked this case for over a year now, Chase. I believe I am familiar with the particulars." Her expression altered from engaged to flat as glass. How well he knew that look, and although it was familiar, he found himself mourning the loss of her animation. "Do you know what the symbols mean?" Her wide brow furrowed, the merest wrinkling of her clear skin. "I confess, I am not able to read it." The food in his stomach grew heavy, rolling about as if it might revolt. He'd been found by her. And while he couldn't be sure she remembered the details, the symbols carved upon his flesh had been telling. Should a person know enough about demonology, she would know that the symbols had been those of the raptors. Jack's guts tightened as sweat beaded along his back. He swallowed hard, still held by the power of her searching gaze. He wanted to run from it, from her. Did the scene live in her memory, haunt her, turn her dreams into nightmares? No, that was his lot in life. Likely all she felt was pity for the sorry sod she'd rescued 2 years ago. He fought against the cornered feeling that had his breath stuttering and returned to his food, cutting a banger with care. Few others bothered to learn the culture of raptors and sanguis. It isn't as though their kind is well liked. Raptors were scum who fed off the misery of others. Sanguis demons were not precisely hated, but as they needed the blood of others to survive, they had a certain parasitic quality that made most supernaturals wary. Chase's lashes swept down then, letting him take an easy breath. She glanced up again, less probing but unnerving to him just the same. And what of this shifter? How does he fit? The shock of finding the dead shifter in Trafalgar Square still unsettled him. He'd left the scene with due haste, sinking the slimy raptor he'd just killed in the Thames instead. Someone was imitating his crimes, and he wanted to know why. Jack dug into his pocket, threw a few coins upon the scarred table, and told her the one truth he could. That is the question of the day, Chase. In keeping with the mercurial nature of London weather, it was raining when they left the coffee house, and while Mary did not mind, Talent insisted upon taking a hack back to headquarters. A silly extravagance that had her protesting and him snarling. They sat, each stewing in silence, the hack bogged down at an intersection, when Mary felt the hum of a spirit. A moment later, a familiar form drifted in through the hack window and made herself comfortable on the seat next to Talent. "Hello, Miss Mary." Though she was in spirit form, Totty's voice was clear as day in Mary's head, nor did the dingy light of the carriage dampen the bright colour of her shining blonde hair or the sparkle of her green eyes. "Hello, Miss Totty." Talent perked up at Mary's response and looked as if she were cracked. "Pardon?" "Mistress Totty is here. I was saying hello." Totty, short for Charlotte, was Poppy Lane's newest assistant, hand-picked by Mary due to her exceptional memory. That she was whip-smart and irreverent was a boon. Mrs. Lane needed someone to keep her on her toes after all. Said Totty. "Are you going to say hello too, you exceptionally large wall of man?" She leaned into Talent, her shimmering image tiny in comparison to his, and ran her fingers along his neck. Talent shivered and glared round, his whole frame tensing away from Totty. "Is she sitting next to me?" He looked as though he might start swinging, as one swats at a fly, and Mary bit her lip. "She is merely saying hello." "Oh, I am," Totty agreed. "I've been wanting to say hello to Mr. Jack for an age, personal-like." Her hand glided over his chest and headed down. "Such a fine, cocky fella you are. Shall we see if it's all just tall tales then, my lad?" "Totty!" Mary snapped as Talent gave a violent start. The little Irish imp stopped, blinking back with wide, round eyes. "Aye?" She let her hand fall upon Talent's lap. "Bloody Gim!" Talent burst out. "I felt that!" He turned his ire on Mary. "What the hell is she doing?" "Nothing." Mary kept her expression neutral by sheer will. "Why are you here, Tot?" The Gim sighed, her small mouth pouting as her diaphanous hand drifted off Talent. You're no fun at all, Mary Chase. So I've been told. Talent's gaze snapped between her and a spot above Totty's head. She's a few inches lower, Mary said, and a bit touchy. Hell! Talent practically snarled as he glowered blindly at the spot occupied by Totty. Just remember, I can hunt your body down, Mistress O'Brien. Looking forward to it, Master Talent. Totty's cheeks plumped before she sobered. The bishop struck again. At Trafalgar Square? Mary held up her hand to Talent when he made to speak. Bit of a difference with this one. The man was found in his home, one Mr. Arthur Pierce. He's got the brand upon his chest and all the usual hallmarks of the bishop's work, whilst directed the causers to secure the scene for your study. Lovely. The idea of seeing that horror turned Mary's stomach. Damn it, Chase! There's been another murder, Mary said to Talent, lest he keep shouting. The house is 2 blocks over, Totty said, and Mary relayed it directly to Talent as the gim continued. Wilde wants you 2 there now. Chapter 4. Mr. Pierce had lived in the centre of a respectable middle-class suburb of London. Well-clipped lawns led to smart black doors, each graced with the same simple brass door-knocker. White lace hung across every shining window. Talent was ahead of her, his brusque stride so confident that it implied the very air ought to part for him. The rakish tilt of his hat had her longing to knock it off, if only to ruffle his composure and force him to acknowledge her presence. As if feeling her displeasure, he stopped and turned. "Right then," he said. "You wait here." "What the devil are you doing?" Mary brushed a gloved hand over his lapel once more. "Clearing a disturbing number of crumbs off your coat. Is that egg?" She flicked a dried crust of his morning meal from his tie. "My, but you look a fright." Talent swatted her away. "Good God, woman, stop mothering me!" She scoffed. "I am trying to maintain the dignity of our office. You're stomping about as unkempt as a vagabond." In truth, his gold SOS pin, depicting the goddess Isis, was the only part of his attire that he appeared to care for. Pinned neatly on his overcoat lapel, it gleamed bright against the dull, unbrushed wool. The Talent I know and detest would never let his appearance fall into such disrepair. He showed his teeth in a reaper's grin, and the Chase I know and detest would not care. "Of course I care. You represent the SOS, which, by extension, includes me. At the very least, do keep your hat on. Your hair looks as though you've let a goat have a go at it." Talent's brows nearly met in the centre with the ferocity of his scowl. "Are you quite finished?" Mary looked him over and smoothed one last wrinkle along his shoulder, biting back a smile when a growl rumbled low in his throat. "There." His cheeks went dull red. "As I was saying, take a look around the grounds. Perhaps you can discover something useful while you wait outside for me." Mary drew up tight. "Now just a moment, you. I am not waiting out here. I am your partner, not some lackey." Nor was she letting him out of her sight while they were on this case. Talent's mouth tilted into a lopsided sneer. "Are you bamming me, Chase? You cannot go with me." He leaned forward, managing to loom even though he was a few feet away. "You go into that house, and you'll have every human there in a snit. Women are not fit to handle death, much less view a murder site. You know that as well as I." "Not fit to handle death," she ground out, her arms twitching to do him violence. But he waved an annoyed hand. "Do not start quoting Wollstonecraft on me. I'm repeating pure social fact. That is what they believe, and that is what they will do, should you," he pointed at her for emphasis, waltz in there and expect to be treated like a man." Mary barely refrained from huffing. He was right. Moreover, it was something every female regulator had to face in the field, always losing out on more interesting cases because of society's ridiculous notions. Confined to playing the spy, the watcher, pushed to the fringes, her female brethren did what they could. It was not enough. Worse, if she waited out here now, not only would she be unsure as to his culpability in this, Talent would assume the role of lead, and he would use it to his advantage at every turn. Mary steeled her spine and gazed back at him coolly, calmly. "I am going in." With a curse, he dragged a hand over his face. "You are being illogical." She was. She didn't care. On the other hand, Talent had apparently forgotten about one of her more potent abilities. She gave him a level look. "I'll play the part of your assistant." It hurt to say that, but if he was going to assume she was useless, then she wasn't about to let him in on her plans. Investigators do not have female assistants, Chase. "Fine. I'll be your blind sister who cannot be left on her own." She merely needed to get in the door. He blinked back at her for a good 5 seconds, then a shocked, harsh laugh burst from him. "You object to being my lackey, but you'll be my sister. You, madam, are balmy." "Lovely to know we've rolled around to the name-calling stage of the conversation," she said sedately. A string of blue curses filled the air, and then Talent took a deep breath. "Fine. Do not blame me if your stubbornness gets us nowhere in a hurry, and you shall follow my lead. Do not speak until I give you leave." An unladylike snort left her lips. "Tell me, Talent, do you honestly expect me to listen to the drivel that comes from your mouth, or do you suffer bouts of delusion?" His answering grin was serpentine, a viper about to strike. "Hark! She lives!" He ambled forward, his head cocked to the side as he studied her. "That's probably the most impassioned tone I've heard from you yet, Chase." Before she could give him another, his expression hardened. "I have seniority, thus I am the lead on this team. You do as I say." She gave him a false smile guaranteed to annoy him. "I believe I was accepted into the SOS before you were, thus I am the one with seniority." He stepped closer, surrounding her with the vibrant energy of his body and the appealing scent of him. By rights, he ought to have an irritating scent, like lye soap. But no. Jack Talent's scent was instantly recognizable, yet drifting off before she could properly dissect it, which made her want to lean closer and inhale deeply. Most annoying, and quite dangerous. Mary tilted her head back and met his gaze. They glared at each other for a long moment before Talent's clipped response broke their standoff. "You joined as Poppy Lane's assistant. Should we be in need of secretarial work, Mistress Chase, I'll be happy to let you lead." "The dirty rotter!" He nodded as if she'd finally come to her senses. "Know your place, Chase, and we will not have a problem." Mary set her fists on her hips. "I am not doing as you say." "Yes, you are." "No, I am not." "Oh, yes, you are." Talent broke off with a curse. Close as they were, the dark stubble around his mouth was visible in the morning sun. "Christ almighty, we are not in the nursery." "I agree. Kindly desist in behaving like an infant." His jaw clenched, red washing over his cheekbones. "So help me, Chase." Mary turned away from him, loving the way he snarled at her departure. "We have interviews to conduct, and the day is waning with all this posturing." Her skirts swished about her ankles as she put a bit more sway into her walk. "Come along, Master Talent." This time she used his title as a headmaster might, and was rewarded with another blue curse from behind her. Confident that he'd stomp along after her, she jumped only a little when his voice suddenly buzzed at her ear, the heat of his breath raising gooseflesh upon her skin. "It will take more than the sway of your arse to distract me, Chase." Then he was ahead of her, once more leading the way and whistling a familiar tune. Mary halted in the act of following him. "Are you whistling Row Your Boat?" Incredulity had her choking out the question. She detested the nickname he'd pinned on her, because he thought of her as a merry bit of fluff. Talent's happy little tune broke off mid-note, and his sly gaze slid over her for a moment. "Why, I do believe I am." He turned his head back around, and his step grew lively. His pitch-perfect baritone lilted over the quiet street. "Merrily, merrily, 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 life is but a dream." Mary was contemplating murder by cranial bludgeoning when Talent gave her a look over his shoulder. A strange gleam sparkled in his eyes, but before she could question it, the light around him distorted and his features blurred. Quick as a blink, he shifted. "What do you think?" His voice was more gravelly now, an older man's. "Am I the picture of a non-threatening yet authoritative inspector?" Longer of face, wrinkled, bushy-browed, and sporting an impressive handlebar moustache of grizzled brown, Talent appeared a man of 50 years. He'd kept his height and basic form, for he could not alter his clothing, but a bit of paunch stretched out his grey waistcoat. "To the letter," she admitted. "But why?" The crow's feet around his now blue eyes deepened. "I have a suspicion that this household will be more accommodating to respectable old John Talent than scowling yet undeniably charming young Jack Talent." His true grin on another's face was a strange sight indeed, with a blind niece in tow. God help me. Charming, was he? Mary barely refrained from rolling her eyes, but then paused. "Is your given name truly John?" He touched the brim of his hat with a deferential nod to her, but the humour had dimmed in his eyes. "John Michael Talent, at your service, miss." He glanced back at the door they were to knock on. "For all of 1 hour, then back into the shadows he goes." Something dark and ugly rode in the undercurrents of his tone. "Do you not like your given name?" She really ought to curb her curiosity in regard to him, but could not seem to do so. "I hate it." Then he stalked forward, leaving her to catch up. The housekeeper answered the door. "The house is not receiving visitors at this time." She moved to close the door when Talent stuck his boot in. "We are not visitors, madam. We are investigators here to discuss the crime." The housekeeper's thin face paled. "The both of you?" Her gaze landed flat on Mary, and she balked again. Hubris was the damnedest thing, Mary reflected bitterly, while refusing to look at Talent. To his credit, he levelled the housekeeper with a stern, unyielding look. "The crime scene, if you please, madam." Her gaze darted about the empty street, then back to Talent. "Come." She led them into the front parlour. When Mrs. White had left, a man entered the room and frowned. "I am Mr. Rush, a long-time friend of Mr. Pearce. I am here to assist in closing up the house." Rush was a man of about 30, well-groomed and so stiff-backed that it was a wonder he did not have a poker stuffed up his arse. "How may I help you?" I am Inspector John Talent, and my partner, Miss Chase." He flashed his credentials, official-looking documents designed to impress and quell inquiry. Rush's gaze flicked to Mary, and his expression darkened. "Partner?" Frankly, Mary was now as surprised as Rush. What had happened to blind niece? "I'd rather you had not arrived so close to calling hours," Rush said. "It is most indelicate, but I suppose there is no help for it now." "You plan to receive callers on such a day?" Talent asked. "Well, no," Rush frowned. "It is merely the principle of you being here during an hour in which callers might be driving past the house." "Can't see how they'd know we are here," Talent muttered as he pulled out a small notebook and pencil. Likely he didn't need them, but he'd clearly decided to act the part of a proper investigator. "Who discovered Mr. Pierce?" Rush clearly wanted acknowledgement for his little chastisement, but he answered, "That would be Mrs. White." Talent scribbled something down, and Mary glanced at his pad, stifling a laugh as she read the words, "Look into the Pratt's background. Mrs. White's, too." He pocketed the notebook. "We'll need to speak with her, then, and view the crime scene." Again, Rush's gaze darted to Mary. "Of course, Inspector." Then he gave her the condescending look one employs with an ignorant child. "If you'll wait here, miss, I'll have tea sent in." "Miss Chase shall be accompanying me." Rush's thin nostrils flared, then pinched. "A crime scene is no place for a lady." "Try not to view me as such at the moment, Mr. Rush." She moved nearer and caught his gaze. Only a moment more and he'd be hers. But he broke the connection. "Believe me, miss." Cool grey eyes travelled up and down her form in a way that made her skin prickle. "That shall not be hard, regardless." And that is when Talent's temper broke. He stepped closer to her, his body not quite shielding, but aligning itself as if he would, given further provocation. Dark clouds of irritation twisted his features, a gesture familiar to her, even though he wore the face of another man. "Here is what shall happen." Talent's tone was iron. "You shall turn around, walk out of this room, and collect Mrs. White, who shall answer any and all of our questions, and then we shall view the body." His gaze bore into Rush. Though he was now older and softer about the middle, Talent's physical presence was undeniable. "Or I shall haul your arse down to the magistrate so that you can explain why you have interfered with an official investigation." All colour fled Rush's face, and his thin moustache quivered with outrage. He made no move to answer. Talent's set-down had rendered him frozen. Talent's expression turned bland. "One foot in front of the other, Rush." Really, Mary thought, as she laid a hand upon the irate Mr. Rush. Talent had no sense of delicacy whatsoever. Upon feeling her touch, Rush glowered down at her, and Mary locked eyes with him and let her full power go. The effect was instant, and the man's body went lax and warm. She gave him a little smile. "You will do as the inspector says. Then you shall go find yourself a nice cup of tea." "Tea sounds lovely," Rush murmured, gazing down at her with something akin to adoration. "Yes, doesn't it now?" She gave him a gentle pat. "And when you've finished your tea, you shall have no memory of me." "No memory." He nodded in an absent-minded way. "Lovely." Mary gestured to the door. "Now off you go, Mr. Rush." Rush ambled off as though in a fog. Perhaps it was because Gim were not as physically strong as other supernaturals that Adam had sought to give them other methods of defence. But whatever the reason, a Gim had the power to beguile a person into doing her bidding by simply locking gazes and willing it so. The moment the door closed behind Rush, Talent sneered. "I swear to all that's unholy, Chase, if you ever come after me with those Gim eyes, I'll—" He faltered there, and she laughed lightly. "You'll what? You wouldn't even remember." Mary would never use her ability on Talent. It wouldn't be sporting to best him in that manner. But he needn't know that. Talent's skin flushed dark. "Oh, I'll remember. Somehow I'll remember, and you won't like my retaliation, Chase." In a shimmer of light, he shifted back to his true form, so as to properly glare at her, she supposed. He pinned her with a threatening look. "It shall be long and creative." "What are you doing?" Mary hissed with a glance at the door. "Get back into character before someone sees you." He waved a hand. "Takes but a second, and the bloody moustache itches." "You ought to have thought of that before." Talent ignored her in favour of scowling at the door Rush had closed. "Besides, if they do, you can work your little witchcraft upon them now, can't you?" He laughed shortly and without real humour. "Hell, I cannot believe I forgot that particular trick. An utter waste of breath on my part, wasn't it?" "I must admit that I am surprised you defended me," Mary said. "I was under the impression you felt the same as he." He made a rude noise through his lips. "Bother, Chase. Did you not hear a word that I said? Sex has nothing to do with proficiency. Our head director is a woman." His expression grew smug. "Any objection pertaining to your role here is due to you being a pain in my arse." "Oh, well, that is a much nicer sentiment." Though, in a perverse way, it was. "Of course it is." Oblivious as ever, he went back to glaring at the door. "What I object to in that prat is he's a bloody middle-class fool." His upper lips curled. "A more priggish bunch I have yet to meet." In many ways, Talent was correct. The middle class, in their drive to mimic their betters, try to live beyond reproach. They do set a rather high standard to live by. Bloody England! I ought to decamp to the States and be done with this land. Only the bloody Yanks are just as grasping. "Perhaps you should travel there, just to be certain." Mary bit back her smile. Really, the man was so readily worked up, it was almost too easy to needle him. They might appreciate a man of such revolutionary ideals. Talent rounded on her, his fierce frown shifting into an expression of wry admonishment when he caught sight of her expression. "Oh, it won't be that easy to be rid of me, Chase." "Pity," she sighed. "I suppose I'll have to try harder." Mary cleared her throat and touched the lace doily on the back of the couch with an idle hand. What was she doing bantering with Jack Talent, and why was she enjoying it? Unconscionable. She felt like a traitor to herself. She turned to face him again, and her skirt swished against the couch. "Do try to contain yourself with the housekeeper." He gave her a long look, all flaring nostrils and sneering lips. "I do not have time to shilly-shally with social niceties." A strangled laugh caught in her throat. "You said it yourself, Talent. Social niceties are unavoidable. But you have all the tact of a bedlamite ranter." He made a rude noise. "Are we finished with the deportment session? May we kindly return to our case?" "My word, you phrased that so nicely. I'm quite astonished." His scowl was truly aggrieved, but then he suddenly grinned bright and crafty. Without warning, he reached over and tweaked her ear in a move worthy of a 5-year-old. "Lest you think I'm learning anything," he said with his evil grin still in place. pinch me again and lose a finger." She meant for it to be a threat, but her voice came out oddly husky, his touch having made her pulse quicken. As if he'd picked up on her tone, his lids lowered a fraction, setting her off balance, for heat lit his eyes. An illusion, surely. Her breath sharpened as Talent's voice turned sultry. "Is that a dare, Chase?" Their gazes clashed, and Mary had the disorienting sense of the world having suddenly turned upside down on her. Her lips parted, and he studied them, his looming form tilted toward her as if drawn. Impossible. The door opened, and they sprang apart, which was ridiculous, given that they'd been standing at a respectable distance. Mary, for one, was glad of the intrusion. With an unsteady hand, she smoothed back a lock of hair that hung heavy at her temple, and was shocked to find it damp. True to his word, Talent was now back in form and raising an imperious, bushy brow. "Well then," he snapped to the housekeeper, "let us proceed." Chapter 5. Jack's steps were slow as the housekeeper led them into the bedroom where Mr. Pierce had been found. Sunlight brightened the room, the heavy brocade drapes having been thrown back. Thankfully, the housekeeper had not thought to open the windows. Despite the rank stink of death and decay that made his stomach roll, Jack needed to inhale each scent, his shifter's sense of smell giving him the ability to find clues within the muck. He let it flow over him, and then it hit him. He knew this victim. The knowledge turned over in his gut, and it took everything he had not to react before going to the bed in which the departed Mr. Pierce still lay. The housekeeper's pale lips pinched tighter than a lockbox, her thin body stiff as a post. "It isn't decent, letting him lie there." He shot the woman a look. "And it isn't decent to let the murderer get away with taking his life." Some days Jack hated his job. Give him a good chase, something to fight, anything but trying to cajole information out of Pratt. He finished the rest of his oft-said speech. "By leaving him as he was, we might find some clue as to who did it." The woman nodded sharply. "Aside from the drapes, nothing's been touched, sir." He studied the dead man. His eyes were open wide, terrified, his mouth gaping in the way of death. He was lying on his back, and his hands were up by his head as if they'd been held there while he died. Blood matted his dark hair and soaked the bed, turning the fine linen sheets into a macabre spatter of black and crimson. In the centre of his bloodied nightshirt, just over his left breast, a cross had been branded, burning through the fabric and into his flesh. The smell of char and roasted flesh was a thick note amongst the rot of death. But there again was Pierce's natural scent, and Jack knew it well. It had permeated his skin on a long-ago day when this very bastard had sunk his teeth into Jack's neck. "And how did you find the drapes, Mrs. White?" He glanced at the housekeeper. "Shut tight? Slightly open?" Her long, sharp nose wrinkled. "Shut tight." Which did not mean the killer hadn't come through the window. Jack walked over to them, but found the sashes locked tight. No forced entry of any kind, which did not mean much when dealing with the supernatural. Down below, black-topped carriages ambled by, and a pair of ladies strolled along the walkway, their blue and yellow parasols up to protect them from the rare London sunlight. Yet a few clusters of gawkers were hovering on the street corners and idling by the low wrought-iron gate across the way. Jack let the drape fall and turned, only to notice Chase hovering by the door. Jesus, but the woman was grey. Sweat beaded her brow, and her mouth hung slightly open. As a Gim, she ought to have seen plenty of death, but she acted as if today were her first experience with studying corpses. Something within him softened. "If you'll excuse us, Mrs. White," he said to the housekeeper. Unsurprisingly, the woman fled the room. Once she was gone, he set his attention back on Mary. "Chase." He said it quietly, but she flinched. Her brown eyes were round and glassy as she looked up, and he fought the urge to move closer. "Why don't you question the staff?" Hell, he needed to be alone for a few minutes at any rate. She did not like being told what to do. That was bleeding obvious. Her eyes narrowed and he suppressed a sigh. "Look, there is nothing wrong with admitting you find a task distasteful. I bloody hate talking to witnesses, as you have pointed out my distinct lack of tact. It is quite obvious you are one breath away from vomiting." She stiffened. "I am not." A shaking breath left her. "Not one breath, anyway." She finished with a petulant mutter that made him want to smile. He kept his voice gruff, lest she catch on. "There ought to be some benefit to having a partner. Sharing disagreeable duties tops my list." With lips as pinched as Mrs. White's had been, she studied his face as if looking for some sign of foul play or sarcasm. He let her do it, knowing that he had her. When she let out another quick breath, he relaxed. "All right," she said. "I'll see to the staff." She hesitated for a moment, her gaze cutting to Mr. Pierce. He wasn't a shifter, was he? His head jerked. "How did you know?" Chase's soft mouth quirked. He does not smell of shifter, and Pierce was a registered shifter. Jack paused. "And what does a shifter smell like?" He believed her, only his curiosity now ran rampant. How would she describe it? Did she like the scent? Did she like his scent? Bloody pathetic idiot he was. Her firm little chin rose a notch as she stared him down, clearly seeing this as a challenge. "Well, I only know you're—" Her mouth snapped shut, and he almost grinned. Only his scent. She knew it, and none other. Chase's eyes narrowed, as if the look could stop him from reaching that conclusion. When she spoke again, her voice was snappish and resentful. "Like earth and stone." There was an abrupt pause, and his breath caught. Her eyes grew lighter, glimmering gold as her words slowed. "Warm, yet strong, like granite baking in the hot sun." "Very astute, Chase." His voice was too thick and rough for his liking. He looked away. "Now get to it." Thankfully, she fled the room with as much haste as Mrs. White. Once alone, he crouched down and put his head in his hands. "Shit," he muttered. Jack glared up at the corpse, its white foot listing at an awkward angle over the bed. Ever since he'd been freed and able, he'd been looking for those who had tormented him in the dank, iron-lined room. He remembered every fiend scent, so that he would know them when he killed them. Finding them was the hard part. The necks hid their own well, and now someone had beaten Jack to this kill. Starting to rise, Jack froze as he spied a tiny triangle of white peeking out from under the apex of the man's arm. It was a piece of paper. Jack swallowed hard and opened the tightly folded paper. Lines of blood ink came into view. Luke 15:29-30. It had been years since Jack had thought about the Bible, much less read it. But every word was burned into his memory. His parents had made certain of that. He said the words now by rote, not even pausing to think. And he, answering, said to his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this thy son was come, which hath devoured thy living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf. Jack rubbed a hand over his eyes. Bloody hell, but I hate riddles. It wasn't until Mary closed the door to Pierce's bedroom and walked a ways down the hall that she could take a proper breath. God, the stench! The mangled body! Mary swallowed hard, even as she cursed herself blue. It appeared that she would never get past her inability to stand death. Worse still, Talent had noticed her weakness. Frowning, she paused by a little hall table poised beneath a gilded mirror. The woman frowning back at her through the glass appeared pale and drawn. Sweet Lord, but she looked a fright. That in itself did not bother Mary. No. What perplexed her was Talent's reaction to her obvious distress. He'd been kind, gentle with her, when she'd expected sarcasm, sneering, ridicule. He had the perfect excuse to see her off the case. If she could not confront death, study the victims, she could not do her duties. Perhaps he'd taunt her later, but she still could not account for the way he'd helped her now. The jangle of the housekeeper's keys, accompanied by the starchy march of crinolines, pulled Mary's attention away from the mirror and the quagmire of her thoughts. "Mrs. White," she said as the woman drew near, "I should like to ask you a—" She sucked in a sharp breath, for Mrs. White had moved into the shadows, and Mary caught a glimmer of spirit about her physical form. It was a flicker of light, but enough, and quite distinctive. She hadn't paid proper attention to the housekeeper. She did now, and heard the steady click and whir of a clockwork heart. As for Mrs. White, she halted, her frame tensing. Her dull blue eyes began to glow as her gaze darted about for an exit. "Why didn't you identify yourself as a Gim?" Mary asked, slipping the baton strapped to her forearm down into her grasp. "None of your business, is it?" Mrs. White snapped. "I am SOS, Mary said. "Any supernatural lingering around the scene of a crime is my business." A bead of sweat trickled down the woman's temple, and the sound of her working heart grew louder. "Why are you nervous?" Mary did not move, but she was ready, her body poised for a fight. She considered calling for Talent, but rejected the idea. The woman might bolt, and Mary could manage one Gim. "What do you want with me?" Mrs. White's fingers clenched and unclenched. Fight or flight? Which one would the Gim pick? "Tell me about the body in Pierce's room," Mary said. "You had to know he was a demon. Where is the real Pierce?" At that moment, the door to Mr. Pierce's bedroom opened, and Talent came into the hall. He took one look at Mary and Mrs. White facing off. In an instant his demeanour moved from an investigator's to a predator's, and the very air seemed to crackle about him. Like an animal cornered, Mrs. White launched forward, her arm raised. Talent leapt toward them, trying to intervene, but Mary was closer, and the Gim was coming at her. She sidestepped the woman and swung her baton deftly against Mrs. White's wrist. The bones snapped, and Mrs. White screeched, but she didn't stop and fight as Mary had expected. She ran. Narrowly missing Talent's grasping hand, Mrs. White threw a potted palm at them as she darted into the servants' stairwell, slamming the door behind her. Talent was a beat behind. With a mighty kick he smashed the door inward and stepped through the wreckage. Mary was on his heels. The stairwell was empty. A Gim could move on silent feet if needed, and not a sound came from the dark corridor. A wild light lit Talent's eyes, and small fangs grew in his mouth. "Up or down?" "You go up, I'll go down," Mary said. His heavy tread boomed up the stairs as Mary flew down them. A glimpse of black skirts on the ground-floor landing had her shouting, "Talent! She went down!" Not waiting for her partner, Mary picked up her skirts and ran faster, her feet barely touching the treads as she descended into the humid air of the subterranean kitchens. Startled cries and the crash of dishes rang out as Mrs. White scattered servants in her wake. Mary leapt over a toppled breakfast tray and burst into the kitchen. In the next instant, a shadow flickered in the periphery of her vision, and she ducked as something whizzed by her cheek. Baton in hand, Mary straightened and found Mrs. White poised between the stoves and the massive butcher block table in the centre of the kitchen. A side of beef lay upon the table, and before it a row of gleaming knives. Bloody hell! Mrs. White's eyes lit with evil intent, and then she reached for the next knife. 1, 2, 3, the knives hissed through the air in a blur. Mary swung, using her baton like a bat. With a clink, clank, clunk, she knocked the knives down. Her arm vibrated, her hand sore from the force of the hits. When the last knife clattered to the kitchen floor, she glared at the irate Gim. "Finished?" Mrs. White snarled, the cry echoing against the stone. She grabbed the remaining cleaver and rushed forward. Mary braced, baton at the ready. But from out of nowhere, Talent smashed into the Gim, blindsiding her and taking her down with a grunt. They tumbled in a twist of legs and crinoline, Talent landing on top and the cleaver skidding across the stone floor. Nose to nose, Talent grasped the woman's bodice with a massive fist, and that wild light in his eyes grew more unhinged. "You dare pull a knife on her?" The Gim merely laughed. "Aye, and I'd have sunk it into her pretty neck too. What shall you do about that, regulator?" Her eyes began to glow. "Rip my heart out? I hear you like the kill better than the hunt." Fangs snapped down with an audible click, and Talent grew an alarming shade of red. "Talent, I had it in hand." Mary moved close, touching his arm, but he ignored her. "Did you kill Pierce?" he demanded. Inches from Talent's fangs, the Gim glared back in defiance. "The bishop did that, didn't he? Or don't you know?" Talent gave her a hard shake. "Who do you work for?" Mrs. White did not answer. She went grey, her eyes rolling back in her head, and then Mary heard it. Mrs. White's clockwork heart grinding to a halt. The Gim began to convulse, spit foaming at the sides of her mouth. "Hell, Talent, let her go!" Mary tugged on his arm and tried to wrench the woman free. "She's stopping her heart!" On a curse, Talent dropped the woman to the floor. "She can do that." "Yes, it is a closely held secret, however, for if someone has control over her soul, it is the simplest way to destroy a Gim." Helpless to do anything other than watch, Mary knelt next to the cold Gim. "It isn't Adam or Lucian. They do not allow suicide, nor do they kill in that manner." Adam created every Gim, but Lucian managed all those who lived in London. Unless the Gim had earned her freedom, she would be under their control. Piss and shit! Talent briskly slapped the woman's cheek. But she was gone. Dull blue eyes stared up at the yellowed ceiling. Who the bloody hell would have control over a Gim if not Adam or Lucian? A glimmer of grey about the woman's neck caught Mary's eye. She leaned in close and pulled down the edge of Mrs. White's collar. Tattooed into the dead woman's skin was a chain collar. A slave. At some point, Mrs. White had given her free will to another. Mary met Tallant's annoyed gaze. Her new master, apparently. Few things could dissuade Jack from working, but tonight was Daisy Ranulph's birthday ball. Daisy was the only woman of his acquaintance who would demand a ball to celebrate. As if knowing he would find a way to back out of going, his boss, Poppy Lane, had cornered him early this morning and told him to get his dodgy ass to the ball tonight, or she'd tack him to the common room wall by his cods. Lovely woman. Truly. So he'd gone, and was now surrounded by his adopted kith and kin in the Ranulph House ballroom, which had been festooned with so many candles that the air had turned hot and hazy, smelling of melting wax and hothouse flowers. Despite the slaps on the shoulder and shouts of welcome he received as he made his way through the room, he felt as he always did, alone, apart. Because a part of him never eased, never shed the feeling that any good fortune to fall into his life could just as quickly be snatched away. Leaning against one of the onyx pillars that held up the gilded ceiling, Jack watched the dancers. Most were familiar, but there was no one with whom he wanted to engage. The lines of the Bible verse repeated in Jack's head as they had all day. The story of the prodigal son. Was the killer sending a message to Jack, or referring to himself? Across the way was Ian Ranulph, decked out in the Ranulph kilt, a fine black dress coat, and a white lace jabot at his neck. Antiquated attire, but expected of the Lichen King, and certainly put together well enough, though his shoes could do with a bit more glossing. There were days when Jack missed being Ian's valet, and the simplicity of it. He knew most people wouldn't understand, but the work had been soothing. By happenstance or fate, Jack, a half-starved lad, battered and beaten to within an inch of his life for daring to defy his crime bosses, had fallen on Ian Ranulph's doorstep, unable to go any farther, and Ian had taken him in. It had been Jack's pleasure to take care of the man who'd given him a home, and it had been the only way he could think of to properly repay Ian. But Ian understood Jack better than he realized, and had set him free. Rather, he had ejected him from the nest. A blessing, really, for whether or not Jack had wanted to admit it, he had grown restless and bored. His adventure with Inspector Lane had been the start of something that fired his blood and gave him true purpose. Then it had all gone to shit. Jack's throat closed, the smoky air smothering him. He stretched his neck, and a series of small pops cracked along his spine. "You came," said a feminine voice at his side. Daisy. He hadn't even noticed her approach. Jack straightened. It was either that or become an exhibit in headquarters' main hall. He leaned down and gave Daisy a light kiss upon her smooth cheek. "Happy birthday, Madam Ranulph." Her cheek plumped. "Poppy got to you, did she?" Daisy's eyes scanned the dancers and paused upon the woman in question, who was presently dancing with her husband, Inspector Lane. Dressed in grass-green taffeta, Poppy did not appear to be the warrior woman capable of leading an entire organization, but a goddess sprung from the earth. The married couple executed a turn, and Poppy's sharp gaze clashed with his. She gave Jack a short nod of acknowledgement. "I believe her words were," he murmured, returning the nod, "if I have to suffer, then so do you." Beside him, Daisy snorted. "I am overwhelmed by the love and affection bestowed upon me by my family." She sounded more amused than put out. Jack turned to look down at her. She was lovely tonight, resplendent in a primrose gown and little white hothouse daisies tucked into her golden curls. Her blue eyes glowed with the power of a gym and the light of a woman content. His tone softened. I'd say our grievances are with parties in general, not you. Pish! You and Poppy are peas in a pod, reticent homebodies I have to goad into doing anything remotely carefree. She glanced at him askance. Though you are rude to boot, at least my sister has retained a modicum of tact. Speak your mind, why don't you? Her mouth pursed. My apologies, but I am cross with you. What have I done? But Jack had a fairly good idea, and he had it coming. His face burned with the truth. Daisy's gaze went back to the ballroom, and to her husband. He misses you. The burning rose up to his ears as guilt loomed to the fore. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the pillow once more. His heart thudded against the cage of his ribs. I haven't gone anywhere. Her skirts hissed over the black marble floor as she turned to fully face him. Do not play that game with me. You've shut him out, all of us out, and— She drew herself up with a deep breath, and when she spoke again, it was with a forced lightness, as if she were trying to spare him pain, despite her ire, which made Jack feel all the worse. Her words skipped over him like stones across a frozen lake. Do what you must. I will not crowd you. Ian says we mustn't. Perfect. He might as well have been 2 inches tall then. But know that we are here for you, Jack. Jack grunted. She ignored him, a wicked and irate gleam turning her eyes crystal blue. And I had better not hear that you are being rude to Miss Chase. I love that girl, quiet thing though she is. Jack wouldn't have defined Chase as quiet, though, in retrospect, she was not particularly animated, unless, of course, she was goading him. Where was Chase, anyway? Daisy would have sent her an invitation. I've not been rude to her, he muttered, trying not to chafe at the lie he'd just told. Daisy harumphed. Are you behaving in your usual manner? Don't see how else I'd behave. God save him from loose-lipped, well-meaning females. She made the noise again. Then you are being rude. Jack glared, and she had the temerity to buss his cheek. Well, of course, we love you as you are. Who loves whom? Ian strolled up and wrapped himself around his wife like ivy, but his attention locked onto Jack. His expression was wary, as if he expected Jack to bolt and sought a way to prevent it. Jack cursed. God save him from his whole family. Being near Ian set Jack's nerves on end. He hated the disconnect between them, but nothing seemed to ease it. Jack watched the dancers instead of meeting Ian's eyes. Piss and shit. We are discussing why Jack feels the need to be rude. Pardon, she gave Jack an exaggerated nod of deference. Excessively rude to Miss Chase. Ian's grin was all teeth, and most of them sharp. That is simple, because he wants to top her. Bloody hell, Jack snapped. Is there a moment in which you do not think of topping? Ian laughed. And Jack the prude returns. It might do you well to think of topping now and then, Mohawk. He'd spoken with lightness, a typical Ian jest, but the moment the words were out, he paled. Jack froze too, ugly, thick feelings sliding like sludge through his chest. There was too much knowledge in Ian's eyes. Jack whipped about, needing to get away, but not before seeing Ian's expression fall. Jack, Ian began. His disappointment and regret, and the soft plea in his voice, worked a shaft of pain into Jack's chest. He knew he was hurting Ian and Daisy by keeping his distance, especially Ian, but he could not stand to look upon him for too long. Not when it was Ian who first comforted him when he'd been rescued, not when the man knew what had been done to him. The familiar, tight, suffocating feeling stole over him. "No worries," he said over his shoulder, even as his abdomen tightened in regret. "I'm late for work." It was another lie, and they all knew as much. But they let him flee. Chapter 6. Book in hand, curled upon the couch with a soft cashmere rug tucked about her, was a delightful way to end the day. Mary did not want to think about Jack Talent, or the case, or anything at all. What she wanted now was to immerse herself in another world until she drifted off into a dreamless sleep. Yet she found herself not reading, but floating from her body. With detached calm, she hovered above herself, so still, eyes open wide but glassy, precisely how she would look in true death. The thought no longer bothered her. If death came, it came. Not wanting to dwell on morbid thoughts, she let her gaze roam listlessly about her small parlour. She loved her flat. Assembling it for comfort, she'd picked big, padded armchairs and covered the floors in plush carpets. Robin's egg blue lacquered the walls, the high gloss reflecting the light of her lamps and candles when it grew dark. Cream-coloured velvet drapes kept the chill from creeping through the windows, and her couch was, in truth, a large wrought-iron campaign bed of some long-dead generals, and was piled high with plump pillows for lounging. Quite satisfactory, and nothing like the homes in which she had been raised. Though the location changed from time to time, her childhood homes had all looked the same within. Pink silk damask walls, dainty gilded furniture, and numerous mirrors to reflect Maman. Everything glittering and feminine, and Mary most of all. Always resplendent in frothy petticoats, rich satins, and lacy pinafores. Hateful, really, that Mary still loved to wear high fashion. Back then, however, she had loved it all. Loved playing with the battalion of French dolls provided for her, loved waiting for Maman to grace her with a morning visit. They'd sip rich chocolate and eat buttered crumpets, and Maman would tell her stories of lovely men. It wasn't until later, when Mary fully understood just who and what those men were, and why they provided the riches around her, that a sick, twisted dismay would weigh down her chest upon Maman's arrival. Maman. They weren't even French. It had taken Mary ridiculously long to figure that out as well. But Maman was long dead, and that part of Mary's life over. She had friends. Tonight she might have gone out, might have danced and laughed. Yet she had stayed home. For she did not know how to be at ease with others. She'd never learned, growing up as that girl in the ivory tower. Mary sighed and sank back into her body. The sensation was akin to slipping under a warm blanket. It took her but a moment to orient, pick up her book, and turn toward the warmth of her heating stove. The cream enamel Swedish stove was more efficient and used fragrant wood instead of muddy coal. Behind the grate the flames danced. Self-pity never helped a thing, and she was better off than most. Being alone was perfectly fine. Perfectly. A creak sounded upon her landing. Tensing, she glanced over the high back of her couch. Her hall was dark, only the small reading lamp at her side hissing away, which made the sliver of light shining along the base of her front door perfectly visible, as was the shadow of someone standing behind the door. Mary's hand slid to the revolver she kept by her side. Even in her home, she never let herself be without a weapon. When she wanted to, Mary could move with speed and silence. In a blink, she lightly vaulted over the couch, ripped open the door, and had her gun cocked and aimed at Jack Tallant's broad chest. "Put it away," he said in a bored tone. She allowed herself the pleasure of ignoring his request for a long moment. Then she lowered the gun and took stock of him. He stood, feet braced, hands at his side, in a manner that ought to have conveyed trust, but with his rippling strength he appeared ready to pounce. Mist glittered at the tips of his cropped hair and on the weave of his black wool overcoat. He towered over her, all bunching muscle and boiling energy, and he had to tilt his head down to meet her gaze. "I thought you were at Daisy's birthday ball," she said. A deep furrow ran between his brows that, when he smiled, tilted upward at the tips like the leaves of a bascule bridge. The feature ought to have given him an open, almost boyish look of expectancy, but his sour nature fought that appearance, twisting it into a near-permanent glower of disappointment. Even so, the very idea that nature had given him a face more inclined to joy made her fight a smile. Served him right for being so prickly. "I thought you were invited too." He gave a pointed look at her simple house dress. Mary kept her focus on his chin, now covered in a fine stubble of evening growth. It made his mouth appear softer, defining the bow of his upper lip. She flicked her gaze back up to his eyes. "I didn't fancy going out to a party." Or seeing him there, if she were honest. Mingling with Jack Tallant in a social setting was more than she could tolerate at the moment. Yet here he was, at her home. Her skin prickled. His voice grew flinty. "I didn't fancy staying." Before she could ask why he was here, or how he'd even found her home, he brushed past, his upper arm grazing the tips of her breasts as he went. Mary crossed her arms over them as she pivoted to face him. "Oh, do come in." "Thank you." He made himself at home on the parlour chair, which, unfortunately, was big enough to accommodate his large frame. The sight made her want to stamp her foot or bolt. This was her refuge, and he was filling it up with his scent, his energy. She'd be surrounded by it for days now, unable to scrub it from her furniture. Lamplight shone over his blunt profile as he glanced about her room, taking it all in. Cosy flat. The high bridge of his nose wrinkled. Small, though. Resigned to the fact that he wasn't leaving, Mary closed the door and set her gun upon the hall table. "Yes, well, I had a larger place, but I kept getting lost." Actually, she owned the building, but he needn't know that. His quick grin returned before he took it upon himself to pick up the book she'd discarded and leaf through it. "I always thought Mr. Rochester was a melodramatic prat." He tossed the book back down. "I like Jane." "Everyone likes Jane." He picked up an apple from the glass bowl she had placed in the centre of her tea table. Mary loved apples, and every fortnight she found a basketful of them sitting on her doorstep, a gift from Lucien that she'd always appreciated. Tallant stared down at the green and red marbled fruit engulfed by his big hand. He contemplated it for a moment, a strange look ghosting over his features before he appeared to pull himself free from whatever thought haunted him, and took a hearty bite. Mouthful of crisp apple, he munched away, a bit of juice making his firm lips wet. And all the while, he watched her. Mary gave herself a mental shake and focused on the situation at hand. "How did you find my home?" The flat was located on the top floor of the building. Only 3 persons knew of its location: Lucien, Poppy, and Daisy, and she doubted any of them would tell Tallant, or that he would ask them. Talent's gaze grew hooded. Followed your scent. What? Gods, but she did not want to know what her scent entailed, nor did she like the idea of Talent knowing it so well that he could track her down by it. That grin of his flashed bright. Don't fancy that either, do you? Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Talent, that through the whole miasma of London you were able to track me down based on scent alone? Talent's hard mouth slanted as he looked her over in a way that she felt to her bones. We're in each other's pocket now, Chase. Most hours you're all I smell. Gracious! Heat flooded in unfortunate places, and to her horror, Talent's gaze narrowed, his nostrils flaring as if he scented that reaction too. An uncomfortable, stifling silence fell over the room. Mary swallowed down the urge to twitch. What are you doing here? Do you want to work? They paused, their clashing questions falling into an awkward silence. Then Talent set down his half-eaten apple and sprang to his feet, a graceful move so fast she almost missed it. Her heart jumped, but he merely regarded her with his usual scowl. Well, shall we go out? His hard features were once again implacable. Mary cleared her throat. Let me get my cloak. They did not speak as they headed into the frigid night. Londoners fought back against the cold by heaping on the coals. Great billows of smoke rose from a profusion of chimney pots. What was too heavy to dissipate fell in black flecks that danced about them like the devil's snow. Due to the late hour, few were out, most human traffic being shepherded by coach now. A hack rattled past, horse hooves clipping over the cobbles. Walking next to Talent, she felt the singular, cosy comfort that steals upon one who is with a good friend. That Talent gave rise to such equanimity instantly shattered it, and her stomach clenched. She ought not trust him any further than she could toss him. Perhaps it was not his presence, but the predictability of all his actions that she took comfort in. Well, one could hope. Where are we going? She asked to break her muddled thoughts. His attention stayed on the walk before them, but his pace, which he had slowed to match hers, faltered for just a step. A wry grimace twisted his mouth. You know, Chase, I don't believe I thought that far ahead. And you are admitting this? She made a noise of astonishment. I shall have to make note of the day. He looked at her sidelong, and the brackets framing his mouth deepened. You better. It doesn't happen often. Mary ducked her head to hide her smile. Well, she said after a step, we might consider going to Trafalgar Square. Perhaps we can learn something from it. Talent grunted. Perhaps. Taking that as an agreement, Mary headed down Charing Cross Road. They soon entered the square, a wide-open public space that featured tranquil fountains and a Corinthian column rising 170 feet into the air. The monument was in honor of Admiral Nelson and was guarded by 4 large bronze lions, one at each corner of the massive base. Half-walls flanked 3 sides of the square, creating a sense of place despite the openness of the area. Far off, keeping to the edge of the square, a group of women idled about. A lone man, wearing a horrid lime-green bowler, its colour so vivid that it was discernible even in the low light, lounged against the wall, close enough to keep an eye on the women, but not so close as to interfere should they be approached. And approached they were. 2 fellows strolled by, eyeing the flesh for sale, before one broke away. An agreement was clearly reached, and the man guided 2 women off to a shadowed corner. Perhaps the fellow in the hideous hat might have seen something. It appears as if he might be here nightly. And if he had, you'd be the last person he'd tell, Talent retorted. He might be a sinner, but he isn't stupid. The ones who stay alive never are. Mary caught Talent's expression. My, the way you are sneering, Talent, one would think you've never partaken in that particular exchange. Most males she knew had at one time or another. Talent's brows lifted just a touch. Once, when I was too young and ignorant to know any better. It was her fault for broaching the subject, but the sudden image of Talent bedding a strange woman was entirely unpalatable. "And you do not approve of it now?" she asked, as if untroubled. "Odd, seeing as your former master used to be quite infamous in regards to his bedding of prostitutes." She would not call them whores. Despite what society thought, she knew too well how human they were beneath their protective veneer. The corner of Talent's mouth twitched. "Ian and I do not see eye to eye on everything." He resumed his glaring. "Point of fact, I cannot fault the women for seeking coin. I know how desperation feels. The men who use them are what makes me ill." The scowl upon his face grew. "It's disgusting." "Because they are not treating the women as people?" She almost smiled at him. But he brusquely shook his head, killing her sudden goodwill. "Those women make their choice to be treated as such." His lips curled. "But by procuring, those men are degrading the act into something meaningless." He shocked a laugh out of her with that. "Goodness, you are a prude." Talent snorted. "Prude? Because I object to the buying and selling of women? How very hackneyed of you and everyone else," he muttered before leaning forward to crowd her with his body and pin her with an intense look. "Believe me, Angel, I am not a prude. Just because the very idea of lying with a woman who doesn't truly want me turns my stomach, doesn't mean I don't want to tup one. I'd simply rather have some regard for my partner." Mary blinked and tried to ignore the flush of warmth his words wrought in her. "But you're a man." He cocked his head. "What the bloody devil does that have to do with anything?" Men do not differentiate between the physical act and love. Not any she knew. As for her opinion in the matter, she found the endeavour noisy, awkward, and undignified. Indeed, nothing in her personal experience would lead her to recommend it. "First off, I'm not talking about love, merely mutual respect and desire." What is to say that the prostitute and the procurer do not mutually respect their arrangement? She was half goading, but enjoying it nonetheless. How very short-sighted of you, Talent. Again his mouth twitched, but it wasn't a happy smile, he thought. Not if the annoyance in his eyes was anything to go by. "Secondly," he went on in an imperious manner, "I don't know why I'm bothering to discuss this with you, as women are notoriously weak of will and flesh, especially when it comes to carnal matters. You are far too innocent to be hearing such things." A sneering laugh drifted into his tone. "By right, you shall be soon swooning." Blood rushed through her veins. "Why, you arrogant, ignorant, but—" She stopped short, catching his pointed and eloquent look. Inwardly she winced. Talent's voice was smooth silk, tinged with the smallest hint of censure. "Do not pigeonhole me, Chase, and I won't do so with you." Despite her having been outmanoeuvred, a smile pulled at her cheeks. Talent's gaze went to her mouth, and he drew an audible breath, leaving Mary feeling a bit breathless herself. "Point to you, Talent." His grin was quick, devastating, then gone. But he did not crow over his victory. Instead, silence fell between them again. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but certainly a truce. "I wish the rest of your sex felt similarly," she said after a time. "Do not hold your breath, Mistress Chase." She made a noise of agreement, but her curiosity would not let go. "So then, if not with prostitutes—" "Shut up, you imbecile! That is, There are certainly other means. Gads, but she couldn't say the words and survive the humiliation. She bit down on her lip to stop. He peered down at her. My, Mistress Chase, you do have quite the interest in my sexual activities. She picked up her pace, heading for Nelson's column. Do not give yourself airs. I merely asked out of banal curiosity. I've never met a man who eschews casual exchanges, and I wanted to understand more. His laughter reached her just before he did, easily catching up to her with his long legs. Without warning, he grabbed her, the quick move forcing her to swing round and face him. Little liar. Talent's eyes danced with annoying glee, the brackets along his mouth deepening with his amusement. Ask it, he demanded in a husky voice. How many women have I had? Impishness ought not be so beguiling, nor should he smell so good, nor the heat of his body be so compelling. His lips, when he wasn't pressing them together in his angry way, were well formed and appeared surprisingly soft just then. Mary edged back. Those lips had spewed forth far too much verbal vitriol for her to be admiring them. She focused on a point over his shoulder. I don't care! He dipped his head, and his lips came close enough to steal her air. I'll tell you my number if you tell me yours. Mary ignored Jack and concentrated on the moonlight glimmering off the fountain pools and the rush of falling water mingling with the sounds of light traffic passing around Charing Cross. Calmed by the gentle rain of falling water, Mary turned to the business at hand. Why did he leave his victims here? Energy radiated from Talent, a violent vortex, one that felt as though it might crash into her. But it didn't. Talent's answer was flat, controlled, because it's public. There are many public places in London. Why this place? What does it mean to him? She kept her gaze away from him. His voice and the tone he used would tell her more at any rate. Again came the surge of aggression, anger and control, always that tight rein on his temper. Many of her colleagues believed Jack Talent didn't feel a thing. She had never thought that to be true. Talent had always been a seething cauldron of emotion ready to overflow. His capture and torture by the demons had merely served to draw that rage inward, pulling him into deeper darkness. After his torture, she'd feared he would do himself harm. She'd been wrong. The SOS gave direction to his rage, or so she had thought. Now she worried that he'd turn to murder instead. The scuff of his boot told Mary he'd taken a step closer, and she tensed, but he sounded quite calm. The square is considered the official centre of London, from which the distance of all roads leading in are measured. It is also the preferred location for political protests and national celebrations, Mary said thoughtfully. Perhaps you are correct in stating that the square does make for a rather public spectacle. Standing at the base of Nelson's column, where the victims had been left, they faced Whitehall, which sloped down toward the Palace of Westminster. From over the treetops in the foreground, the great eye of Big Ben's clock tower peered down at them. So then, she said, the question is, what public statement is the bishop trying to make? Before Talent could answer, she spied a glimmer of black on the relief depicting the death of Nelson at Trafalgar. A soft breeze kicked up, and the object broke free and drifted down to the ground. It was a large, glossy black feather. Reaching out with caution, she picked it up. A raven's feather, Talent said. Must have fallen from the sky. And landed perfectly arranged in this fellow's hat. She gave a pointed look at the figure of a man holding up the felled Nelson. Besides which, there are no wild ravens in London, and the tower ravens cannot fly. Gently she ran a finger along the feather's edge. A shock of sensation bolted down her arm and straight into her heart, causing her to catch her breath. Power! Strong, clean, yet tainted with a malevolent darkness, resided in the feather. Power that burned, so much so that Mary looked at her finger to see if it was cut. "What is it?" Talent made a move to snatch the feather away from her, but a set of footfalls sounded. They turned as one and faced the man walking toward them. Talent stood with his shoulder nearly touching hers, so close that she felt him stiffen and heard the small, surprised intake of his breath when the man came into view. He was a tall man, lean and rangy. He was dressed, as they were, in a long, fitted overcoat and heavy boots. But his coat and top hat were of an uncommon blood-red hue. Silky white hair flowed to his shoulders, and Mary expected him to be old. But he came closer and revealed the firm, smooth skin of a young man. A smile played over his lips, and a glimmer of fangs flashed in the moonlight. He'd let her see those fangs. A warning, perhaps. The male was a Western Sanguis demon, if Mary had to guess, with that white hair and those fangs. Aside from elementals, all supernaturals had the ability to grow fangs, and often did when roused, but the Sanguises were longer and thinner, designed to puncture, not tear. "Hello, Jack," he said. "I thought I recognized your sullen hunch from across the square." No menace there, only familiarity. It did not stop Mary from wanting to grip Talent's elbow, though she wasn't certain if the desire was to hold him back or provide support. Talent's expression remained unmoved. "Will, I thought you were dead." He didn't sound as if he had been particularly put out by the notion. Will's lips curled further. "Close enough to it." He lifted his chin a touch, and his eyes appeared beneath his hat brim. Cold, beautiful, haunted. Ice blue surrounded by an outer ring of deeper blue. "I've not been as obvious about my activities as you, my friend." His icy gaze slid over Mary, and she fought a shiver. "Nor do I keep as lovely company." Talent didn't move, but it suddenly felt as though he'd separated himself from her. "Appearances can be deceiving. There is nothing lovely about Miss Chase. She'd just as soon gut you as look at you, mate." If she hadn't been used to his insults, the pain would have cut. As it was, it merely landed with a dull thud upon her chest. Sympathy filled Will's eyes, which irked further. Jack never did appreciate women as he should. He tossed a quick grin toward Talent. A true smile returned as he looked back to Mary. "As I doubt my old friend here will perform introductions, allow me." He touched his hat and bowed. The man's manner and accent spoke of good breeding, but there was a bit of street rat about him, just as with Talent. He might have been raised in a proper home, but it was doubtful that he still lived a proper life. "Mr. William Thorne at your service, Miss—" "Mary Chase," was all she got out before Talent cut in with a brusque, "What do you want, Will?" Thorne frowned. "You injure me, Jack. 15 years since we last spoke, and this is the reception I receive." Talent's brows lowered. "What do you want?" His words were a thick fog in the air. For a moment Mary wondered if Thorne would speak at all. He'd gone so stiff. But then she realized that he was restraining himself, just as Talent was. Thorne's sudden response cut through the night like a whip. "Perhaps I am not here for you, Jack." Eerie blue eyes sought Mary out. "Do you know, Miss Chase, that a shifter doesn't have a particular scent, but one of many?" Beside her, Talent went rigid, his shoulder touching her arm as he moved perceptibly closer. "I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Thorne." Despite herself, Mary wanted to know more about Talent's breed. Shifters were rare, and if they were anything like other supernaturals, they must have kept a few secrets close to the bone. "I fear my sense of smell is not developed enough to note a difference in scents." Talent had always smelled the same to her, and familiar enough now that she'd recognize him in a crowd. Thorne's weight shifted, bringing him an inch closer. It was enough to send a low rumble through Talent's chest, and he glared at Thorne as though he was imagining ripping his throat out. As for Thorne, he appeared relaxed, his long body loose of limb even as his eyes twinkled with evil intent. "Perhaps you fail to notice a change because Jack here always feels the same emotion when in your presence. You see, Miss Chase, deep emotion changes a shifter's basic scent." His smile was a taunt he lobbed at Talent. Very subtly, mind you, but each emotion gives it a different taint. Hate, fear. Thorne eyed Mary again. Love. Enough! Talent took one step in Thorne's direction, putting his shoulder in front of Mary's so that she was partially blocked. "Enough games. Talk, or we are going." Mary did not particularly like the way Talent lumped them together, but she agreed that Thorne was merely baiting him at her expense. "Games amuse me," Thorne complained before his demeanour grew serious. "I am here to offer a partnership between my organisation and yours." "The Nex!" Mary snapped. A touch on her hand stilled Mary. She'd had her baton out and had taken a step in Thorne's direction without realising it. Only Talent's hand upon hers had stopped her. Thorne's gaze focused on their hands when he answered. "The very one. But we are not at odds here." His jaw clenched. "Someone has killed our own." Mary let her hand fall away from Talent's. "The shifters?" "No, the demons." Thorne's gaze moved from Mary to Talent. "They were slaughtered first, were they not? Or has the SOS chosen to forget about them?" Talent hadn't spoken in so long that his sharp reply made Mary's skin twitch. "The SOS forgets little," he said. "Nor do I." "What do you propose, Mr. Thorne?" Mary asked. "It does not matter," said Talent, his ire gathering like a storm. "We have nothing to say to the Nex." "Call me Will, Miss Chase," Thorne offered as though Talent hadn't spoken, "and I merely suggest a mutual exchange of information." "No." Talent was more emphatic now. He grabbed Mary's elbow as if to pull her away. "We do not work with the Nex." When Mary hesitated, he turned his wrath on her, leaning down so that they were nose to nose. "Ever!" It was in her to protest and raise a holy ruckus against his high-handedness, save for one thing. He was in the right. It was an implacable SOS rule. Wrenching her gaze away from Talent's, she addressed Thorne, not missing that he'd followed their exchange with ill-concealed delight. "My partner is correct, Mr. Thorne. We do not negotiate with the Nex." Thorne did not appear crestfallen. He merely smiled and tipped his hat to her. "Should you change your mind, I will find you." Chapter 7. Talent insisted on walking Mary back home. Unnecessary, but the stubborn man would not be dissuaded, and so they traversed the lonely streets in a strained silence. "You and Mr. Thorne appeared quite familiar with one another," Mary said after a time. I don't care to discuss Thorn." What a shock. Mary decided to refrain from speaking at all. The sound of their footsteps echoed off the cobbles and the brick buildings leaning in on them. A vortex of yellow-green fog obscured their surroundings, and the hissing gas lamps did little more than brighten the fog and make it appear thicker. Talent's gaze roamed and remained vigilant. Mary knew his eyesight was better than hers, but the fog was hindering him too, for he edged closer to her side and tensed as if preparing to spring into action. "Something smells off," he murmured. "Could you be more specific, Mr. Talent? Everything smells off in London." He glanced at her, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Don't be daft, Mistress Chase," reminding her yet again that she ought to be calling him Master. "There are familiar foul scents, and there are odd ones." "Well then, let us say that my sense of smell is not as developed as yours, fortunately." He snorted wryly, and she went on. "What is it that you smell?" His nose lifted slightly, and his mouth opened to the night. "Don't precisely know. It smells a bit like oil. Not lamp oil, but the sort you sent down by the factories. Sharp, sulphuric." His description tickled the edges of her memory, but she couldn't catch a hold of the proper recollection. They were silent, both of them searching the night. Click, click went Mary's heels. Her breath sounded over-loud in her ears. And then she realized there were no other sounds. No city sounds, no scurrying of little rodent feet. Convulsively she clutched Talent's arm. "Oil!" A discordant grating sounded in the night. Talent stopped short. What the bleeding hell? Around them shadows darkened, becoming thicker, taking on shapes. Mary backed up, and her shoulder met his. It can't be. But she rather feared it might. "Shadow crawlers," Mary whispered, her hand slipping underneath her cloak to her hip, where her weapons belt lay. She grabbed the small bullwhip. "What?" Talent glanced wildly around. He could see the shadows, that was certain. He just didn't know what they were. The grinding of gears, a hiss of steam, and a clank, clank, clank rang out. "Bother! Mechanical men!" She braced her feet as the shadows surrounded them. "They live in the shadows and draw power from them. I've never seen one, but have heard stories. They're called Adam's First Experiment, a nightmare version of the Gim." Hell! Precisely. And then they appeared, two lurching, hulking men making their way down the street. Vile experiments, partially flesh, mostly metal. Red eyes gleamed in the dark as one of them advanced, a blackened thing, oozing oil, with steam billowing from the open iron ribcage in which its black heart pumped. The other crawler was more gold than flesh, and appeared vaguely familiar. "Piss and shit," Talent uttered with wide eyes. "Be creative in your shifting, Master Talent." Mary leapt back as one lunged, and then let her whip fly. It snapped around the thing's massive iron leg, and she pulled hard. God, but it was heavy. The crawler wobbled. A hard kick to its chest had it toppling. It crashed to the ground, but before she could free herself, it caught hold of the whip and tugged. Mary went flying into it, stopped only by a metal fist smashing into her face. White spots exploded before her eyes as her cheekbone cracked and blood poured into her mouth. Dimly she heard a roar of fury and saw the blur of Talent launching into the golden crawler. His claws swiped and sparks flew as he connected with raw metal, but then another hard tug dragged her roughly over the cobbles. The whip had become tangled about her wrist, and the crawler was hauling her back to him. Hands shaking from pain, she got her knife out, sliced through the whip, and fell back. A second later, fire burst hot and bright from the crawler's mouth. Mary flung her arm up against the blistering heat, but something fell upon her, trapping her against a brick wall. Through a haze, Jack Tallant's eyes, gleaming in fury, stared down at her as flames roared behind him. He hissed, and she saw them. Thick, leathery wings of onyx arched over his head, forming a barrier between them and the crawler's fire. Before she could say a word, the fire died, and he reared around, his fist smashing into a crawler's jaw. It barely made an impact, and the crawler lunged forward, punching a hole through one of the strange wings that had sprouted from Tallant's back. Tallant snarled. With whip-it-fast speed, he caught hold of the crawler's arm and simply ripped it off. Metal gears and springs pinged to the ground, and fresh hot oil splattered. It did little good. The crawlers advanced, pinning her and Tallant against the wall. Another blast of fire hit, leaving Tallant barely enough time to cover Mary with his enormous wings. But it wasn't enough to protect her from the heat and pain of fire nipping through the hole in his wing. She ground her teeth against it as she clutched Tallant's massive shoulders. Above her he panted, sweat dripping down from his temples. "Tallant!" Blood bubbled through her lips, and agony burst through her shattered cheek. He winced as he looked over her face. With effort she kept speaking. "When I fade, rip out the hearts." The crawlers would guard them with their lives, but if Mary was successful, they wouldn't have a chance to. "Watch their eyes. Attack when they dim." Tallant's brows snapped together. "Fade." His voice was a rasp of pain, and he appeared on the cusp of protesting. They didn't have time to waste. Surprising herself, she touched his cheek. The contact made them both flinch. "Do it," she said, then left her body. It was fast, and more forceful than she'd ever attempted. Mary's spirit shot straight through Tallant, and she felt the warm glow of his soul and his lurch of shock as she passed. Then she slammed straight into the golden crawler. Its body was a dense mass of misery, the soul trapped within screaming for release. Pity made her heavy. The crawler fought as she wrapped herself around it and tugged the soul free. Out of the body they went, Mary and the pitiful soul of the crawler. Below her, Tallant whirled about and tore straight into the now empty shell of the crawler's body. Teeth bared on a snarl, Tallant yanked out the clockwork heart, and the body toppled. As soon as the body fell, the soul in Mary's arms eased and stretched up toward the night. Like a shooting star, it trailed across the sky, then disappeared. Bloody buggering hell! Jack's teeth ground as the remaining crawler leapt upon his back and its iron fingers tore through his flesh. He smashed a fist into the crawler's gut, but hit a gate of metal ribs for his efforts. "Bad hit. Learn from your mistakes, mate." Nearly all of the crawler's body was metal, a thick shell that withstood Jack's blows. Over the grinding of gears and the whistle of steam came the ominous whoosh of fires being stoked within the thing's lungs, and Jack braced for another blast. The massive wings on his back, the ones that had popped out as if by instinct, throbbed in pain, but they could apparently withstand fire. But if the dull ache coming from them meant anything, there was a limit to their strength, and unfortunately the crawler had him by the shoulder, leaving him no way to turn. The fire was going to come at him full on. Shit and piss, this was going to hurt. But then a shroud of blessed cold surrounded him, then passed through him. Chase! He'd felt her slide through him before, a second after her eyes went dim and her body fell limp. If he lived 100 years more, he'd never grow accustomed to the sight of her simply vacating. It unnerved him to the core. But now, when the crawler's red eyes suddenly went black and its body slackened, He might have kissed Chase in gratitude. Somehow she'd drawn the crawler's soul out, leaving Jack free to make the kill. He didn't waste time. Skin ripped from his knuckles as he punched past the metal ribcage and grasped the clockwork heart. Hot oil and solid iron filled his palm before he tore the device free. The crawler didn't even flinch as it crashed to the ground with earth-shaking force. For a long moment, Jack panted as blood dripped from various wounds. Then he turned and knelt by Chase's prone form, close enough to feel the residual warmth of her body and bask in her cinnamon and spice scent. "Chase?" Christ, but her body did not look good. A massive bruise coloured her right temple, and her eye was swollen shut. Blood crusted her lips, but it was her cheek that worried him. The crawler's hit had crushed the bone, caving in the side of her face. So delicate Mary Chase was. Illusions, for she'd heal soon enough. But the thought of someone hitting her, damaging that fragile beauty, made his breath catch. She came back into her body with a jolt and inhaled sharply, her body stiff as starch. Her wide golden eyes shimmered with pain, and it was bad. Her body twitched, her lips pressed tight as if she held in a cry. Before he could think, he cupped her good cheek with infinite care. He'd never touched her in tenderness, and he cursed himself for doing it now. Even so, his thumb caressed the silk of her skin. "Hold still." With his free hand, he dipped his fingers into the open wound on his shoulder. Fingers coated in his blood, he held them up to her soft lips. Understandably, Chase drew back, not harshly, but away from him just the same, and her nostrils pinched as if discovering something foul. He held her steady. The small movement she'd taken had made her wince. Black blood bloomed along her sunken cheek. "Can you trust me, Chase?" He said it as softly as he could. Her eyes narrowed. It was clear that she did not want to talk. A shard of helplessness speared his chest, and he sounded gruffer than he wanted as he eased his bloody fingers past her parted lips. "Let me in." Her little gasp and the moist touch of her mouth lit through him. "It will heal you," he managed. His gut tightened, and he swallowed hard. "My blood." Shit. What the hell was he doing? Shock and hesitation were clear in the gleaming depths of her eyes, but her lips parted farther, and he slipped inside. Hell's bells. He hadn't thought this out properly. The tentative flick of her tongue at the tip of his finger sent a lick of heat straight down to his cock. It leapt to life with a reflexive jerk, and Jack took a steadying breath. "Suck it." Her eyes widened, and Jack grimaced. "Lick it, damn it!" Heat rose over his face. "I meant the blood. Take the blood." Thankfully, she understood, and, God help him, her lips closed around his 2 fingers, and the wet, warm flat of her tongue stroked along the base of them. He barely stayed the groan that wanted to rip free, or the way his body yearned to sway closer to hers. Somehow, though, his hand had cupped the back of her head, and he held her close. He didn't have it in him to draw away. Not yet. Her lashes lowered, as if looking at him was too much to bear. But the effects of his blood, fresh as it was from his body, were immediate. Healthy colour bloomed along her skin, and the bruising around her temple and eyes faded. Her cheek, however, was still crushed, the bones knitting too slowly for his liking. Nor did he fancy the winces of pain she made with each small move. Breathing through his nose, he pulled his fingers free of the torture that was her mouth. Chase's plump lips opened to speak, and he laid a finger on the soft bottom curve stained crimson from his blood. "It's not enough," he said. And then, because he was part idiot, and because he couldn't stand seeing her like this, he eased her head up to his shoulder. The warm puff of her breath brushed the bared skin at his shoulder, and Jack shivered. Glancing down, he saw that his wound had already knitted closed. With an impatient sound, he grew a pair of claws and tore it open once more. Pain lanced down his arm, and hot blood pumped from the wound with every hard beat of his heart, but his mind was already on the woman half in his embrace. Warm, soft, fragrant. Holding her was an alien experience with which he had no practice. He did not hold women, nor offer them his greatest gift and secret. Yet here he was. She stared at him, quiet and thoughtful, and looking just a bit shocked. He knew she understood what he wanted, yet he found himself speaking, low and too urgently for his own good. "Take more, Chase." Mary knew she'd received a hard hit, but the pain hadn't truly registered until the fight was over. It consumed her now, yet the moment she'd taken his blood, relief had flooded her veins. Her cheek tingled and itched as it struggled to mend. Now his solid arm was wrapped around her back, and his hand held her head to him with surprising care. He wanted her to take his blood straight from the wound. A shocking intimacy. Later, when the pain passed and she could think clearly, Mary could cringe at the memory, but now she stared at the rich, dark blood flowing from his shoulder and acted without thought. His body stiffened at the touch of her tongue to his flesh, and his sharp, indrawn breath had her heart speeding up. Mary closed her eyes and ignored everything around her. Nothing but his blood. Experience told her it ought to taste metallic and flat. Instead, it held the flavor of bittersweet chocolate and fortified wine. Again came the surge of well-being, and the sharp tingle as her blood quickened. Her lips closed over hard muscle and warm skin. Talent grunted, his fingers gripping her hair, and his heart pounding hard enough for her to hear. Her breasts pressed against his chest, and her nipples tightened. Heat flooded her limbs, swirling low in her belly as she lapped at his blood. What was she doing? She ought to be repulsed, yet the flavor of him teased her tongue, delicious, then fading away an instant later. She wanted more. Was this why they'd kept him? Taken his blood one after the other? The thought slammed into her, cold and sharp. She froze, her lips just touching his skin. Against her, Talent shivered, his hard body tensing as his breathing increased, agitated, holding it back by force. This was wrong. She should not be using him in this way. And yet he'd offered. Mary couldn't account for it. Regardless, she eased back, her lips brushing his shoulder in a manner that was far too close to a kiss for her comfort. He resisted for a moment, as though he thought she needed more, but then he let her go. Mary felt no pain as she sat up and lowered her gaze to her lap. No pain, but a thick, hot press of embarrassment. Silence descended between them, smothering and unnerving. Then he cleared his throat, and his deep voice swept over her. Better? Yes. And no. She'd healed, but she'd been in his arms and taken sustenance. So very intimate. And with him. She risked a glance and found Talent stone-faced as usual. Only his eyes held any curiosity. "I've never heard of blood being able to heal," she said. Talent blinked. "It isn't usual." He looked away, and the weak alleyway light cast his face in shadows. "In truth, I don't know of another's blood that can." "How long have you known?" His massive shoulder, now healed, lifted. "Long enough." The corner of his mouth curled a touch, a secretive sort of smile. "You've heard of Ian Ranulph's salve?" Mary had. The ointment, made by Ian's housekeeper, had extraordinary healing properties. Daisy went on and on about how it mended serious injuries so well. They'd used it on Winston Lane after a werewolf had attacked him. At her nod, Talent's smile twitched. "My blood is in it. Ian thinks Tuttle makes it, but I do. Tuttle won't say a thing because the household reveres her for the skill." "Why haven't you told Ian?" Again his shoulder lifted. "Didn't trust him in the beginning." Mary remembered her first days with Lucian. She'd feared letting anyone in, feared that her good fortune would end simply from the act of accepting another person's care. She didn't know what Talent's early life had been like, but it could not have been any better than hers. Talent's voice grew flat and impersonal, his eyes on the cobbles beneath them. "Later? Well, I didn't want to explain why I'd kept it a secret." She knew Jack Talent hated the idea of disappointing Ian Ranulph. "And it's not something I want anyone to know." Talent stiffened, his expression hardening, and Mary realized that he hadn't meant to voice that particular thought. "By Adam's touch, I swear that I won't tell a soul." As a Gim, it was the most sacred oath she could make. He nodded awkwardly, then his attention abruptly turned to the corpses strewn about the narrow space. Mary hadn't forgotten about them precisely, but was glad to study them now. On shaking limbs she stood, and was almost up when Talent hauled her the rest of the way with a firm grasp at her elbow. He let her go immediately, brusque once more as he stepped closer to a crawler. "Looks familiar, does he not?" She glanced down at the crawler. "It's Mr. Pierce." Talent peered closely. "The real one, or what's bloody left of him." Pierce's limbs were composed of both gold and flesh. The flesh was rotting and falling away in places, giving off a horrible stench. "I understand shifters have an exceptional rate of regeneration, Master Talent. Do you not find it odd that, although he was a shifter, Mr. Pierce is in such an advanced state of decay?" "Yes," said Talent grimly. "Something has been done to him. A shifter's body ought to reject the application of false limbs. We can regrow ours after all." "Curious." Talent turned toward the other crawler. "Now this fellow I don't know." His body had been mutilated. Crude metal legs, an iron-forged false fist, which was what had smashed her face, an iron clockwork heart that looked wrong when compared with the Gim's elegant devices. His flesh was grey and decaying about the edges of his limbs. His torso was made entirely from iron, and coals glowed dimly at the bottom of his rib-cage. He'd been the one to breathe fire upon them. The memory had Mary looking Talent over again. "What happened to your wings?" The huge wings had been leathery like a bat's, but had the graceful shape of an angel's. Talent gave a small start. "Went away." He attempted a light-hearted look, but it didn't quite work. Bemusement flickered in his eyes, as if he hadn't expected wings to sprout from his back either. "The only beings I know of with wings," Mary said, "are Primus demons and Fallens." Primus was said to be the first demons created, born from the collective thoughts of mankind. Fallens were angels who had chosen to live among men and thus were cast out of heaven. They were rare as a diamond in the sand. No one in recent memory had seen a Fallen in the flesh. Talent's green eyes looked straight at her then, and a wry smile tugged at his mouth. "Where do you think a shifter comes from, Mistress Chase?" He had her there. Onus, the offspring of Primus and human beings, included weaker demons and shifters. Most Onus were many times removed from their Primus forefathers. Mary pursed her lips, and his grin grew. "Your father must have been an exceptionally strong Onus." The light in his eyes dimmed. "My father, whoever he was pure Primus." At her shocked look, he shook his head slightly. "The ignorance, really." Talent leaned slightly into her space. "The reason there are so few shifters in the world is that we are the direct get of a Primus. Primus themselves being rare and not inclined to mingle with others." You don't know who your natural father is?" His jaw hardened. "Nor do I want to. Now." He bent down and with impressive strength hauled one crawler over his shoulder before grabbing hold of the other. "Let's stop flapping chaps and get these back to headquarters. Grab the hearts, will you?" Hefting both unwieldy crawlers like sacks of grain, Talent strolled out of the alleyway, leaving Mary to follow. Chapter 8. The devil often hid in plain sight. No one knew this better than Jack. After he dropped the shadow crawlers' bodies off at headquarters the next morning, he headed out. Time was short. Chase would be meeting him soon, but he could not put off this particular task. Nor did he want to. Blood boiling and teeth set, he took the stairs leading up to the Honourable Mr. William Cavendish's Belgravia townhouse 2 at a time. The black lacquered door was little impediment to his rage. One swift kick, and it flew open, the sound of splintering wood and the clanging brass knocker giving him a short satisfaction. A footman yelped, jumping to attention after his delayed shock. "Hold! Stop!" One punch to the man's jaw and he fell like a sack. Jack shook out his hand and kept going, heading past the vivid display of red hothouse roses and toward the sound of titters. Female, and slightly alarmed. Behind him, other servants scurried, the hushed plea of, "Ring for the constable," coming from one of them. They needn't bother. He would not be here by the time the bobbies arrived. Wrenching open the tall double doors that led to the parlour, Jack took in the sight. A gaggle of women, feathered in silk ruffles and plumes of satin bustles. They scattered upon his entrance, squawking and flapping their arms in fright. One proper miss swooned, but the eldest stayed seated, her eyes alight with impotent rage. He grinned at her, showing his teeth, a promise that fangs would soon descend. Her iron-grey curls and the soft wattle of flesh at her neck trembled. She tilted her chin when he bent over her. "Mrs. Cavendish." His hand clasped her neck, claws digging in enough to hurt, if not draw blood, and a chorus of feminine screams erupted once more. Jack leaned in and spoke against her ear. "Take me to him now, or I'll snap your neck and smear your fetid blood over this white silk davenport." Their eyes met, and a flash of yellow sparked across her irises. He'd expected that. but not the powdery scent of gardenias that choked his nose. That particular cloying scent, mixed with stale demon, was familiar. His insides went ice-cold before raging to hot. Over the years, many demons had pretended to be the elder Mrs. Cavendish. Most of them had been harmless, but not this one. It was all he could do to refrain from acting on his threat. He gave a squeeze to convey the direction of his thoughts, and she gurgled before wrenching away with a strength no human would ever possess. "Ladies, do be calm!" The old hen clapped her hands like a governess calling for order. "This is a simple misunderstanding. Go on with your tea. I shall only be a moment." None of the women believed her, but for the English, order was more important than logic, and so they quieted, as Jack and Mrs. Cavendish left the room. Out in the hall, scurrying servants halted when they spied their mistress walking with Jack. "Close that door," she snapped at a gaping footman, "and go about your business." "Mum," began the butler. "It is nothing," she hissed through yellow teeth. "Do you understand?" Her small frame vibrated with fury as she led Jack farther into the house. Once in the library, she went to a set of tall bookshelves and yanked out a frayed copy of Pride and Prejudice. With a creaking groan, the floorboards just before the shelves lowered, revealing a set of stairs descending into darkness. Jack had to laugh. "Doesn't someone always want to read that book?" She practically snarled at him, her eyes now full-on yellow. "Not in this house!" They spoke no more as they went down the stairs, but Jack was at the ready should the crone decide to attack. "They will kill you for this," she said. At times, he'd rather they did, but now was not one of them. Not until he got his pound of flesh. Jack said nothing, but followed her deeper through the maze of small tunnels, lit here and there by hissing lamps. The weak light sent his shadow dancing against the rough stone walls, and the foul scent of kerosene and mildew filled his lungs. She stopped at a wood door riveted with golden bolts, and, after knocking once, punched a key code into the lock, one quite similar to those the SOS employed, and opened the door to reveal a cheery, bright room. Peach silk damask lined the walls, and heavy mahogany furniture supported the weight of 3 females and 1 male sitting around a dining table, illuminated by a brace of candles. The scent of cigar mingled with peach smoke. All eyes turned to Jack. "Mr. Jack Tallant to see you, sir," Cavendish all but snapped. She turned to go, long nose in the air and prim lips pressed, when Jack caught her by the throat and hauled her close. She gaped at him, her fingers clawing at his hand as he pressed against her windpipe. "You were there." He never forgot their eyes, not a one. All their stench. Wrinkled flesh mottled, showing patches of grey against pasty white. "I never touched you." She hadn't. They hadn't let her because she was just a servant, the one who collected the pans before they overflowed with his blood. Jack's sight went red, and he slammed her against the iron door frame. Her head connected with a thwack before she went limp. He let her fall, a crumple of rose silk skirts and sprawled demon limbs. Rendered senseless, the form of Mrs. Cavendish disappeared, and, in its place, a raptor demon lay. Jack stepped past it and into the room. "You certainly make an entrance," said Will Thorne, his arm draped across the back of his chair, his fanged smile curling in slight mockery. Jack paused long enough to look the bastard in the eye, then let his knife fly. It embedded itself in Thorne's shoulder with a thud, and the man flinched. "Fuck all, Jack!" Thorne hissed as he wrenched the knife free. You're in a pisser of a mood." His playmates hadn't moved, but the three women eyed Jack appreciatively. Will glanced at them. "Leave us." They obeyed without hesitation, walking past Jack as if he weren't there. Their scent was pure human. Collecting the fallen demon as they went, the women quietly closed the door behind them. Once they were gone, Jack rounded on Will. "You were to stay far away from me, not stroll out and make a bloody introduction to my partner." "Your partner?" The evil little smile of his grew. "Come now, we both know she's much more than that." A speculative look gleamed in Thorne's eyes. "I thought you vowed to keep away from Miss Chase, make it your life's work to antagonize her, what not." He waved a hand for emphasis. Jack tamped down a growl. "I've been forced to work with her. You, on the other hand, have no excuse." "What can I say?" Thorne shrugged, halting the movement with a wince as if he'd forgotten his injured shoulder. "I wanted to meet her. She appears in good health. For now." "Hell. She's of no importance." "I cannot even begin to measure the magnitude of that lie, my brother. I'm not your brother." "We were once as close as." Will's pale fists pressed into the arms of his chair as his icy eyes grew pure black. "And don't you forget it." "How could I?" Even in the unlikely event that Jack managed to forget his past, William Thorne would be there to remind him. "What do you want, Jack? You've interrupted my breakfast. And after the greeting I've just received, I'm not keen on inviting you to join me." Jack didn't want to spend another moment in this place, or with Will. He could barely stand to look at the man, not after he'd seen the bruising along the necks of the women who'd been sitting there. Blood partners, willing donors who enjoyed being fed upon. Jack's throat convulsed. The day he sat idle as another demon feasted on his blood fresh from the flesh was the day he severed his own spine. Coals glowed red behind the heating stove's black grate. "Give me the names of those who still live," he said. "I want the ones who did the most damage. I want the bastard who took me." Because there had been one. The sick fuck who had first sunk his teeth into Jack's neck. A dirty bastard who took the most, who decided who could have a turn and for how long. Jack almost doubled over at the memory, and it was all he could do not to retch. Will studied the bone goblet before him with undue interest. A lurching, cold feeling shivered through Jack's veins, and he laughed without humour. "God, I am a fool." He gripped the short hairs at the back of his head. "You're never going to let those names go, are you?" On a sigh, Will stood, his lean face almost pure white as he moved into the shadowed space where candlelight did not reach. "If the next—" "I don't want to hear it," Jack shouted. "Well, you are going to," Will volleyed hotly. "I've risked my arse to help you. Bad enough that you return the favour by leaving the bodies of our agents on our bloody doorstep." That had rather been the point, Jack thought bitterly. What he had not been able to tell Chase last night was that the plinth of Nelson's column hid a favoured entrance to the neck's lair. Jack took perverse pleasure in knowing that. Jack shook his head. "I cannot fathom why you continue to work for an organisation that thrives on misery." Will rounded the table. "We deserve the right to live outside of the shadows. Or have you forgotten those hours forced upon you, hours praying for forgiveness from a God who never showed?" "I forget nothing. Nor will I kill innocents because I am stronger than they are. That makes me no better than the men who put me on my knees." Says the one who has killed nearly 10 supernaturals in cold blood. Jack hauled Will close. Those were no innocents. His teeth snapped together with an audible click. They drank my blood. It burned to say it, to even think it, but the truth could not be denied. And though each kill had destroyed a bit more of his soul, Jack would have done it all over again. The heat left Will's light eyes. Aye, and they deserved to die for it. And the ones who took more than my blood, they do not. Jack could barely say the words through the hot constriction in his throat. The next let them do it to me. You and yours kept me there. I didn't even know, Will snapped back. And when I learned of their debauchery, I agreed to help you, did I not? Jack had to believe that, had he truly known, Will would have taken him out of that hell. But there were times when he wondered if he knew his old friend and partner at all. Then give me the rest, damn you, he said. Most of them are our top agents. I cannot reveal their names. If anyone finds out what I'm doing, I'm dead. I'm risking my arse for you, but it only goes so far, mate. Jack cursed and raked his fingers along his skull, if only to alleviate the pressure building beneath his bones. Did the next kill that shifter? Will's nostrils flared. Why the devil would we do that? He snorted in disgust. He was our biggest supplier. Hell, if you only knew how tasty his blood... Jack smashed his fist into Will's nose. The bony protuberance crunched against his knuckles. Shit! Will's hand flew up to his face. Stop fucking attacking me, or I will hit back! Giving Jack a baleful glare, the bastard wiped the blood with the back of his sleeve, and the crimson blood became a macabre beard. I'll keep waiting for you two. Jack would welcome a good knockdown fight with him. But we both know I can take you apart with one hand. Only because I took a blood oath not to hurt you, Will said bitterly. An oath Jack had talked him into when they were both ignorant lads of 14. Pity those oaths don't bind shifters in the same way they do sanguis. Jack almost grinned because, when he'd first imparted that small fact to Will, the demon had been bloody brassed off. The thought of them as children sobered Jack. He reached into his greatcoat and tossed Will a linen handkerchief. I never thought you'd stoop to taking shifter blood. Wiping at his face, Will still managed to roll his eyes. He offered it up, and gladly, you arse. Will spit upon the ground, then eyed Jack. We want supernaturals to rule this world. We don't abuse them. Jack snorted in sheer incredulity, and Will spoke over him. That business with you was personal, and you know it. Revenge against Ian, was it? Jack sneered. Or was it that I tried to stop Isley from taking over? Take your pick. You made enemies when you chose to side with the SOS. It was bloody stupid not to properly protect yourself against retaliation. Yet another regret that filled Jack's mouth with a foul taste. Will's shoulders wilted. Look, I don't know who is killing the shifters, but he's bad for business. The imposter bishop had destroyed the Nex's best shifter blood source. Given that he's mimicking your crimes, Will added, I think it's safe to assume he's taken umbrage with you, not the Nex. Jack watched Will carefully. Last night, after we left you, Chase and I were attacked by beings that were half man, half machine. She called them shadow crawlers. The interest in Will's eyes was evident, but they held no hint of guilt. What happened? Jack told him, and Will whistled long and low. Hell of a thing. Would have liked to see that, actually. I'll bet you would, Jack snorted. You've never heard of them? No. A wry smile pulled at Will's mouth. Though my specialty is extermination, not research. I'm done playing, Jack said in a low voice. You don't want to give me the names? Fine, I understand that. I'll find another way. Will glanced at him. The other way is staring you right in the face. Join us. Your blood is incredibly valuable now. Bargain with them. No. Jack slashed the air with his hand. I will not sink that low. He'd fallen enough because Will was next, and that made Jack guilty by association. Oh, now, Jack, do not waste an opportunity over righteous indignation. You're already as good as one of us, at any rate. Once in, it is for life. You've always known that. Will's hand lashed out and grabbed Jack's arm, shoving up his sleeve to expose his wrist. Look at that. Smooth, clear skin. Eyes flashed with dark humour and too much pity. Why am I not surprised that you hide it? Because it was a shame that he could not bear to look upon, and Will knew it. When Jack tore free, Will lifted his own arm, revealing the mark of the neck's tattooed upon his skin, holding it like a taunt. They saved us. Me, you, and Nicky. Jack didn't need reminding, as if he'd forget the ragtag group of orphans collected and trained by the necks to haunt the streets for funds and information. The Sanguis, the Shifter, and the half-breed. They'd formed their own little gang of terror, stealing from weaker human gangs before the fools even knew what had hit them. Nicky had been their leader. Following him had been the greatest mistake of Jack's life. Leave her! She's dead anyway, and the bobbies are coming! Jack pulled himself out of his crippling thoughts. Not that Will had noticed, for he was still sermonizing. When you couldn't breathe through the fucking hole shot in your chest, they brought you in. Jack shook him off. And when I wanted out, they beat me until I could not walk, see, or think. Just me and the pain. Who took me in then, Will? Will's upper lip curled. And what will your new little family do when they find out? When Ian Ranulph realizes his precious adoptive son is no better than the brother he'd been forced to overthrow? Because Ian's late brother had sympathized with the Nex's cause, and Ian most certainly did not. Deep inside himself, where it did not show, Jack trembled. The air grew thin. There was not enough of it to draw into his compressed lungs. His world was crumbling, and it was of his own making. Will laughed, short and ugly. And what of your sweet Mary? She is not mine. Never will be. Shit. The shaking within spread outward. Through clenched teeth, Jack got the words out. Leave her out of this. God, but the urge to run and seek her out, protect her from all of this, had his bones aching. But who would protect her from him? The constant knot in his stomach grew larger, harder. Or you'll kill me, Will offered. Jack searched his smirking face, the smothering, airless feeling pressing down on his chest. They both knew Jack could not do it. They were bonded by blood and circumstance. Neither of them could betray the other, because they both had too much to lose. Even so, Jack slowly shook his heavy head. I'll simply make you wish you were dead. Will's eyes grew cold. I already do, mate. And the pisser is, you know that if Mary should find out what you've done, she'll wish you were dead too. Chapter 9. I do not know how much I can tell you. This... Poole waved a hand in the direction of the crawler lying upon his dissecting table. Being far beyond my purview. He harumphed and bent closer to the body. At least the other beings you've brought me were made of flesh and bone, not like this mechanical nightmare. The crawler that had breathed fire was about 80% metal, though his eyes, glassy and staring up at the ceiling, were far too tortured for Jack's comfort. After a long night being beaten black and blue and having to spar with Will this morning, Jack was tired, irritable, and hungry. He moved closer to the table in the portly little surgeon. Perhaps concentrating on the fleshy bits instead of grousing might help. Poole narrowed his eyes at Jack. "Very amusing, Master Talent. Worse than Ranulph, you are. Certainly more of a pain in my—" He cut himself off with a quick, apologetic look at Mary Chase, who stood as far away from the table as she could without actually leaving the room. Wan and silent Chase, who, if Jack had to guess, was trying desperately not to cast up her accounts. She was going a bit green around the mouth. Jack quirked a brow at her, wondering if he ought to find an excuse to get her out of the room, but upon receiving a defensive frown turned back to Poole. "You can say arse in front of Chase, Mr. Poole. She's quite familiar with the word, I can assure you." "You being the greatest arse," Chase retorted blandly. Poole snorted. "Walked into that one, my boy." Yes, hadn't he? Why the devil in him wanted to provoke, he couldn't say. He'd been twitchy since setting eyes upon her this morning. Why it pleased him that she had the wherewithal to snipe back at him was a mystery as well. Chase stepped close, bringing the faintest scent of spice with her. The work lights caught the tiny gold earrings in the shape of the goddess Isis that she wore, and when she moved they glimmered, pulling his gaze to the delicate hollow just beneath her ear. Jack's entire body seized up, his awareness of her humming along his veins. Which was damned annoying. "The decomposition is quite advanced," she remarked, and Poole, of course, beamed. "Quite. What interests me, Mistress Chase, is that the deterioration only went so far, then halted." Beneath the harsh electric light of Poole's surgery, Chase's skin held a greenish cast, which may or not have been due to her aversion to death, but the smooth curve of her cheek and the lovely turn of her lower lip held Talent's attention. She was whole and well. A spot on his shoulder tingled, and the memory of her mouth there, licking and sucking, lingered. Suppressing a grunt of irritation, Jack adjusted his stance. "So, he was the Walking Dead, or is there another point you're both alluding to?" Both Poole and Chase peered back at him as if he'd said something rude, and Jack glared. Were we to spend endless minutes getting around to the fact that these things are part zombie and part machine? With exaggerated patience, Poole drew the thick examining spectacles he favoured from his breast pocket and put them on. "Don't know why anyone needs speak, seeing as you know all," he muttered, as he picked up a scalpel and bent very close to the crawler. Using the tip of the blade, he peeled back a flap of skin from a cut he'd previously made along the crawler's thigh. Beside Jack, Chase swayed a bit before steadying. He resisted offering her a hand. She would hate that, and he did not want to touch her, not after last night's exchange. That had been hard enough to walk away from. "What I can tell you," Poole went on in a crisp voice, "if you care to learn anything, is that this fellow was likely dead before these limbs were applied." "How can you tell?" Chase's question was weak, and her gaze darted to the foot of the table. Poole's blue eyes were big as moons behind his glasses as he glanced up. "Well, note the way the blood has collected along—" He broke off when Chase abruptly turned and left the room with haste. Jack watched her go, and then forced his attention back to the bodies upon the table. "I'd advise simply stating the facts with Chase next go-round." Poole nodded grimly. "Hides it better than Inspector Lane." There was no judgment in Poole's voice. Rare was the soul who did not become ill after, or during, a visit to his surgery. Jack pressed a knuckle to the underside of his chin as he studied the crawler that used to be Mr. Pierce. And this one. Poole assumed his brusque stance. I do not believe this one was dead before the change. However, look here. He pointed with his scalpel. He did not have artificial limbs applied. More like he was becoming metal. It's as if the gold melded with his flesh. Upon close inspection, gold seemed to blend like little gleaming fingers into his decomposing flesh. Reminds me of ivy, Jack murmured. You know, how it will attach to a house and encompass it. Yes, exactly. Poole shook his head. Strange business. He looked particularly gleeful about the notion. Regulators did not call him Poole the Ghoul for no reason. Jack straightened as Poole sighed. In all honesty, Master Talent, I suggest you have Mistress Evernight take a look at them. She's the mechanical expert after all. Mary braced her hand upon the cool plaster wall in a dark corridor of Poole's gruesome surgery and took another deep breath. Blast it! She could do better than this. How galling that she should lose her composure in front of Talent. Are you ready? Mary bolted upright at the sound of his deep, smooth voice. Damn that man, but he crept about on cat feet. And damn her for not quite being able to meet his eyes. Yes. Smoothing her skirt, she stood before him. She would not make excuses, but she could not quite find the strength to talk to him either. Oddly, Talent filled the silence for her. Here. He reached out, and she flinched, but with a perfunctory flick of his fingers, he merely tucked in a lock of hair that had dangled over her temple. His expression was grim, almost angry, as if she'd put him out. Another brusque touch at her sleeve straightened her gown where it had bunched. Mary could only gape up at him, and his frown grew. Without a word, he turned and crisply walked away. Mary found herself following. After a moment, he spoke. We're headed to Evernight's laboratory. She could feel his gaze running over her. I thought she might be able to tell us about the mechanics, he added, as if chastising her for not asking. Yes. Mary took another breath, hating her embarrassment. That is a good idea. Talent halted with a curse, and Mary stopped too. His eyes narrowed on her. So help me, Chase. If you grow meek-mouthed on me, I'll lock you up in the infirmary and have them examine you for madness. He lifted his large hand in annoyance. So you have an aversion to dead bodies. Why shouldn't you? They are foul. Murder is a foul business. If any one of us were in our right minds, we'd be as far away from all this as possible. His hard features darkened as he worked himself up. If you ask me, the ones who are immune to it all are already half dead. Don't lose what bit of humanity you have, Chase. It makes you better, not weaker. End of discussion. So just let go of this useless embarrassment, accept this about yourself, and get on with the damn case. He stopped there, apparently out of steam from his lecture, and having no more to say, he crossed his arms in front of him and simply glared. Mary's lip twitched. Lock me in the infirmary? Not bloody likely, Talent. I'd cut your knees out from under you before you took 2 steps. That haughty look he'd perfected grew in intensity. I wouldn't lay down a challenge if I were you, Chase. I might just take it up. With a sniff, she turned on her heel, her step light and brisk, and he followed easily. I'm all a quiver. His pace missed a beat before he muttered, I wouldn't be offering up that information either. Holly Evernight's laboratory was massive, bright and open with a grid of floor-to-ceiling windows. However, As it was also the workplace for a host of inventors, the bodies were brought into another room for privacy. "I've secured an area out of the way," Holly explained as she pushed back a pair of massive oak doors to reveal a cavernous room at the top of the building. Constructed like a greenhouse, the room was comprised entirely of glass and iron panels. Sunlight flooded the space, but since it was London, the light was grey and weak. A set of levers, linked to a network of large chains, made it possible to slide the roof open. Mary needn't wonder for what. She drew to a halt and gaped. "Is that—" Holly stopped beside her and beamed. "A dirigible, yes." Talent whistled long and low as he too took in the sight. "Never seen a model such as that." The dirigible was nothing new. In 1883, Mary, along with the rest of London, had read about the Frenchman Gaston Tissandier and the first electric-powered airship, a marvel of modern ingenuity. A year later, La France, the first fully controllable airship, made its maiden voyage. Heady times, yet Talent was correct. Those ships had been, in essence, hot air balloons attached to a motor and pilot's basket. What loomed over them was different. Shaped like an elongated cylinder, the balloon was about 100 feet long and painted in cloud-like patches of grey and white, much like London's typical sky. A web of wires hugged the stiff frame of the balloon and attached it to an enclosed pilot's cabin, also painted shades of grey. 2 enormous propellers hung off the back. The whole thing was suspended halfway off the floor by a network of steel girders. "I've always wondered what it would be like to fly," Mary said before she could think to stop the words. Talent glanced at her. "Do you not fly in spirit form?" "Yes," she said, keeping her eyes upon the airship, "but there is no physical sensation to it. I have my doubts as to whether it would be the same." She turned to him. "You've shifted into a bird before, yes? Is it lovely to fly?" His expression was so blank that she knew she'd surprised him. He took a moment before answering. "Yes," he answered with a breath. "It is lovely." She'd thought as much. Talent turned his attention back to the dirigible. "That is quite an airship, Evernight." "It is a semi-rigid construction," said Holly proudly, "which allows for strength and lightness of weight. The frame is a steel skeleton under a canvas skin. Not only is it fully maneuverable, but it reaches a top speed of 14 knots. Holly smiled up at the conveyance. "However, that is not what makes it special." She walked over to a large wooden cabinet fitted with numerous brass dials and knobs. Taking a key from around her neck, Holly slipped it into a slot upon the panel and turned it. Instantly the great airship began to hum, the floor beneath Mary's booted feet vibrating, and then the very skin of the airship seemed to shimmer before disappearing altogether. No need having Londoners see us up in the sky. Holly gave a nod that spoke of self-satisfaction. "I would explain how the process works, but it would likely bore you to tears." This much was true. Shortly after joining the SOS, Mary had become friends with Holly, finding a kinship in their shared social awkwardness. And while Mary enjoyed Holly's company, hearing her wax on in scientific terms often had Mary's mind drifting. "You, Mistress Evernight," Talent said with one of his rare grins, "are bloody brilliant. Have I ever said?" Mary could only blink in shock at his effusiveness. Holly, however, appeared accustomed to such praise from him, for she merely nodded, then added briskly, "Despite what you may think, Master Talent, flattery will not get your hands on all my toys." That grin stretched, and it twisted something in Mary's chest. "We shall see, Evernight." If you are through, Mary snapped. When they both looked at her in mild surprise, she made a vicious inward curse and modulated her voice. There is business to attend to. Which did not include Talent flirting with Holly. They could do that on their own time. Of course, said Holly. This way. In uncomfortable silence, they entered a small chamber to the side. Mary braced herself for the inevitable nausea and lightheadedness, but was pleased to see that the bodies were tucked inside an alcove where Mary did not have to look at them. Talent took it upon himself to assist, and, donning thick rubber gloves and a heavy smock, had the grim task of retrieving mechanical devices for Holly to inspect. Grudgingly, Mary accepted Talent's advice and simply waited as far away from the bodies as possible. Let's see now, said Holly, when they'd finally cleaned off poor Mr. Pierce's gold heart. This device is, as far as I can determine, a gim heart. Midnight blue eyes, framed by thick black lashes, turned to look at Mary. Quite elegant hardware you gim possess, dearest. She started to smile, but glanced at Talent, as if just remembering he was there, and a wash of pink touched her cheeks. Discussion of a gim's heart was akin to asking another supernatural what sort of knickers she wore, and everyone in the room understood as much. As for Mary, she refused to look at Talent. True, it was simply her heart Holly had referred to, but it did not quell the feeling that part of her had been mercilessly exposed. That is to say, Holly began awkwardly, I merely meant— Let us not try to step around the elephant in the room, Mary said with a small smile in her voice. Say what you need to say, and do not worry about my tender sensibilities. Talent moved near, his big body sending a shadow over her as he blocked out one of the electric lights. Get on with it, Evernight. Holly went back to her examination. This one here. She pointed to the heart taken from the massive crawler whose identity remained unknown. Is quite interesting. It is close in design to those of the Gim, in that one cannot detect a single weld mark, and the gears are of a similar style. Mary did not want to know how or when Holly had had the chance to inspect Gim hearts. However, said Holly, unlike the golden heart of the Gim, the material used is an outdated blend of iron. She picked up a scalpel and scraped along the outer edge of the heart. With her free hand, she pulled on a pair of massive goggles and peered at the fillings. Yes, you can see it quite well here. Talent gave Mary a look clearly stating he'd take Holly's word on that account. Mary bit the bottom of her lip to keep from smiling back. Holly lifted her goggles and frowned a bit as she studied the hearts lying side by side. Go on, Mistress Evernight, Talent said, knowing, as most regulators who consulted with Holly did, that she had a propensity for drifting off in mid-thought. In broad terms, if you please. A reluctant amusement glinted in Holly's eyes. Very well. The older heart is not as efficient. It is bigger, the gears clumsy and not well designed. She gestured to the hearts upon her table. Just look at them side by side. Even a novice should be able to see the difference. Mary studied the hearts. I wonder. Out with it, Chase. Talent's hard features were even more so than usual, and she knew suddenly that he wanted to be out and about, searching. A restless soul. It simply struck me that, while the older crawler very well could be one of Adam's early experiments, Mr. Pierce is not. He possesses a Gim heart, yes, but if he were a true Gim, he would not be, well, a veritable physical mess. Holly grinned wide. My thoughts as well. See there. Her thin, pale finger pointed to the golden gim heart that had found its way into Mr. Pierce. A thick weld mark ran down the curve along what would be the left ventricle. It has been repaired. A jolt of understanding and dark dread went through Mary. There is a saying that one must possess a Gim's soul to possess a Gim's heart. She glanced at both Talent and Holly. If you try to take our heart without earning our soul, our heart will break. Pretty words, murmured Talent, but it sounds as though you are suggesting this is more than a bit of poetic fluff. That is exactly what I am suggesting, Master Talent. She studied the broken heart. To my knowledge, no one has ever tried to steal a Gim heart until now. Perhaps the heart truly did crack upon theft. In some ways it makes sense. Adam gave us a clockwork heart so that he might control us. I can well imagine him placing that sort of proprietary restriction upon the device. Mary looked at Holly. Would the break and subsequent weld affect function? Holly bent close to the heart, gingerly turning it this way and that. Given the precision of the design, I should think it highly likely that the break would hinder performance. Talent grunted, then tapped his chin with one long finger. Tell me more about Adam and these crawlers, Chase. There isn't much in the way of hard facts. These are stories. Before now, I cannot recall anyone having actually seen a crawler, but it is said that they were the very first beings Adam created. Unlike with the Gim, there were no souls waiting to find a new home or for extended life. Her lips pressed together as a bitter taste flooded her mouth. It is said that he simply found a dead body and tried to revive it. She glanced at a horrified Holly and a grim-faced Talent. Of course, the results were disastrous, as the body was nothing more than a mindless machine. Mary stared at the hearts. So he found souls to place in them. That, too, was a failure, because the damage was already done to the body. She grimaced. If the brain has started to decay, then the body is not a good candidate. In the silence she risked a look, not at Talent, but toward Holly. Now, I do not know if part of his failure was also because the bodies he used for the first ones were demonic, not human. Law says that demons, shifters, and lichens cannot be turned into Gim as their bodies do not accept the invasion of metal within their systems. Holly glanced in the direction of where the bodies lay covered with a shroud. Pierce was a shifter, and the other one, his eyes appear black now. A demon? Looks like it. Talent turned to Mary. So Adam turned his focus on fresh human bodies. Irreverent bloke, isn't he? I'm surprised his Primus brethren didn't come after him for such offences. Perhaps they tried. All I know is that eventually Adam learned to use more of his magic. Now, when he creates a Gim, the heart, our revived health, all of it, occurs with a touch of his hand. Talent stared down at the two clockwork hearts. At the risk of jumping to conclusions, someone else appears to be trying their hand at creation. Chapter 10. Poppy Lane listened to their report without moving. The past 2 days' discoveries had pushed their case up to the top of Mother's priorities, and Poppy called them into her office as soon as they'd finished with Holly. She reclined in her desk chair, her booted feet propped upon the desk, her pale fingers tented beneath her chin. 2 years ago, before going off to battle a demon, she'd hacked off her hair, an act that, Mary knew, had left Inspector Lane nearly in tears. Now Mrs. Lane's growing hair was swept back in a severe, if sparse, bun, leaving her clean profile stark against the dark walls of her office. "I heard from Lucien this morning," Mary said. He remembers releasing one Eugenia White from her contract with the GIM in 1844. She's had ample opportunity to make a slave pact with someone. Mary glanced at Talent. He'd been relatively quiet, foregoing even his usual snide remarks. "I gather you found nothing further, Master Talent?" He stirred, as if the whole business bored him. "No. The only significant difference in the crime is the obvious. It was not Pierce, but a raptor demon posing as Pierce." "Why turn Pierce into a crawler?" Mary asked. "If his blood is so valuable. Why kill the raptor disguised as Pierce, for that matter, when all it served to do was alert us to the abduction?" Talent's eyes narrowed as if he was annoyed at her question. "We cannot yet say with any authority that whoever killed the raptor also made Pierce a crawler." The muscle along his jaw bunched. "You do realize that Pierce might have been sold on the black market for experiments?" On that pleasant thought, the room fell silent. "I do not know if it is of any significance," said Mary, "but we found this at the scene in Trafalgar Square." She pulled the feather out of her pocket and handed it to Mrs. Lane. Even that small contact sent a zing of power down her fingers. Mrs. Lane's straight brows lifted. An angel's feather. She held the thing with care, touching only the very base with her fingertips. Extraordinary. Angel. Mary took back the proffered feather and carefully tucked it away. "Are you quite sure?" An angel hadn't been sighted in London since 1666, during the Great Fire of London. That catastrophe had apparently occurred when a fallen angel decided to set London ablaze in an attempt to cripple England during its war with the Dutch. "Quite," Mrs. Lane said smartly. "Can you not feel the power in it?" Her pale lips flattened. "Dark and disturbed. I would guess that particular plumage belongs to a fallen." "Christ," said Talent. "That is just what we need, an incalculably strong and likely mad immortal to add to the mix." "Why do you assume mad?" Mary asked. His expression turned cold. "The older ones usually are, and fallen are older than dirt." Poppy nodded in an absent sort of way. "Sometimes they are mad, and there will be times when a fallen will be standing right in front of you, and you will never know it because they appear so human." She gave a brief, small smile. "They aren't inclined to reveal their true nature to anyone other than one of their own kind, nor are they inclined to mix with other immortals." "Someone would have seen a fallen flying about," said Talent. "Can't mistake something that big for a bloody bird." Mary almost laughed, but caught herself at the last moment. "Yes, but how many people ever look up? And there is our lovely London fog to hide in, is there not?" Poppy shook her head. "Perhaps you two are unaware of this, but a fallen can shift his appearance as well as you can, likely even better. A person might very well see a bird when one flies overhead." With a sigh, Mrs. Lane sat back once more and idly tapped her lip with her forefinger. "So, we have an identity stolen, dead shifters and raptors, shadow crawlers running amok, and now possibly a fallen interfering. What a bloody mess." She turned then, her dark gaze sharp and waiting. What is the connection? The real question was, how was it all linked to Jack Talent? Mary might have considered him guilty of killing raptors, but to kidnap a fellow shifter, make a shadow crawler, she couldn't fathom it. Mercer had to have been lying to her. But why? "It is impossible to tell," Talent answered before Mary could. "With this shift in his pattern, it will be difficult to track the killer at the moment." "Not entirely," Mrs. Lane said. As it appears he has a new taste for shifters, we'll have to find a way to catch him in the act." Her legs swung down as she sat upright and pulled a sheet of paper from a file. "The list of remaining shifters," she said, handing it to Mary, "one of whom is in America at the moment, visiting relatives." Mary read over the list, aware that Talent hadn't moved to take it from her or even read the thing. "That leaves a Jonathan Dearmont, 10th Earl of Derby, and—" Mary trailed off as she read the name. Mrs. Lane's hard gaze flashed to Talent just as Mary's did. "Master Talent," said Mrs. Lane, finishing for her. Mary's blood ran cold. Was he a target, or simply making himself the last shifter left in London? Her head throbbed. Talent's sneer was chilling, but a certain dark humour dwelled within his gaze. "Perhaps I should just offer myself up at Trafalgar Square and be done with it." He did not appear to mind the prospect. A wry smile tilted Mrs. Lane's lips. "My sources tell me Lord Derby has arrived from Hampshire this afternoon. We shall make arrangements to watch him. After that, we'll see if you need to be offered up for bait." Holly Evernight loved her job. It was what she'd been born to do. Inventing was in her blood. From her grandfather Eamon to her cousins, the Evernights viewed the world differently. Possibility. Potential. Life was filled with them. One did not look at a gun and ask, "How do I refine it?" One looked at a gun and asked, "How do I make it extraordinary?" A thing was not defined by its limits, but by its potential to reach beyond them. Holly often thought people would do well to subscribe to the same practice and reach beyond society's expectations, which was precisely why she loved the SOS, for it never set limits. Yet even the most dedicated worker must at some point rest, a fact Holly could concede a few hours after her meeting with Mary and Talent. She rubbed her dry eyes and set down her propelling pencil. The design she worked on wavered before her, a sure sign to call it a day. Or night, rather. The lofty space of her workshop was quiet and still, wide shafts of blue moonlight pouring in clean lines through the big windows. For a moment, she simply stared at the geometric grid the moonbeams made upon the marble floor, then shook herself out of the trance. Clean-up took but a moment. Locking away her drafts, Holly moved on limbs that had gone as stiff as cooled India rubber. Outside, in the main halls of the SOS, regulators drifted around. Their natural, free-flowing conversations pinged like brittle tin against Holly's ears. She was not accustomed to social interaction. Indeed, it drained her and took time away from better things, such as the next invention. But she tried to offer a smile in return for the ones given her. Heading toward the tunnels and the way out, Holly came to a halt when the massive iron doors swung open and a pair of fellows came in pushing a trolley between them. Beneath a black pall was the lumpy form of a body. One man caught her gaze, and his hooded eyes lowered as if he hadn't the right to look at her. It was a ridiculous notion, but one that baggers tended to stick to, for few of their colleagues wanted anything to do with them. Baggers had the inglorious job of prowling the streets for bodies. Should they find any of a supernatural nature, they picked them up and brought them in for inspection and disposal. A grim bunch. Regardless, Holly understood death as a natural progression of life, and so she gave the man a decided nod. "Good morning, Mr. Kane. Or evening, rather." Her smile felt awkward. "I tend to muddle the time." His black brows lifted a fraction, but he nodded back. "Mistress Evernight?" His voice was a deep burr, rough as broken glass, but welcoming enough. Not that he paused. He and his partner, a stocky fellow whose name eluded her at the moment, walked on, his partner giving her the side-eye as if he wondered over her sanity because she had talked to them. But he nodded as well and gave a curt, "Miss?" Holly, however, caught the distinct acrid scent of an electrical fire. That it was mixed with the unfortunate aroma of roasted flesh did not stop her from stepping forward. "A moment, gentlemen." They paused, the large Mr. Kane lifting those thick brows of his once again, but he did not speak. "Has this poor person been burned by electrical shock?" Now his partner joined him in raised brows. "It isn't anything you'll be wanting to see, miss." "I gather not," she agreed. "However, as my current specialty is electrical devices, I may be asked to give my opinion regardless." She motioned to the body. "If I could take a look?" The man bristled, but Kane lifted back the pall. The sight was gruesome. Melted flesh, black singed clothes, and a gaping hole where the fellow's chest ought to be. Most definitely death by electrical shock. Holly swallowed sharply, then leaned closer. There in that bloody, gory cavity were the remnants of metal. "He was a gim," she said, peering at the network of finely wrought valves that were attached to the various arteries and veins. The sheet flicked back over the body, and Holly gave a start. Coal-black eyes met hers. "As you say, miss," Kane murmured before pushing off without so much as a "by your leave." Holly stared after the silent pair, the squeaking wheels of the trolley echoing in the dim space. With a suppressed sigh, she left for the tunnels. Outside, the air was icy and sharp, and she sucked in a good lungful, trying to refresh her sluggish brain. To her right lay the Palace of Westminster, looming so high and proud that it blocked the moon. Coaches rattled by, and the sound of the city filled the void. Holly moved toward the hack stand where an SOS guard stood in disguise, his job to keep watch over all comings and goings from this particularly busy entrance. But before she could take another step, something slammed into her, and a hard hand clamped over her mouth. Holly had no time to swing a fist before she was dragged back into the shadows. She thought she heard someone shout her name, but the sound was muffled. From the periphery came a glimpse of pale hair and the flashing of green eyes. The hand pressed so hard that tears prickled her eyes, just as a pinch at her neck sent a jolt of pain and the welcoming oblivion of darkness. Chapter 11. "How is it that an earl is a shifter?" Mary asked as she and Talent danced around the Earl's elegant ballroom. Conversation was necessary. Having been dispatched to watch over the Earl of Derby, the last remaining shifter in London, aside from Talent, they'd been obliged to dance, as the activity brought them closer to their mark. It also brought them into close contact with each other. A notion that had glared like scorching sunlight upon Mary when Talent gruffly took her hand and led her out to the dance floor. The first touch of his hand upon her waist had brought her into stiff resistance, and for the first few notes of the waltz they'd stumbled around the floor in awkward mutual reluctance, any sense of grace destroyed by their attempts to remain at a distance. But now Talent leaned in a touch, and his warmth enveloped her. It runs in his family. He is one of the few who chose not to hide himself in another life. "I suppose the fact that he holds a title is a good motive to remain as he is," Mary murmured. In the golden, hazy candlelight of the ballroom, Talent's eyes glinted as he scanned the crowd, his features arranged in a scowl of concentration and vague disapproval. Dressed in fine evening kit, his hair tamed for once, and his cheeks clean-shaven, Talent certainly appeared the part of an entitled gentleman, if one overlooked the frenetic strength emanating from him. He stood a head taller than she, his large body buffering her from the writhing sea of people who ebbed and flowed in the swirling turns of the dance. You being the other shifter who lives out in the open? Mary spoke her mind without forethought, but instantly cursed herself for her words. His perusal of the room halted, and he lowered his gaze to her. And me. Darkness flickered in his eyes, and she knew that he was thinking the same thing she was, of the demons who had held him because of his blood. And because Jack Talent had never hidden who he was, they'd known to take him. Cursing inwardly once more, Mary resumed studying their mark. Lord Derby was a well-made piece, glossy and fine-featured, save for the bump along the thin blade of his nose, a flaw that only served to enhance his devil-may-care facade. Brightly handsome in the way of Lucian stone, he seemed to reflect the light about him, drawing ladies and gentlemen toward him to flutter like moths about his luminescence. The man turned to greet yet another coyly smiling lady, and the candlelight caught the bronze highlights in his hair. In some ways, the Earl of Derby made an ideal mark. Wealthy, and known for his libidinous ways, he was constantly in the public eye, and was thus easy to follow without drawing much notice. Should he be cut down, however, it would cause an uproar in London. Without warning, Talent's low voice was at her ear, a pleasant, flinty vibration along her bones. Do you find him pretty, Chase? Perhaps we ought to consider a close contact assignment. She needn't look to know he studied Derby as she did. His voice grew colder, harder. A willing bed partner who could watch him day and night? Anger coursed along her spine like a bolt of electricity, but she merely turned her head slightly, causing her hair to brush along Talent's face. But she smiled, her pretty, false party smile, and set her eyes on the room while she set him down. Do not attempt to whore me, Talent. That would make you a panderer, roles that give neither of us the credit we deserve. She expected a harsh rebuttal, but he lowered his lashes, his cheeks going ruddy. You are correct. I apologize. His fingers pressed into her back, a light touch, but one that she felt far too keenly for comfort. I shall rephrase, he said, as he guided them around the perimeter of the room. Perhaps a dance with Derby might bring us some clue as to what he does or does not know. For Derby could be either prey or the predator they sought. A good plan, she admitted, but I am not the one to entice Derby. Years of watching her mother work had given Mary insight into men's preferences. She'd been taught to calculate them at a glance. Talent snorted. Then you must suffer delusions, madam. The absolute certainty of his tone had her nearly bumbling a step. A woman is not going to charm secrets from him. She focused her attention back to the spectacle of Derby and his women. He's surrounded by them all the time, thus he is accustomed to their wiles. Talent frowned slightly as he looked to her and then Derby. I think you're blind to your charms, Chase. Perhaps you are correct, but Derby just might be fickle enough if you gave him a good challenge. She laughed shortly and kept her gaze resolutely just beyond Talent's broad shoulder. All men want to challenge Talent. That much I do know. They executed a sweeping turn, Talent's wide palm pressing firmly against the small of her back, guiding her, supporting her, and a tingle of warmth spread along that spot. Perhaps they do, but I'll let you in on a secret. He leaned infinitesimally closer. We also need to know that there is some hope of getting what we want. She glanced at his face. He hadn't expected her to look up at him. It was clear in the way he flinched slightly, as though caught, and she realized he'd been staring at her. She was not foolish enough to think he wanted her, not when anger and resentment coloured nearly all of their encounters, but she found herself wondering, what was it Jack Talent wanted and could not have? She looked away, unaccountably flustered. They grew silent, deferring to the music and the light sounds of their not-so-steady breathing. It was far too easy to let her thoughts slip to the fact that he was holding her, not in anger or strife, but carefully and with skill. Too easy to soak in the warmth of his mouth near her temple and the crisp scent of his skin. A heavy stillness fell between them, as if he too became overly aware. His movements grew more deliberate, a gentle glide, an arcing turn that seemed to hang in time, forcing her to feel the strength in his large body and what it was capable of doing. "You dance well," she murmured, desperate for something to say, if only to break the spell he wove. Talent let the words drift off before answering, his voice sun-warmed slate now. "There are many things I do well." He could not possibly be flirting. Mary turned her head toward him. A mistake, for his blunt chin brushed against her temple, and a sizzle of sensation licked along her skin. His warm breath touched her ear, a teasing lilt in his voice. A four-in-hand knot, the one-punch knockout, ham and mustard sandwiches. Mary found herself smiling, and the crest of her cheek grazed his lower lip. A hitch caught in her chest. "I do not believe that last one can be counted. How difficult can it be for one to excel at sandwich-making?" A soft rumble vibrated along his frame and into hers. Talent chuckling. She could barely fathom it. And then his lips were a hair's breadth away from the sensitive spot just before her earlobe. "Shows what you know, Chase. A multitude of catastrophes can occur when constructing a sandwich. Too much mustard?" He spun her around, making her dizzy. "Uneven bread? Not enough ham? No, Chase. You cannot approach the task willy-nilly." Despite the confusing heat that thrummed through her limbs, a light laugh left her. "Willy-nilly, shilly-shally. Your vocabulary veers towards shocking frivolity, Master Talent." He paused a beat, and then she could feel him smile. He murmured warmly. "And yet why do I suspect that pleases you, Mistress Chase?" His hand upon her back eased up an inch, a smooth, subtle move, and her lids fluttered closed, her fingertips sliding just beneath his silk lapel, and all the delicious muscles along his shoulders tensed. "Does it?" she whispered. Her voice betrayed her, for God help her, she did like this version of Jack Talent. And as if he'd realized this startling fact as well, he drew back just enough to look down at her. "Does it?" Heartbeat thundering in her breast, she slowly raised her gaze to his face. He'd said it lightly, a quip, and yet a certain wistfulness tainted his words. The moment drew close, long enough for her to count the light scattering of freckles at the edges of his bottle-green eyes, 4 on the left, 6 on the right, a honey dust that was only noticeable up close. As if unable to bear her study, he lowered his lids, and his gaze settled on her mouth. A mistake, too, for now she felt the throb inside her lips, as though they needed to be touched. "Chase." The rough, almost awkward intensity of his voice had her breath stopping altogether, but then his gaze flickered up as if some movement beyond caught his eye, and his expression hardened, even as he slowed and took a step back. Then he let go. A man stepped before them, his pale jade eyes gleaming in amusement. "Lucian." Oh, Cher. Lucien caught up Mary's limp hand and kissed it. You shine like the sun in the night sky of this room. His gaze wandered over her, warm and melancholy, and guilt expanded within her belly and had her lavender silk gown feeling too tight. His smile grew. You humble me as always, my dove. Unfortunately aware of the man glowering at her side, Mary answered Lucien pleasantly nevertheless. Hello, Lucien. She gave each of his cheeks a buss. And what are you doing here? She had missed him, even if she'd rather have seen him without talent. Charming the knickers off unsuspecting ladies, one hopes. Lucien's grin was unrepentant until he let his attention slide to talent. Then all humour fled. If it isn't the happy-go-lucky Mr. Talent. You know, I could all but feel you sucking the joy out of the room from across the way. Mary cringed. Lucien was well aware of Talent's attitude toward her, and he'd often offered to kick the young pup's ass. Not that she hadn't appreciated his concern now and then, but at the moment she would really rather kick Lucien. Next to Lucien, Talent's form was so large and muscular that he appeared a dockhand, one quite ready to take a swing. His mouth drew in a tight smile. Mr. Stone, out prowling for new prey? Odd, I didn't think you could catch any flies without your particular brand of honey. The smile grew into a sneer. Or do you carry your drugs in one of those gaudy baubles you're wearing? Ice crept over Lucien's eyes, but he answered easily. Admire my rings, do you? He ran a thumb over the enormous ruby he wore on his middle finger. Play nice, and perhaps we can come to an arrangement. You know I'm open to all sorts of experiences. Mary fought not to close her eyes and wish herself elsewhere. There would be no living with Talent now. I'm certain you are. Talent did not look at her, but she felt his judgment all the same. His square jaw bunched as he glared at Lucien. I'm tempted to offer a rejoinder about you experiencing my foot up your arse, but you aren't worth the bother. He walked away, never looking back. Such a pleasant fellow, Lucien mused. I envy you working with him. Oh, yes, Mary said lightly. And it shall be a delight now. She snapped open her fan and waved it hard, as if that might somehow blow him away too. Why do you needle him so? Lucien's flawless face glowed beneath the lights. Because I can. With a flick of her wrist, she let the fan snap shut. I knew the answer, Lucien. I merely wondered if you might think for once on how your selfishness reflects upon me. High colour stained his cheeks. I do not like you partnering with that man. Lucien, I am not, nor was I ever your property. I thought myself your friend, but perhaps I was wrong. His mouth fell open, the colour draining from his cheeks. Cher. Do not bother. I am working, and would appreciate it if you stayed out of my and Talent's way. She left, annoyed at him for starting up, at Talent for taking the bait, and at herself for feeling guilty about all of it. Men, she thought, could go bugger themselves. Jack hated losing his temper, which was hilarious, really, given how often he lost it now. Piss and shit, but he ought to have kept his damn mouth shut. The last thing in the bloody world he wanted was to give Chase and Stone the satisfaction of letting them know how much it bothered him to see them together. Stone he simply wanted to kill every time he saw the man. The smug triumph that lit Stone's eyes, and the knowledge that he'd had Jack by the bollocks all these years, made Jack want to punch something. Jack ground his teeth. He'd kept his word to Stone, and done a thorough job of it. Hell, Chase had detested him for the past 4 years. The fact that the bloody man felt the need to taunt Jack regardless was the last straw. But his anger deflated with his next breath. It was for the best. He'd been outright flirting with Chase. Shocking and stupid. He could not get close to her, because he'd continue to maintain his pact with Stone, and with himself, even if it killed Jack. Hell, this whole night was an exercise in futility. Jack's gut told him this wasn't about shifters, not with the murder mirroring the bishop's earlier kills of demons. Whatever the motive, Jack feared he was being set up and it would lead directly back to him. But he couldn't very well tell Poppy and Chase, "Sorry, loves, you're both barking up the wrong tree." The crowd tightened around him. Laughter flowed, raking over his skin, and the scent of ripe bodies doused in flowery perfumes plucked at his nostrils. Humans in silks and satins, worm threads. The odd visual stuck until all he could see was bodies wrapped in colourful, wriggling cocoons. Devil take all, he needed air. He wasn't going to get it, though. Not when Lord Darby stepped in front of him, the shine of his golden hair almost blinding in the light of 1,000 candles. Jack repressed the urge to squint. Another bloody peacock. "Master Talent." White teeth flashed. "I gathered the SOS would come crawling about soon enough. I expect Director Wilde's note explaining the situation would have been your first clue." It had been delivered to Darby post-haste, and an invitation to this accursed ball had arrived at headquarters soon thereafter. Jack gleaned some small enjoyment from watching Darby's simper fall to irritation. With a clipped toss of his chin, the Earl bade him to follow. As it was his duty to discuss certain things with Darby, Jack acquiesced. Darby led him to a small parlour where lamps had been lit and a merry fire crackled in the grate. The ready room, far from the ball, led Jack to believe that Darby had words for him as well. "I'm so glad they sent one of my kind," Darby said as he closed the door. "It makes me feel quite protected." Etiquette was a bizarre business. Supernatural's warren of rules was no exception. In general, one did not discuss one's genus upon first meeting. It was akin to asking what colour knickers someone wore, or, as in this case, it was an attempt to put Jack in his place by conveying that he was unworthy of basic privacy. Unfortunately, Jack had long ago ceased to care about manners. "Good," Jack deadpanned. "Then I needn't worry about explaining how you ought not do anything foolish like running about on your own." "I see you are working with Lucian's little bird," Darby said lightly. "Lovely creature." The mockery in Darby's eyes made it clear he'd aimed to hit Jack's underbelly with that volley. And while it irked, what bothered Jack more was the way Darby spoke of Chase. She'd left Stone 2 years ago, and still all of London's underworld thought of her as his property, as though she had an ownership of her own life. "I'm working with SOS regulator Mistress Chase," Jack corrected patiently, as if instructing a slow-witted student. "And though we shall be shadowing you for the foreseeable future, neither of us has any intention of getting in your way." He gave the man a magnanimous smile. "Pretend we aren't even here." Darby's lip twitched in obvious annoyance. Though Jack had been the one to tweak Darby's temper, Jack did not hold the sentiment against the man. He'd be damned furious if the SOS put 2 shadows on his arse. Not that he would admit as much, not after Darby had run Chase through the mud. As if he were closing a curtain, Darby's temper ended with a pivot toward a spindly-legged drinks cart. With undue care, he poured 2 glasses of port before turning back to hand one to Jack. The cool crystal stem felt as fragile as ice between Jack's big fingers. He held it steady and watched Darby take a contemplative sip of his drink. Despite their sparring, the Earl appeared relaxed. His shifter scent was light, masked by expensive cologne and a liberal application of pomade. There was no indication as to how strong a shifter Darby was. Physical size meant little. It was quick thinking and the ability to shift into something unexpected that won battles. Darby studied him with equal intensity. "I heard about what they did to you." Jack tensed so quickly that his skin tingled. He stared back at Darby, willing himself not to react, not to fucking blink. Only his family and one other knew the details of what had truly happened to Jack. Bad enough, that. But nearly every supernatural knew he'd been held and his blood forcibly stolen. An utter humiliation. Darby's half-smile was annoyingly sympathetic. "We shifters have never received the proper respect. The Necks and their minions disgust me." Jack didn't want sympathy, and he didn't want a bloody friend. "Have you noticed anything unusual of late?" he tossed out, just to see how Darby would react. "Aside from regulators skulking about?" Darby gave a tight smile. "No." He cocked his head, and his carefully combed and shellacked hair shone bright. "Why is it, do you theorize, that the bishop has turned his attention to shifters? Jealousy, perhaps? Hate? I couldn't wager a guess at this time. Cannot, or will not." Jack did not know why Darby's questions sounded like a taunt, but he didn't like it. "Have you a theory?" Darby shrugged. "I'd say he was trying to send a message." Jack's gaze sharpened, but Darby merely took a casual sip of his drink before finishing. "But that's your burden to discover, not mine. Hence my presence here." That ugly thing, a strange emotion Jack couldn't quite pinpoint, pushed along the edges of Darby's fallacious smile. Yet when he spoke, it was all lightness and lordly boredom. "I'm going to take 2 up to my bed when this party is over, and I'm going to fuck them. Rigorously." He quirked a golden brow, his gaze measuring. "Are you and your lovely little partner up for watching?" Jack set his untouched glass down. "We'll be watching your house. If you need an audience to perform, then fuck in your ballroom for all I care." Darby laughed. "An interesting idea. However, I find I rather like the idea of regulators watching. Perhaps Mistress Chase can give me a little rap on the knuckles if I fail to perform to satisfaction." His smile grew dark, luxuriant. "Are you certain I cannot persuade you? Or perhaps you'd care to join in?" "Do these taunts ever work?" Jack asked idly. "For I confess, they bore me." "What would it take to shock you then, Mr. Talent?" "I understand it chafes to be guarded. Unfortunately, you have 2 choices. Leave the country and go into hiding until this is over, an option Jack would greatly prefer, or bear the inconvenience." High colour blazed across Darby's cheeks just before a snarl rent through his clenched teeth. "Unless this bishop is the bloody Prince of Darkness himself, I will tear his head off before he gets within 2 feet of me." So confident, and yet he's killed 2 shifters. Darby waved a hand. "Weaklings who never saw him coming." He laughed lightly. "Believe me, the bastard doesn't stand a chance." "Then I don't have to worry about saving your ass. My partner and I will instead focus on capturing him." Jack adjusted one of his cuffs, and the gesture, one that he hadn't bothered with in ages, felt good. Thank you for being our bait. Chapter 12. I don't believe I'll ever get over how tedious it is to do a watch. Talent's voice, though lower than a whisper, was crystal clear in the sharp morning air. It was a quip, given the situation, and one much appreciated by Mary just then. Since he'd returned, he hadn't spoken more than necessary, except to proclaim Darby a peacock nitwit of the first order. Mary, who stood scant inches away from him on the rooftop facing Darby's open bedroom window, huddled down further in her thick cloak. She'd changed into thick woolen trousers, a heavy tunic and fur-lined boots, all the easier to move quickly and efficiently should the need arise. Even so, her feet were numb, her fingertips and nose too, but she wouldn't complain. The waiting is much more comfortable in the astral plane, I can tell you. Though impossible now, since she needed to be prepared for a physical confrontation should the killer show. God give her the strength, for her spirits were flagging. The ball had lasted until 3 in the morning, but Talent and Mary still had to watch over Darby for hours more. Regulators Honeychurch and Evans would take over the next evening. But until then they'd had to suffer. Just their luck that Darby had left his curtains open and proceeded to have intercourse with both a man and a woman until the sun came up and rode high in the sky. Now it was afternoon, and the bloody shifter was still going at it, with another couple. When working for Lucian, Mary had seen all manner of sexual acts, from the profane to the mundane. It meant nothing to her. In truth, the more she saw of the act, the less she was inclined to partake in it. But to watch while forced to stand next to Talent was another matter. So she did what she'd done her entire life, and sank deep into herself where such things ceased to matter, where it was nothing more than moving shapes and flashes of colour. Strangely, Talent seemed as unaffected as she, as though the whole business were no different from observing London street traffic on the Strand. Given Talent's views on swiving, Mary would have assumed he'd be fairly blushing by now. But nothing about Talent or this case made sense to her. While she could readily imagine him killing raptor and sanguis demons, she could not fathom why he'd hurt shifters or make crawlers. She'd seen his face when the shadow crawlers attacked. He'd been gobsmacked. He could not be the bishop, she decided. He simply could not. Mary only wished the tense bands along her neck would ease with that thought. Next to her, Talent stirred, and she felt his attention upon her like a touch. "How does it feel?" he asked after a moment. "To roam about as a spirit?" A start of surprise tugged at her chest. He'd always acted as though the very nature of a gim was repulsive to him. The bloody man constantly set her off balance, and she wondered if he did so purposefully. She licked her dry lips before answering. "It feels wonderful, limitless, freeing." Her breath hit the high collar of her cloak before bouncing back warm against her cheeks. "You'd be surprised what burdens we carry within our flesh." "No," he said, low and dark. "I wouldn't." She risked a glance and found him glaring down at Darby's house. He caught her looking, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. "I envy you the ability to escape it." When she didn't reply, for really she couldn't speak just then, he asked another question. "Do you miss being with them?" The Gim. In many ways her job with the SOS was the same, but there was one crucial difference. Whereas once she had worked for hire, regardless of circumstance, now she worked to keep peace and order. It was a balm to the soul. "No," she said. He was silent. They stood, unmoving, the cold air surrounding them, save where their shoulders nearly touched and their body heat mingled. Neither of them was foolish enough to forego that small comfort. A long day lay ahead of them, and they needed to keep what strength they could. Mary fought the urge to move closer still. She hated that she craved his warmth. She hated touching others. Yet not him. Why? Why, when he'd been her enemy for so long? "Are you happy?" His abrupt question had her turning. Talon's hands were stuffed deep into his pockets, marring the lines of his simple working overcoat, his brow furrowed. "That you became a Gim, I mean." Talent had the particular knack for making the term Gim sound like something profane. Perhaps they were. Perhaps all supernaturals were a mistake of nature. Then again, she did not feel any different than she had when she was fully human. Perversely, she wanted to smile, but did not. "You mean, would I rather have died than become what I am?" The furrow of his brow deepened. "No, that is not what I meant, nor do I care for your tone." "Oh, no?" She ran an idle hand along the rough edge of the roof balustrade. "Come now, Talent, you've been quite vocal in your distaste for the Gim. Do not profess outrage when I come to the natural conclusion that you believe I'd be better off dead." His nostrils pinched on a sharply drawn breath. In the weak light of a London sun, his features were harsh, a marble statue of an irate man. Then, as if someone had turned down a lamp, his gaze dropped. "Gim are immortal made, not immortal born. It was a choice for you. The rest of us, we're trapped in this endless life whether we wanted it or not." A ghost of a sigh whispered from him, and his lashes cast shadows over his skin as he tilted his head back and stared into nothingness. "I never understood why, is all. Why choose this?" "Because I want to know what comes next." "What comes next?" Bafflement clouded his eyes, and the corners of his mouth dipped down. "What happens the next day, and the next? Life is not a straight road, you realize. There are all sorts of bends and forks. I like wondering what will happen should I choose one road over another." He blinked, a little recoil of shock licking over his features. The gesture was so quick and small that she almost missed it. But on Talent, it was like a shout. Mary took a hesitant breath. "You wouldn't choose life over death?" With no hope of reprieve from this misery. The wide curve of his lower lip thinned. Despair hangs over this city like a shroud, suffocating all of us, and the monotony of facing day after day. Slowly he shook his head. "Are you not afraid that you'll go mad? Most of us do." She knew this. The elders, who'd seen their family and friends wither and die, had a haunted look in their eyes now and then. Ian Ranulph had carried that look until he'd met his Daisy. Lucian carried it still. Mary understood that loneliness might one day become a crippling thing. Certainly, on occasion, loneliness, bitter and sharp, would pain her. It crept closer as the years rolled on. "You would choose death, then?" she asked. Was he truly so unhappy? But she knew the answer. It was written in the very lines around his hard mouth and deep-set eyes. Talent sighed, a heavy lift and fall of his chest, and then ran a hand through his hair. His hand stayed at the back of his neck, squeezing it. "I merely wanted to know if you were happy." Why did he care? She could not ask, for she feared hearing the answer. "For now, I believe that my life is a gift." The moment Adam raised me up from the pavement, my body was whole and strong in a way it had never been before. I am in possession of more than most women could hope for: freedom, self-sufficiency, and the ability to protect myself physically. I'll never grow old, never die, and yes, I realized that particular gift might not be welcome one day. She shrugged. As do I realize that I'm still in my natural youth. I've not lived through the death of all that is recognizable and true about my human life, but I am well enough at the moment. I've friends, a position that makes me proud, and a home that is solely my own. Oddly, Talent appeared less and less pleased as she spoke. Did he want her to be miserable, or was it that he found her views unbelievable? Mary straightened and faced him head-on. Satisfaction, Mr. Talent. That is the prevailing emotion I feel when I consider the choices I've made. She was satisfied with her life, save for one thing. Jack Talent, the ever-present burr in her side. He looked at her for a long moment, his expression giving no hint of his thoughts, and then turned away. When he spoke, his dark, smooth voice was thoughtful. In the freedom you had to exchange for your life, your arrangement with Lucien. Talent's attention did not move from the window, yet she knew he was aware of her every move by the way his side tensed, as if waiting for a blow. He despised touch as well, perhaps more than she, but he did not shy away from contact with her either. Before she could reconsider, she found herself speaking. It was an act between Lucien and me, from the very start. A change rippled over Talent, hardening his features into something resembling marble. Still, he did not turn his head to look at her. I have no interest in what lies between you and Stone, Chase. Yes, you do. His head whipped about then, his glare ferocious. She did not flinch. Lie to yourself if you like, Talent, but you cannot lie to me. You would not take every opportunity to get in a snide remark about my relationship with Lucien if it did not factor. Talent's nostrils flared on a sharply drawn breath. You speak of lies. Suddenly he was closer, his broad chest nearly touching her. Do not forget, Chase, I've seen your little show many times. Mary wanted to wince then, but held firm as his harsh words scraped along her skin. You appeared to enjoy yourself. His gaze wandered over her breasts. They were well hidden by her bulky cloak, but even so her nipples tightened. Quite well. Appearances can be deceiving. You ought to know that firsthand. Talent's head tilted as he continued to watch her. Oh, I know, yet I still find it hard to believe, having been witness to your breathy little sighs. Her cheeks turned tight and hot, yet she stood her ground. I felt nothing, feel nothing when it comes to carnal acts. The sad truth was that Mary was broken in her own way. She did not yearn for a man, or even a woman for that matter. Lucien had quite despaired for her in that regard. His gaze narrowed. Then you are quite an accomplished actress. Why would I lie? That she kept her voice neutral was a miracle. Good question. His lip curled in a sneer. Better yet, why would you let Stone fondle you in front of the world if it was all an act? What could possibly be worth that sort of debasement? Call it payment of a debt. He snorted at that. Let it go, Chase. Your story doesn't hold water. While I personally think the man is a useless pont, I have eyes in my head. No man blessed with his looks need employ a false mistress. It makes no sense. And here is where it grew complicated. That is Lucien's secret to keep. Ah, of course. He stepped away, leaving her in the cold. How wonderfully convenient. His hand grasped the ledge of the roof. And how very loyal of you to keep it. He deserves my loyalty, she snapped. He saved me after all. Talent went quietly still. His grip on the wall was bone white. Did he? He didn't sound surprised or particularly interested. Yes, it was she who came closer. Do you know how I died? He swallowed hard but did not answer, his face going pale as if he didn't want to know. How unfortunate for him, because he was going to know. She'd had enough. My mother was a courtesan, a poor Irish beauty who made the world believe she was an exotic French opera singer. Only she forgot that money fades along with beauty. Mary glared up at his blank expression. And when that happened, she offered me up for a neat sale to the highest bidder. Talent seemed to step back, but he hadn't moved, barely breathing as she let her past out. I ran from that room and into a pack of thugs who raped me in a back alley. Even now, all these years later, the memory turned her stomach, made her blood ice cold. After the third one had me, I got away. I ran, straight into a bloody gin wagon that crushed me into the pavement and left me where I lay. Mary took a deep, cleansing breath. It wasn't as simple as that. A world of regret lay between one action and its inevitable conclusion. She still remembered the pain of that regret with sharp clarity. Sweat bloomed over Talent's brow. Did her tale disgust him? Upset his narrow view of her world? She didn't care. Not anymore. Despite what they'd done to me, I found myself wanting to live. She laughed shortly and without humour. Devil of a thing to realise once one is already dead. Mary held Talent's gaze. Lucian Stone offered me life anew, a home, a way to live as few women are allowed to do, with autonomy. Do you think I'd find the small act of being his mistress for show so much of a sacrifice? It hadn't been. Not in the beginning. Not even now did she regret it. Only in regards to the way this man thought of her. A man who hated her, and who, for some reason, she could not let go of. So yes, I am loyal. His eyes searched her face. What do you want from me? Why do you tell me this? It was a harsh plea, as if he'd liked nothing more than to leave her, but stayed out of pride. I do not like working in strife. I go about walking on pins and needles for fear of upsetting your tender feelings, but I'm rather tired of it all now. If you do not approve of my choices, that is your misfortune. But I suggest you buck up or get your ass off this case, because I am not going away. His expression was murderous, his teeth bared, his eyes flaring bright green. Then he looked away, his shoulders so tense that they visibly bunched beneath his coat. Mary sighed, her anger deflating as she glanced back at Darby's window. I liked you when we first met, she clarified when he turned sharply. You seemed a good sort, until you began to look at me as though I were something found under your boot. Talent cursed beneath his breath. I liked you, too, when we met, enough to believe that you did not deserve such treatment. But you let it happen. You say it was an act? Fine. Then either you liked the attention, or you have no understanding of your own worth. Loyalty ought not come at the price of your reputation, Chase. A shiver started at the base of her spine and worked its way violently upward. Her throat hurt and her head pounded. He didn't understand, and yet he'd just voiced the very reasons why she had left the gym and found her own way. She was prepared to sweep by him in a grand gesture, but he ruined it by brushing past her instead, his expression fierce and on the street below. Mary stopped. "What is it?" "There." He pointed to a shadowy figure slinking across Darby's back lawn, and then Jack Talent leapt off the roof. "Damn it!" Mary shouted. She was his partner, which meant she had to follow him. Jack hit the ground running, his booted feet flying across the pavement and his coattails flapping. Ahead, the bastard in a similar coat raced off. He was a fast fucker. As if he knew it, the fiend threw a taunting glance over his shoulder at Jack. With a growl of annoyance, Jack increased his speed. At the periphery of his vision, he saw Chase launch from the rooftop, her graceful arms windmilling as she arced through the air, suspended for a flicker of time. His heart stilled, his pace faltering just enough for him to take note of her landing safely and racing after them, her hair loose and streaming like a bronze banner. Then he let himself go. The man had pulled ahead, weaving through the light pedestrian traffic as if it weren't even there. Jack cursed as a strolling couple got in his way. A shoulder bump and spin around a rotund matron slowed him down further. Jack leapt over an apple cart and almost missed the man darting across Grosvenor Place. Jack kicked an overturned basket to the side, lest Chase run into it, and the peddler shouted at him. Jack focused on the man running away. Whoever he was, he carried the scent of something acrid, like ozone or burning chemicals, and the sickly taint of rot. Not a recognizable scent for a supernatural. But he was certainly not human, not with that speed or agility. He was a black blur as he headed for Victoria Station. Jack dug in and, with a burst of will, drew nearly close enough to reach the man's coattails. But the fiend jerked right, crossing into the rail yard. Both men leapt over one set of tracks and then another. Devil take it if a foot got stuck between the ties. The man glanced back again and grinned. "Come on, then!" he shouted. The strange friendliness of it, as if they were playing a game, had Jack seeing red. And when the little bastard vaulted a parked strand of freight cars, Jack did too, and then skidded to a halt when he came face to face with his quarry. For a moment they simply faced off, each lightly panting from the chase. Tendrils of smoky fog snaked over the gravelly ground, coiling as if searching for prey. The cold air permeated Jack's clothes and snapped him to attention. The man before him was of a similar height and build. A long, fitted black topcoat covered his body, and was a bit too similar to Jack's regulator coat for comfort. His features were indistinct, plain and forgettable. The strands of hair that peeked from beneath a black bowler were a watery colour between brown and blonde, his eyes an even brown. Whether it was his true appearance or not, Jack could not tell. "Who are you?" Jack asked. The man's smile was a slow curl. "A friend." A cold, ill feeling crept down Jack's spine. The man was unbalanced, surely. "Friends don't usually run away," he said, as if any of this behaviour were normal. "You were the one chasing me," the man pointed out idly. "True. What is your name? What were you doing at Lord Darby's home?" "Looking for you." In the distance, a set of light footsteps grew closer. Chase. With all his being, Jack didn't want her anywhere near this man. "What do you want?" The man's eyes darted toward the sound of Chase coming close. "A bit of privacy is in order." As if doing his bidding, the fog about them grew, colder, thicker, Smelling of gravestones, the preternatural mist swarmed in, obscuring the yard. A low growl rumbled in the back of Jack's throat, and a set of razor-sharp claws tore from the tips of his fingers. The man before him drifted in and out of view, a pair of glittering dark eyes and a smiling mouth.
"I want to help."
It appeared as if his irises flickered silver like a shaft of sunlight hitting a mirror just before the curtains are drawn. Or perhaps it was an effect of the fog, for he moved his head slightly, and the irises were simply brown.
"Vengeance."
Jack's heart gave a leap as he slowly circled the man, keeping him in his sight. "I don't know what you're talking about."
"Yes, you do."
The man glanced toward the car, barely visible in the consuming grey, and his grin grew off-center.
"Discuss it with Miss Chase as well, shall we?"
"No." "I don't need your help," Jack snapped. His heart raced now. Who the hell was this devil?
"Oh, I think you do. When you let yourself relax, it all comes back, doesn't it? Hanging, helpless as the blood is sucked from your body."
"Shut up," Jack snarled, his skin crawling with revulsion and shame. But the man paid no heed.
"You feel their touch every night, don't you?"
"Shut your fucking mouth!"
"I have the list. You want vengeance."
Jack balked. He had the names. Temptation, cold and clammy, coiled around his heart. "Why would you want to help me?" His words bounced around in the air, brittle and thin.
"We live by the blood. We die by the blood."
It was the Neck's motto, but it also was one of the things they'd said when they had stolen Jack's blood. A shiver of disgust lit through him. Your necks. Shit and piss, but he hated their fucking round-robin ways. None of them ever followed a straight thought.
"Didn't say that."
The man's eyes grew cold and opaque. "And if I did want this list?" The Necks had strung him along far enough. If this was the only way, then so be it. He would finish this, and perhaps, just perhaps, he'd feel some sense of peace. The man chuckled slowly.
"Blood for information."
"No." The man shrugged.
"Then you don't get your revenge."
A cold wind blew down the tracks, swirling the thick fog and lifting the ends of the man's hair. Impotent rage held Jack in place, but he knew it could also send him over the line into true damnation. "You're copying the bishop's kills. Why?"
"Your kills, you mean?"
It took all Jack had not to flinch. This man knew far too much about him.
"Needed to get your attention,"
the man said when Jack remained silent and waiting. Jack let out a harsh sound of annoyance. "A knock on my door would have done the trick, mate."
"Yes,"
the man agreed with a laugh.
"But it also got the attention of the SOS, and one cannot forget the nice supply of delicious shifter blood."
Jack could smell it on him now, the shifter blood running through the fiend's veins. "If you have shifter blood, then you don't need mine."
"But yours isn't quite like theirs, is it, Jack Talent?"
Jack growled low. One leap and he could tear out the bastard's throat, rip his heart free. But if he missed, he'd be no closer to the end of this. Did the man really have the list? Another hot wash of shame coated his skin at that desperate thought. "Are you the one responsible for making those crawlers?"
"You killed my pets."
The accusation was petulant.
"They were merely trying to bring you to me."
Jack snorted. Then they ought to have been more polite about it, instead of trying to burn me and my partner to a bloody crisp. A cold sigh escaped the man.
It was a failure. The shifter blood I have is unfortunately weak. Didn't control the change properly. But yours... Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life.
More Bible verses. Lovely. Fangs showed when the man smiled.
And I want a taste.
Jack laughed without humour. You think I'll give you mine after a statement like that? A calculating gleam filled the man's eyes.
I think you want revenge so badly your teeth ache.
Piss and shit. Jack should not listen. He strained against the words, but that dark, haunted place that lived and breathed within his shattered soul soaked it in and cried out for more. To feel peace. Could it ever happen? The man had the list. Swallowing against temptation, Jack took a step back. Not interested.
Liar!
Again came the nearly vibrating need to hunt. I won't give you my blood.
Oh, I think you will.
So very assured. A slow smile spread over the man's face, and a glimmer of fangs appeared behind his lips.
It would be a pity if your secrets came out in the open, would it not?
Hell. Bloody hell.
I suggest you think hard on that before you refuse me. I'm quite comfortable continuing on, exposing your underbelly as I go. I'll have that blood, 1 vial. In return, you can have the list of names.
That's all you want? Jack did not believe that for a moment.
1 hour,
was the answer.
Paddington Station. Look behind the pears, baby, and you'll have your names.
He stared at Jack with something akin to mad pride, a strange look that had Jack turning cold. Jack gritted his teeth. If you think... Talent? Chase's worried voice rang out from the other side of the freight car. Shit. Jack glanced between the man and the direction of Chase's voice. A mistake. The crunch of gravel echoed. Everything in him screamed to go to her and draw her close. It was too late. An evil gleam lit the man's eyes.
The lovely Miss Chase, said the man. Shall we say hello?
Before Jack could move, the man gave a great push to the side of the freight car. It rocked towards Chase, and then started to fall. It all happened too quickly. Mary had been standing beside the train, walking toward the sound of Talent's voice, when the whole car came hurtling toward her. Then he was there. She made a grab for Talent, and he for her. Their hands collided, a messy tangle. Then he was throwing her down, with the massive freight car following him. Her head cracked into the rough gravel, and his face smashed into hers. An instant later, another blow came, so hard and swift that it knocked the air from her lungs. Talent grunted, his breath whooshing too, but then his body, flat against hers, arched and braced as if forming a human cage around her. And then it all stopped. Mary blinked, taking stock of her bruised body and the fact that Talent was lying flush against her, grinding her into the ground. The rough, green-painted boards of the freight car loomed behind him, on him. She tried to catch a breath and failed. The bloody thing was on top of them. From beyond came the shouts of men. "Caw, did you see that? What made it crash?" "Dunno. It just seemed to fall over. Thought I saw a couple of people for a moment. Don't see 'em now. A hard snort. If they're under there, they's flat as a fritter now. Mary's focus narrowed back to Talent, just visible in the dim light. They were nose to nose, his chest, belly and hips crushed against hers. From what she could feel, his thighs straddled hers. Mary took light breaths, trying to ignore the sensation of his large male body all around her. His arms, bracketing her, shook with strain. Dear God, but he was holding the worst weight of the car off of her. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Well enough. You?" "I've got a freight car on my back," he managed with a grunt. "What do you think?" "I'm sorry," she offered weakly. For really, what did one say in such a situation? An amused snort left him, and his warm breath gusted over her lips. "As am I." Oddly, it did not sound like a quip, but an honest apology. The ghost of their earlier argument whispered between them once more. When their gazes met, his mouth canted. "If I move, the car will topple back on the men." His voice was barely a sound. "Hell," she whispered, then glanced toward the sliver of light beyond. And if they alerted the men to their presence, they'd have to explain how the train hadn't crushed them. Mary licked her dry lips. What happened? She hadn't been able to see a thing in the sudden fog that had rolled in. Sounds had been distorted, and for a moment she'd been quite vexingly lost. Talent's voice turned flat. "He ran. I almost had him. He tipped the car over onto you and so forth." Lovely. So their current predicament was her fault. Mary winced. "Thank you, Jack." He flinched, then stilled. "You're welcome, Mary," he whispered back. Only then did she realize she'd used his given name, and he hers. As the two fellows beyond nattered on about how to right the overturned car, the small space between her and Talent grew thick with quiet, and all the sharp words and anger that lay between them had no place to grow here. The wide expanse of his chest mashed her breasts against her ribcage, an uncomfortable sensation. And yet, awareness of his chest, so solid and strong, had her nipples pebbling. Did he feel it? Did he know? Or did he choose to ignore it, just as she tried to ignore the thick length of cock pressed impossibly hard against her belly? Mary wasn't so ignorant as not to know that a man might have a cock stand merely because he was in close contact with a woman. It did not stop the empty space between her legs from growing warm, or a soft, insistent throb from developing there. The sensation was so unexpected, so unfamiliar to her, that Mary didn't know what to do with herself. For lack of a better place to go, her hands settled on the sides of his trim waist, and a tremor lit through him. She let her hands fall, but it didn't seem to help. Every dull thud of his heart reverberated through her. So closely pressed they had to adjust their breathing. With each exhale Talent made, so must she inhale. Back and forth, in and out, sharing the same air, building a soft, slow rhythm. She had no escape, nowhere to look but at him, into his eyes. His gaze was unwavering, studying her as though he saw her soul. And perhaps he could, for she felt splayed open. His mouth was a word away, close enough to feel every breath he took. Deep within her a shiver began, and her neck ached with the urge to cant her head, tilt her chin just so until his mouth fit to hers. Dear God! She wanted to kiss Jack Talent. Perhaps he saw the knowledge dawn in her eyes, for his gaze narrowed, his breath coming faster. "Christ, Chase, close your eyes or something." As if leading by example, he closed his own, turning his head slightly. It was a 2-shot knockdown to her heart, and her breath hitched, the action pressing her farther into him. A strangled sound wrenched from deep within his chest. "Why?" she managed to ask. His throat moved on an audible swallow. "Because the sight of you is causing me pain, and even if I do not look, I can feel your gaze on me." The confession was raw, agonized, and angry. It destroyed what was left of her pride. Mary closed her eyes. It hurt to look at him, too. His head moved an inch, bringing his cheek flush with hers, and the stubble of his beard scratched her skin. She squeezed her eyes tight, fighting to ignore the feel of him, and his earthy scent made her mind a muddle. "Admit it," he whispered wryly. "I am the last person you'd want pressed into you in this manner." She stilled. Was he? Rocks gouged her from head to foot. A particularly sharp one had her shoulder blade screeching for relief. Nothing was comfortable about the situation. And yet, where his hips ground against hers had grown unbearably hot. She wanted to move, if only to grind back. Her cheeks flared with the knowledge. Good God, would those blasted men ever leave? She could not breathe anymore. She needed out. Her chest soared as she tried to get more air, but there was only talent surrounding her, making her think things she shouldn't. He did not miss her distress. A ragged sound broke from his lips, and he adjusted his position, the action making her squeak. "Oh, toss it! I'm going to shift," he said against her skin. "It will be sudden, and hopefully it will knock the car clear of those chatterboxes." His breath tickled her ear. "The moment I do, run. Don't look back. Run all the way home." "I'm not going to run away. I can help you." She wanted to run, but she couldn't leave him. She felt him smile against her. "I am going to be quite nude when I shift back." He paused, a beat that pulsed through her. "Do you truly want to be around when that occurs?" He was laughing at himself. But she couldn't. Not when the very image filled her with disquiet. How horrible, when he couldn't even look at her. "No," she admitted. "I'll go." "Good thinking. Besides, I'm running too. I will see you again tomorrow, little fritter." Something soft brushed her cheek. His lips. It was so light and fleeting, she couldn't be sure if he'd truly kissed her or simply moved his head. And then she couldn't think at all. A violent swirl of energy and movement licked over her, disturbing the air. A hard limb struck her elbow, another her knee, and talent was a blur above her. Then the freight car was flying to the side. Cool air hit her face as men shouted. Mary leapt to her feet, running despite the screaming pain in her limbs from the sudden action. She dashed over the tracks as cries rang out. Only when she was nearly clear did she look back, and a laugh burst from her as she saw one man faint and a great black horse race across the yard. Chapter 13. Darkness greeted Jack when he returned home. He lived alone now. Ian, that thick-headed, stubborn Scot, had insisted that Jack was his heir apparent. As such, Jack was entitled to a third of the vast Ranelagh fortune. When Jack had tried to return the funds, Ian flatly told him to either take it or throw it into the Thames, but give another word of protest and I'll stuff it down your bloody throat. So, Jack bought himself a modest home and let Ian's man of business take care of the rest. He had more than enough money to employ a full staff, but it felt wrong. He wasn't a lord, or even upper-crust gentry, Acting the part wouldn't make it so. He had a housekeeper come round to clean and launder and see that his pantry was stocked, but that was the extent of it. Hell, he'd been a valet long enough to look after his own wardrobe, and he could cook when needed. He was grateful for the solitude as he stood in the cold, dim hallway with the memory of his discussion in the rail yard playing in his head, and with it came temptation. To find his tormentors, to end it all. Bare-assed, naked, and shivering from the cold, he made his way up the stairs and into his room. But just at the threshold, he tensed and paused. Every muscle in his body quivered as he inched his way in, claws extended and at the ready. Stupid that he'd come this far into his home without taking proper precautions, and fucking miserable that he still worried about being ambushed. Nothing stirred. No scent of something off. He was safe. Relatively. Jack bolted the door to his room, then made his way to the bathing chamber. Heedless of the cold porcelain, he sat his bare ass in the tub and let the water fill up around him. The rush of water and the still hollowness of the bathing room calmed him as he stared up at the medallion on the ceiling. He'd lit one lamp, and a golden halo of light kept the shadows at bay. But it was too quiet. He used to love silence. Now it only allowed thoughts to creep in. Hot water lapped at his chest, stroking his skin like a tongue. Jack's throat constricted on a gag, and he lurched up, grabbed the soap and scrubbed it over his flesh. Lather foamed, his skin stinging as he used his nails, and still a sticky film of muck seemed to cover his skin, sinking into his guts and churning them. They were out there, and Jack could have their names, if he wanted them. No, let it go! It was too dangerous to go out now, and he'd have to face her, with blood on his hands. He rocked in the tub, need and vengeance crawling through him. Let it go! Scrubbing, not enough. The soap dissolved, and his fingers swept over his skin like a caress. Sly caresses, hard hits. He never knew how they would touch him next. A sob broke from him. He sank beneath the water, and it folded over him and burned his eyes. His world was silent and warm, suffocating. A second later he burst from the watery womb on a snarl, his body trembling and tight. They were out there, and Jack could not live while they did. By the time Mary limped home, the sun was close to setting. She was bruised, battered, and exhausted. Nothing else mattered save stripping off her dirty clothes and sinking into a hot bath with a cup of tea and a good book to keep her company. Decadent. And necessary. Limbs aching, she climbed the steps that led into her building, only to stop when a cloaked figure stepped in front of her. In an instant, Mary had one knife pinned to her visitor's throat and the other poised to sink into the person's gut. A breathless feminine laugh filled the cold air. "Bleeding hell, Mary," said Totty. "I thought you were more hospitable than this." Mary studied the Gim's eyes and listened for the telltale sound of her whirring heart. Satisfied that it was truly Totty, she slipped her knives back into their hidden wrist holsters and moved back. "One cannot afford hospitality in our line of work, Tot. Something you ought to know." Totty gave a curt nod. "It was careless of me." She scanned the area around them, taking in the shadows that grew along the stairwells and fenced front walks. "Especially now." Mary's back tensed, a trickle of forewarning creeping along her spine with cold feet. "Has there been another murder?" "Can't be telling you what I don't know." Totty gave a brusque shake of her head. her dim eyes going cold and worried. "Director Lane wants to see you immediately." There were moments when Jack wondered how he got out of bed. He knew why, however. In bed, he'd sleep. With sleep came dreams, rather memories. Because before, and he always thought of life in terms of before and after the torture, Jack had not had the imagination required to think up such horrors. Early on, in those dark days of raw healing, he'd tried an opiate to sleep. Instead of giving him welcome insensibility, it made his dreams more vivid. The hands holding him down felt real, as did the sick pain. He woke screaming and couldn't seem to stop. Best to sleep as little as possible. Tonight, however, there was no need to sleep. The devil's offer lay heavy on his shoulders. Tonight, lying in wait was a list of names. Not the ones who'd merely stolen his blood, but the others. The pain and rage brought forth by seeing that bastard today had only made things worse. In the grey shades of night, Jack wove around muck-filled puddles as he made his way down Bishop's Bridge Road. All was quiet, still in that small slice of time when the great city slept. Such a small rest London gave itself. But when it did, the world seemed to stop. The soft hiss of rain filled the echoing void around him. Raindrops pelted his face and tasted bitter as they trickled over his lips. He walked on ghost feet, keeping to the shadows like a slinking cat. Ahead, Paddington Station sat waiting for him, its ubiquitous Greek Revival architecture giving no hint of the splendour that lay within. Jack made quick work of getting there. Once inside, he stopped, rubbed a hand over his wet face, and raked his fingers through his dripping hair. The enormous space soared above him, a lofty latticework of iron and glittering glass, stretching out in 3 great arching spans. He felt at once tiny yet infinite, comforted yet free. So still in here, so very still. The steady tap of rain upon the vaulted glass roof merely highlighted the quiet. A man could let go of his tension in such a space. Slowly he walked, the vastness surrounding him. Jack loved rail stations. Cathedrals to transit, they offered a chance for escape. Stopping before tracks that pointed the way out of London, Jack took a deep breath, tasting the coal and the metallic bite of brake dust. In a few hours, trains would arrive. He could go. Leave everything and everyone. He let himself imagine it, climbing into a car, the gentle rock and sway of the carriage as it sped out of the city. No one would know who he was, what had happened to him. Heat and pressure prickled behind his lids, and he swallowed convulsively. A man could run, but he couldn't hide from himself. With a heavy tread, he found the advert panel, promising smooth and youthful skin. A plump, rosy-cheeked tot, having a bath, smiled down at him as he slid his hand along the wood frame and lifted the hidden latch. The smooth coolness of paper touched his fingertips, and he grasped it, even as his entire body recoiled at the idea. A year ago, even a few nights ago, he would not have hesitated, so great was his rage, his need. Now luminous brown eyes, the precise colour of topaz backlit by the sun, hovered in his mind's eye. Chase's condemnation would be the swiftest, the most foul. Others, the ones who loved him, would be more hurt, but the mere thought of facing her disappointment sent a wave of disgust through his flesh. Shame was a sticky tar that coated and burned. Jack gritted his teeth against the sensation and closed his eyes against the sight of the small square of paper he held between his fingertips. He kept his eyes closed as he pocketed the missive, and he squeezed them tighter still as he reached inside his greatcoat and pulled out the vial of blood within. His hand shook, his shame growing thicker, hotter. Do not do this. Regret and despair rolled down his throat like slime. His hand shook harder, sweat pebbling his brow. Hissing a breath out between his teeth, he shoved the vial into the hidden compartment. Another 2 breaths and he was staggering to the nearest rubbish bin. His evening meal came up in a violent wave. Empty and battered, he slid to the floor, wiping his mouth with a shaking hand. The flutter of the doves among the iron rafters and a distant whistle told him it was time to go. But he stayed a moment longer, pulling out the paper. The first name leapt from the page. Mercer Dawn. Mercer. A shudder went through Jack. He remembered. Mercer, finish off, will you? There's others who have need. Just one more taste. Gleaming yellow eyes looking him over, cold hands on his fevered skin. Such tasty blood he has. Relief and despair mingled. Jack now had the means to kill those who had hurt him. But deep in his heart, he feared that was not what would heal him. Chapter 14. Mary had been the assistant to Poppy Lane for quite some time, certainly long enough to be well acquainted with being called into Poppy's office at odd hours on a moment's notice. This was what Mary told herself as she gave a nod to Poppy's secretary, Mr. Smythe, who sat just before the large iron and brass office door. But Mary had her doubts. Outwardly, she gave the impression of calm. Mary was known for her unflappable demeanour. She'd overheard enough SOS gossip to know that she and Poppy were often called the Stone and the Icicle. They'd had a laugh over that, fostered the image even, for theirs was a hard life, and having a formidable facade was yet another layer of protection. What worried Mary now was that inwardly she was an utter mess. Instinct told her that this meeting was not to be a friendly chat to see how Mary was getting along in her first case. Worse, Poppy Lane knew Mary well enough to see past Mary's well-crafted social mask. Slowly, Mary turned the doorknob and went inside. Poppy smiled when Mary entered. More trouble, Mary thought grimly. Poppy only smiled when she was about to pounce. "Mistress Chase, sit." She gestured to the empty chair placed before the nice little heat stove. Mary settled in, and Poppy moved to pour the tea. "You look a little worse for wear." Mary hadn't had time to change her gown or recoil her hair before coming to see Poppy, and she was dusty and unkempt. "I work alongside Jack Talent," she said wryly. "We thought we'd found a suspect today, but we lost him in the train yard." "Pity." Poppy handed her a cup. "Speaking of Talent, what is your impression of him?" Calling on every bit of training she'd amassed, Mary held Poppy's piercing gaze without flinching. "He is cagey, suspicious, quick to anger, and quite arrogant." "Well, yes," said Poppy with a touch of asperity, "but we all know that much already." She cleared her throat. "I ought to have been more specific. How do you find his handling of the case?" Just the question Mary had feared, for suspicion lurked in Poppy's dark eyes. Mary's heart worked so fast now it hurt. The compulsion to tell all was thick on her tongue. Poppy Lane was not merely her employer, she was her mentor, her friend. And what did she owe Jack Talent? He lied, perhaps murdered. She swallowed down a sigh. He suffered. She knew that with a bone-deep conviction. "Mistress Chase?" Poppy prompted. "Has the cat got your tongue?" He has little patience for questioning. Best to stick as close to the truth as possible. But he is also quite perceptive and quite determined to catch this killer. Sweat trickled down her spine as Poppy studied her. "You haven't noticed anything unusual?" Mary allowed herself a smile, as if her insides weren't quaking. "I have never before had a partner, Mrs. Lane. If you want me to speak ill of him, perhaps you'd better tell me why." Poppy did not move, but it seemed as though her narrow frame leaned closer. "All right, then. Let us cut through the muck. Jack Talent has had control of this case for far too long without his usual results. In agreeing to assign you to the case, I had hoped you might give us insight into this anomaly." The cold shaking within Mary grew. Poppy had wanted her to keep watch over Jack. Yet again Mary had been manoeuvred. "If you had intended for me to spy on my partner, you might have said when I began." "Come now, Mary," Poppy snapped. "You and I both know you had reasons for picking this particular case. I did not bother to ask because I trust you. But surely now you can confide in me as to what those reasons were." Good God! What did Poppy know? It had to be damning for her to turn against Talent. "Forgive me, Mum, but Jack Talent has been more than loyal to you and yours. According to the Ranulph, he is your family." "Of course he is!" Poppy's slim shoulders slumped, and she pressed her fingers to her eyes. "Last night, about an hour before Lord Derby's ball, Mistress Evernight was abducted in front of the SOS offices." Mary's hands clenched convulsively. "What can I do? How can I help?" Grimly, Poppy bent to retrieve a strip of vellum pressed between two sheets of paraffin paper. "This was found near the spot where Mistress Evernight was taken. I do not know if it pertains to Evernight or not, but we kept it regardless. Mr. Lane is going to have a look at it under a microscope to see if it yields any clues to its origin." Taking care not to damage or overhandle the note, Mary put on her gloves and peeled back the paraffin paper. "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares." Mary glanced up at Poppy. "My mother used to quote that verse to me." Unfortunately, those whom Maman considered angels were not quite benevolent winged beings. "Bible verses," Poppy muttered. "I do hate it when they resort to using quotes. It smacks of an overdeveloped sense of one's own cleverness." Mary fought a smile. Many a criminal liked to taunt, and Poppy Lane hated taunts. Mary handed Poppy the papers. "While most attribute the quote to a basic Christian duty to be hospitable, given that we know angels are real, I wonder if this message is trying to tell us something more." Poppy tapped her fingers upon her lap. "Do you suppose someone has entertained angels unawares?" "Perhaps so, or perhaps it is all nonsense. I can tell you that, to my knowledge, the Bishop of Charing Cross has never before left a message behind. Perhaps this incident is not linked to the case." "Perhaps." Poppy smiled vaguely. "A bit too much perhaps for my liking, Mistress Chase." "Mum, forgive me. I do not see how this involves Talent." But Poppy's pale lips pursed in negation. "A witness has come forward," she said. "She claims she saw a man greatly resembling Jack Talent grab Mistress Evernight." Bloody hell. The precise time Mary had been getting ready for Derby's ball. She'd assumed Talent had been doing the same. Now she could not be sure. Poppy took a slow sip of tea, and her hand shook. The porcelain cup landed on the saucer with a delicate clink. "No one knows of this but you and me. And his accuser. Who is it, if I may ask?" "Totty." Poppy tapped her nails upon her thigh. "As she is my assistant now, she came directly to me." Poppy frowned a bit, and her tone became almost sorrowful. "Jack is not the same. Not after—" She took a bracing breath. "You must understand how it would grieve me were it true, but I cannot ignore this. So I am asking you, do you have any suspicions that Jack Talent has turned against the SOS? For years, Mary had entertained herself with little fantasies of being the one to bring Talent down. She'd imagined herself in this very office, telling Poppy that she had finally found proof of his perfidy. Now Poppy stared at her, those keen brown eyes searching, the perfect opening. And yet Mary paused. Despite the iron-hard will and resolve in Poppy's countenance, there was a plea in her voice. It was well hidden and slight, but there just the same. Jack's downfall would do more than grieve Poppy. It would devastate her and her family. For that alone, Mary could only pray that Talent was innocent, even though she feared he was far from it. "I need to know," Poppy said in a low voice. "Is Jack the Bishop of Charing Cross?" Mary stared straight at Poppy as she consigned her honour to the devil. "I do not know, Mum, but I shall find out who it is." He whispered through the night, black ink spilling over ebony wood, unnoticed, unheard, but alive, so alive and waiting for the moment when he could breathe without that sick, choking feeling taking hold. His prey slithered in the darkness as well, comfortably ensconced in a stolen coach, and not quite as silent, for he was too sure of himself in his role as predator, never realizing that there was a bigger predator in town now. Jack followed along, leaping with ease from rooftop to rooftop, watching, waiting, and listening. The woman's laugh drifted up first, a high, tittering sound, designed, he supposed, to entice a man to continue with his attentions. "I shouldn't, my lord." There was a breathy little catch to her voice. "You really should, my love. Just give me a little taste. Yes, like that." A moan, then grunting. Far above the rocking coach, Jack's innards rolled. Memories threatened. Hands upon him, the laughter, the jeers. That voice. Just a little taste. Teeth sinking in deep, and the slick tongue sliding over his flesh, sucking. Jack's skin crawled, leaving him with the desire to rip it from his bones. Disgust, humiliation, shame, and hate. So powerful that he shook with it. Hate transmuted into rage. He held onto it, channeled it into power and control. Moving along the edges of the Pall Mall, the coach finally turned onto a smaller lane, the rider sitting straight as if he couldn't hear the slapping of flesh against flesh. Perhaps he couldn't. Perhaps he'd grown immune. Jack had not. Ideally, he would have waited until he and his prey were alone, but not tonight. Not with those sounds filling his head. Teeth grinding, his body vibrating with the need to maim. He jumped, landing upon the coach roof with light feet. The driver turned. One punch and the man slumped. A startled noise came from within. Jack gave them no more time. His claws tore through the roof as if it were paper. The woman inside screamed. Glimpses of her pale, bared thighs filtered through the red rage, but he had little care for her. No, it was the insect crawling away from her, desperate to flee the carriage. Jack reached down and grabbed him, heedless of the blows the little bastard rained upon him. He hadn't shifted. He wanted this scum to see who was going to end his life. Holding his prey secure, he leapt high, the weight in his hand making the launch awkward. His prey screamed, his flailing legs hitting the edge of the coach roof hard. A snap rang out, followed by another scream, this one of pain. Jack held fast, using the strength in his legs to jump again, a great bound that took him to the end of the lane. He dragged his catch along until they were deep in an alley where no soul would dare follow. There he tossed his prey down. The demon scrambled, one limb twisted at an odd angle. "I've no quarrel with you, Bishop." His skin was turning from human ivory to demonic grey, the stolen visage of a handsome lord melting into an ugly mug. Jack squashed down his chest with one booted foot. "Just a taste," Jack growled, his sight going hazy. "Isn't that what you said?" The demon's wild eyes flared. "What? No, I never!" Jack hauled him up, his claws sinking deep into the demon's belly. "Just a taste of me, isn't that right, Mercer Dawn?" Black blood trickled from Mercer's lips. "I didn't make it hurt, not like the others. I could have." On a roar, Jack raked his claws upward, gouging through the demon's flesh, making the rotter convulse. "Do not speak!" Fangs elongated in his mouth. His body began to grow, muscles swelling, and leathery black wings once again sprang from his back. The demon gaped with terror. "You're no shifter! What in hell's name are you?" He towered now, a being over 9 feet, and the surge of clean, hot power running through him was unfamiliar yet welcome. The demon dangled in his grip. One good swipe and he'd easily sever his prey's spine. He craved that death. He would kill everyone who had ever touched him. "Revenge," he growled. Mercer cried now, vile tears tinged with blood. "Please, have mercy! I didn't—" Yellow eyes stared up at him. Golden brown eyes filled his mind's eye, shining up at him as he bracketed her body to protect her. Jack paused. Bile coated his throat. Memories threatened. Mary Chase dancing in his arms, taking a life, hanging from that wall. "I liked you when we first met." Mary. "Help! Focus!" His claws sank deeper into the demon. "Please," Mercer babbled. "I'll give you anything! Anything you want!" Anything? Jack's list of wants had grown. He wanted his sense of control back. Damn it, he wanted his life back. He wanted... Jack's body trembled as the roar built up in his chest, pushing, choking until it burst free. Chapter 15. Holly shivered and huddled closer to the rough stone walls that lined her cell. Across the way was a cell made of thick glass panels and a grid of gold bars. Inside sat a diminutive woman. Nothing by way of features to see, but a pair of dark glittering eyes that peered out from behind hanks of thick black hair. The woman had taken to bashing her head upon the bars as she recited a man's name over and over until it became a mad song. Holly looked away, not knowing who this man was, but rather fearing he'd be in for trouble should the woman escape, because the way she uttered his name was not kind. Those eyes were insane, and made Holly feel as though her soul would be sucked away should she gaze upon them for too long. Refusing to cry, she began to rest her head upon her raised knees, but stopped and flinched. Her face was on fire with pain, her jaw and cheek throbbing where the female guard had punched her. At the very least, she had refrained from blackening Holly's eyes. "She needs to properly see," her cohort had said, another woman with beautiful light green eyes. Dead eyes. Her hands are not to be harmed either. Oh, but her stomach? Her legs? They could be pummeled. Clutching herself tighter, she rocked a little, trying to create some warmth. There were others down here. She could hear them moaning and smell the stench of their uncollected waste. At the sound of clattering keys, her heart leapt in terror. The lock of the far-off cellar door turned with a groan, and everyone went alarmingly silent. Footsteps rang out, a slow, horrific click, click. Holly dug her nails into her palms. She would not beg. She would not scream. But the shadowy shape of a man grew closer, and then he was there before her, watching, waiting. Holly lifted her head, for she knew it would only get worse if she did not acknowledge him. A shock jolted through her body. The man before her was Jack Talent. She'd heard many stories about Talent, that he was mad, soulless, a killer, but she hadn't wanted to believe them. They stared at each other, and his eyes began to glow with a manic light.
"It's time to go to work, little girl."
Talent's voice was not his usual one, but cold and flat. "You'll have to kill me, for I won't help you." Brave words, for even now her stomach revolted with a hard lurch that she barely kept down. She rather doubted she could withstand the torture that would inevitably come before said killing. Talent's teeth flashed in the light as a disjointed laugh broke from him. Then he shifted, growing and becoming a thing of nightmares, his jaw elongating, fur erupting over his skin, claws and fangs shining in the low light. A lichen. His words came out oddly muffled as he talked with that long snout.
"Properly terrifying."
Mutely she shook her head, not to disagree, but in terror. He laughed again.
"Not to worry. I won't hurt you."
He turned his misshapen head in the direction of the other cells.
"I'll just let you watch as I tear them apart. Perhaps I'll start with the proud Lord Darby."
He gestured to the shifter who had been brought in the morning after she'd arrived in this hell. The poor, golden-haired fellow strained against the iron chains, punched through his shoulders and looped around his body. Embedded deep in the stone wall, those chains held fast no matter how much he struggled. Blood poured through the shifter's open wounds, and Talent leaned down to lap one rivulet up with his tongue as the shifter roared behind the gag in his mouth. This time she could not restrain herself. Holly turned and retched, the acrid burn of vomit scorching her throat and nostrils as Talent laughed.
"Ever had a taste of shifter blood? No. It is quite delicious and potent."
He paused, his brow furrowing as if he pondered the effect. Then his frown grew.
"But not as powerful as this, I think."
In his hand he held a glass vial filled with blood. It ought to have repulsed her, but there was a glow to the deep ruby liquid, a richness of colour that held her in thrall until she blinked hard. Talent turned to address one of the thugs in the room with them.
"Help yourself to Darby, and then take his place quickly."
He laughed.
"We shall need to keep the SOS distracted for a while yet. Then you may do what you want to the agents guarding him. As for you, Miss Evernight," he said to her, "we'll get you cleaned up and ready to work."
Holly's limbs trembled as she rose. God forgive her, because she was going to do as she was told. Spying on a supernatural was a tricky business. In general, most could not see a Gim in spirit form, save for the Lycans. The wolf in them could see spirits. However, strengths and weaknesses were as varied as people. Mary knew of some Lycans so out of touch with their inner wolf that her spirit could dance naked in front of them, and they wouldn't bat an eye. Demons, on the whole, were too obsessed with the flesh to see the spirit, and elementals were too human, which meant they didn't trust what was not corporeal. Then there were the shifters. Despite what many believed, shifters were not animals hiding in human skins. True, they might shift into an animal, but that was through force of will. It was not setting an animal free as Lycans did. No, shifters were more demon than anything else. Thus, trailing a shifter ought to be an easy business. But Jack Talent was an unknown threat, because getting caught by him would not only be disastrous and humiliating. If certain facts were to be believed, it could get her killed. The very idea of Talent being the bishop made her ill to the core. Was he a killer? Who was it they'd chased earlier? It occurred to Mary, rather belatedly, that Talent had been alone with the strange man for enough time to converse, and yet he hadn't made mention of any revelations. Perhaps Talent was working with this man. Mary did not know what to think. She had, however, seen the worry in Talent's dark green eyes when he had realized that she'd be working alongside him. Just a flash of it before he'd smothered it away. And Mary now wondered, was it because he had intended to sabotage the case from the inside? Had he taken Holly because she'd discovered something about the Clockwork Hearts? Damn it! But this was Jack Talent, the man utterly loyal to Ian Ranulph, the man who had risked his life to help Poppy and Winston Lane. Talent lived and breathed the SOS. Since he'd joined up, no other regulator had solved more cases than he. She ought to know, as she'd been the one tasked to record every regulator victory. Divergent thoughts muddled Mary's mind as she trudged back to her flat. Once there, she hid her body within the secret compartment specifically designed for the task, and went on the hunt. Outside, Mary spread her spirit wide, losing all sense of shape. In spirit form she could be vast. It was a strange experience to let go of one's physical form. Even as a spirit, one tended to need that connection to life. Letting go took great faith in the knowledge that, no matter what the form, the essence of oneself was not in the physical, but in the spiritual. And so Mary dissipated, melding with the fog that hung in the night air. Odd as it felt, odder still was the lingering feeling of having a heart, having lungs, those organs she'd left behind, and yet it seemed as though her breath came on fast and her heart whirred within her breast. Mind was not matter, but will, and it did not easily give up the sensation of being flesh. In the blue of twilight, the city's souls were a map of stars laid out over London, so profuse that it took effort to sort out each individual. Oh, but it was the worst sort of invasion, looking at the light of a person's soul. As a Gim, Mary could see every soul's light, but she'd been trained to turn that power off until necessary, for it was too personal a thing. Necessity trumped manners tonight. It was the light of Talent's soul that Mary sought. Having connected to him before, she need only relax and let the link join them once more. Talent, she thought. Jack. A recognizable vibration brushed up against her, the touch of his soul to hers. Far below, a gleaming silver-blue light emanated from his form. Gone was the sickly mustard yellow of pain that had tainted it when she tracked him down years ago. His physical pain might be gone, but his inner turmoil was strong, a brilliant flame fragmenting like sunlight hitting the edge of a diamond. Like a bird of prey, she swooped down low, following the glow of his soul toward Portman Square, then onto Baker Street. Once there, she stopped and gazed up at the townhouse in which Talent's soul lay. The house was quite lovely, a stately Georgian with a front colonnade, black brick facade, and cream trim. Almost all the windows were dark, save for a lonely light coming from the 3rd floor. Mary drifted close to the house, where the sharp scent of coal smoke mingled with the crisp, cold night. Was this his home? Another victim's? What was Talent doing now? To go inside was a must. Even so, the urge to stay outside was strong. Cursing inwardly, Mary went through the keyhole, as unnerving an experience as any. She did not linger in the dark halls. Nothing alive was on the ground floor. What she did see, however, were fine furnishings, if somewhat sparse. The house felt unused and forlorn. Beneath the emptiness, however, a glimmer of Jack Talent hummed. Faint echoes of his essence ran from the door and up the stairs, as if he frequently took this path, never lingering in the public rooms, but always going into the private areas of the house. Mary followed the trail. Too soon, the door from which the sole light shone was before her. Had she a heart, it would have been working at top speed. She had to enter, had to believe that he would not see her, had to believe that he was innocent. Only one way to find out. The room was a bedroom. A sense of familiarity struck her, as if she'd been here before. Then she realized that it was filled with Talent's furniture from his old room at Ranulph House. The sound of water tinkling caught her attention. Rising into the upper reaches of the ceiling, Mary drifted with caution. Most people never looked up, certainly not in their own homes. But then, Jack Talent was not most people. All thought ended as she entered the bathing room and found him. Happy Christmas, but he was a sight. One that had her spirit swelling, then tightening, with a surge of emotion. Hunched before the wash basin, Talent's bare back was to her. She'd never given much thought to the aesthetic qualities of the male back. Perhaps because she hadn't seen a truly beautiful one in the flesh until now, and thus hadn't had a chance to appreciate how elegant the lines could be. The mellow glow of lamplight caressed Talent's smooth skin, highlighting the clean symmetry of his broad, straight shoulders and the tight slabs of muscled flesh that flanked the valley of his spine. Pale linen drawers hung loosely on his narrow hips, low enough to expose where his spine met the indented globes of his arse. Happy Christmas indeed. Talent ought to look vulnerable, undressed as he was. In all their years of acquaintance, she'd never seen him in anything less than full and proper attire. She did not count the dark day when she'd found him hanging nude and bloodied in that torture chamber. Honour demanded that she keep that image separate from the man she knew as Jack Talent. It had been merely a tormented body, not him, not his soul. Now the impact of seeing him struck her like a fist. The corded strength of his neck and the tight swells of his shoulders alone could hold her in thrall. His reflection in the tall vanity mirror was clear, and the front of him was as glorious as the back. His naked chest was brutish in its musculature. Flat, wide pectorals, small brown nipples, abdominals like tightly packed cobbles, and smooth, taut skin. The image of it all burned into her memory with just one glance. Dear God! It should not affect her so, his animalistic strength. She'd never favoured such physiques, and yet her attention was riveted. She ought to go. Talent was merely undressing, nothing untoward, unless she counted her own actions. Guilt swamped her. This was unconscionable. She really ought to— He dipped a hand into the basin, swirling the water with his fingers, and the network of muscles along his torso rippled, a breathtaking display of power in motion. She found herself sinking down, her spirit reforming into the shape of her physical body as her defences weakened. She wasn't flesh. She ought not feel a thing, yet unbearable heat flooded her being. His fingers swayed back and forth, a meditative movement, as he stared at the water, his expression sombre and his big, strong body stooped forward. Atlas holding up the world. It hurt to witness, more so when he stopped and looked at himself in the mirror, and kept looking, as if he couldn't quite recognize his reflection. Or perhaps he didn't like what he saw. It was that lost, almost hopeless darkness in his eyes that made her want to go to him, despite the numerous rejections he'd volleyed her way over the years, and despite the very real possibility that, if she did, he'd be furious. But he wouldn't see her at any rate. She was invisible to him. Sorrow held her there, heavy and painful. She ought to go. She couldn't leave. The pure, tinkling notes of dripping water broke the silence as he lifted a rag to his chest and began to wipe it. The movements were perfunctory, a swipe up his neck and down the other side, the hard scrub under his arms, then over his chest and stomach. The heat surrounding her became a pulsing thing. It was as if she were the one holding the rag, drawing it along that dense flesh, feeling his warmth, wiping him clean. Crystalline beads of water trickled over his skin, found the valleys between his muscles, coalescing and travelling down to the dark thatch of hair just peeking out above the line of his drawers. Linen drawers that were growing wet from his bath, growing transparent against his long, large... Talent stopped, the rag in his hands spilling water in a steady drip, drip, drip. Fear tingled through her. Had he sensed something amiss? But he did not look up. The wide column of his neck shone wet as he kept his head bent, and though the fan of his lashes hid his eyes, the direction of his gaze was unmistakable, as was the growing bulge beneath his drawers. The shaft thickened and rose, curving in a painful-looking bend as it met with the resistance of the fabric. Idly he scratched the skin of his taut belly, his fingers drifting nearer to his burgeoning cock. Mary's being went utterly still. Surely not. Surely he wouldn't. But he did. The rag fell back into the basin with a loud plop as his hand went to the ties of his drawers. The linen snagged on his cock before he eased the fabric away. And then, good God, but his member rose up, proud, ruddy and straight, so lovingly displayed between a dark nest of hair and his heavy cods. She almost fled, dissipated right then and there, save she could not look away. Not from that glorious, rude cock, nor his firm arse and powerful thighs. He was extraordinary. Ignorant of being watched, Talent gave himself a slow stroke, skimming it really, as if contemplating further intimacies. He caressed it again, up and down, clutching the wide shaft in the circle of his fingers with absolute authority, going slowly as if letting his pleasure build. Up, down. A chuff of breath left his parted lips, and his eyes fluttered closed, his thick brows furrowing. His speed increased, the tendons on his forearms shifting and straining as he moved. Mary stayed, transfixed, yearning. I want to be the one doing that. She coalesced further, until she could feel her ghostly palms pressing against phantom skirts. It made no sense. He was horrid. She didn't care. She wanted to fondle Jack Talent's cock. The soft slap of flesh working against flesh, and Talent's light pants filled the air. One arm came down to the basin, bracing, his muscles flexing, His expression was one of near agony, his lips parted. His hips were working now, rocking and thrusting his cock into his clenched fist, and he grunted, small, helpless sounds. He undid her with his magnificence and the unfettered passion he let loose. It felt strangely intimate, as though she were locked in the battle with him, sharing the moment in some small way. Equally, she was utterly apart from him, watching without touching, spying without his knowledge. The divergence rattled her soul. The massive muscles of his thighs twitched and bunched, and his heavy cods swayed with the force of each tug. The knuckles bracing him up turned white with strain. And that cock, so engorged now that the fat head was nearly purple. As if it were weeping for release, a gleaming drop of moisture welled from the tip and rolled down like a tear. Talent's thumbs swept over it, spreading it around, making the head gleam. Mary's soul flared white-hot. Had she a mouth, she would be crying out, begging for mercy. It was too much, and not enough, because she wanted to touch him. Her whole being strained closer, watching as his buttocks clenched and his calves lifted. A series of guttural, helpless groans broke from his lips, his fist positively slamming over his poor, abused cock. Then he came, all those glorious muscles bunching hard and tight. Her mind went blank. A pregnant stillness settled over the room. Jack leaned forward, shaking and hunched over the basin as if his legs might give out. His chest heaved, his abdomen taut and quivering with each breath. And then his dark eyes, glittering in the reflection of the mirror, looked right at her, as if she were flesh. Sheer terror, tinged with hot humiliation, prickled through her being as his husky voice lit over the room. "Was it good for you, too?" Chapter 16. Dread was an emotion well known to Mary, but not like this. It permeated her bones, made her movements lax. Every step she took was an exercise of will. Her gown weighed a ton, and the heavy fabric tangled about her limbs as if trying to hold her back. She appreciated the favour, yet she walked on, aware of the very air about her and the fact that, with each step, she was closer to facing Jack Talent. Like a rank coward, she'd stayed home far past the hour at which she was to meet him. Now it was going on luncheon time, and headquarters was all but deserted. Perhaps he wouldn't be there. Perhaps he'd gone out on his own. She could report in and go out on her own as well. But she knew better than to hope. His presence changed the vibrations of the building. The strong souls could do that. And he was waiting. Ye gods! Her face positively burned. Every moment of the night before was etched in her memory, as sharp as a blade. She did not have to close her eyes to see his moulded torso, or the water trickling in glistening drops along that honed flesh. She could not stop the vivid, heat-inducing image of his cock, thick, hard, angry red at the tip. Her step bobbled, her knees weakening. Mary fisted her skirt. She could not face him. Last night she'd fled so hard and fast that she'd slammed back into her body with enough force to make it buck. The tendons, straining at his neck, the sounds of his pants, and the slap of flesh against flesh. Her breath grew agitated once more. Pressing a hand to a nearby wall, she stopped. Beneath her closed lids, illicit images played out before her. A strangled sound left her lips before she gathered her courage and pushed off the wall. Her heels clicked along the marble corridor, and then she halted so abruptly that her skirts swayed forward. Talent leaned against the doorframe that led to the main offices. His big body appeared at ease, yet when his dark eyes homed in on her, They narrowed with tight focus, and his jaw tensed. Colour flooded his face as his lips pressed together. He'd flushed when he reached completion as well. Mary's head swam, her lips going numb. Gods, she was going to swoon. Sucking in a breath, she turned and fled, but not before seeing Talent launch forward, his expression twisted with outrage. Chase! His deep voice cracked out like a shot. Get your ass back here and face me! She could not. Her steps quickened, and so did his, hard and loud behind her. She could all but feel him bearing down on her, a wildcat running her to ground. Her throat burned raw. Stop! His voice was too close, a rumble laced with equal parts anger and annoyance. Now, or I'll be forced to stop you. The very idea of his physically restraining her made Mary balk. Cursing inwardly, she halted halfway down the dark, unused corridor that led to the archives. Where had she been going? She'd been running blind. Talent stopped as soon as she did. He was just behind her, close enough to feel his energy and heat. Ahead of her lay a long stretch of floor, and escape. But he'd only follow. Her breasts heaved against the tight structure of her bodice as she waited. Oddly, she had the fleeting notion that perhaps he did not know what to say either. A theory crushed when he spoke directly at her ear. Did you wonder if it was you I thought of when I took myself in hand? The gears of her heart ground to a halt as her mouth went dry and her sex grew wet. Staring blindly ahead, she could not formulate a reply. She hadn't thought. Had he been? Talent's smooth voice turned to a gravel-laden purr. That it was your plump lips I imagined stretching over the head of my cock, sucking it in deep. Her knees buckled. She held fast to her skirts, closing her eyes as if it would drown him out. Drawing back out. His hot breath buffeted her cheek, tormenting me to completion. Stop! She could not think of it. Her breast swelled against the edge of her bodice, her nipples throbbing points of pain. The tips of his fingers touched her side, and her body jerked. Have I offended your delicate sensibilities? He traced the seam of her bodice, a light glide. Beneath the silk, her skin tightened. She drew in air. Your anger is deserved. It irked her to say, but she could give him that much. A small, wry laugh left in a burst of breath. Anger, he repeated lightly, his lips tickling the outer shell of her ear, though they didn't truly touch her. Is that what I'm feeling? Irritation bloomed under her skin. I have no notion of what it is you feel, Mr. Talent. The sound buzzed against her flesh, and suddenly he seemed closer, as if his body might meet hers should she breathe deeply. Perhaps I am merely curious if you'd prefer to do more than watch. Mary ground her teeth together. Do not mock me. Why? Talent's grip tightened along her waist for a quick moment. When you seek out my home and watch me as a woman starved. Mortification prickled along her cheeks. What you observed was horror, not starvation. Strange how she could sense his body tensing. Oh, yes, he said after a moment. You have no interest in the carnal. Mary winced, hearing the disbelief there. The heat of his palm against her waist burned through the layers of dress, corset and chemise. Then his hand moved, gliding upward, leaving her flesh shivering in his wake. A man's touch doesn't affect you. His hand drifted higher, toward her breast. He touched her as Lucian had often done, mocking that show, seeking to recreate it now. But there was a proprietary perusal in his hold that Lucian never employed. His mockery turned her blood to ice, yet, horribly, her sex clenched and her breasts grew heavy and waiting for the inevitable moment when he would fondle her. But he paused, indecision colouring the move. Together they stood, waiting, their breath matched in quick, light draws. Mary found herself fighting the urge to move, to beg of him to travel that small distance and cup her. She wanted that touch with a ferocity that frightened her. "Do not do this," she whispered, raw and desperate. "Not like this." His hand tensed, and his thumb pressed against the underside of her breast with enough pressure that she almost whimpered. His voice was but a breath. "Why, when you violated my privacy so thoroughly?" She had, and it shamed her to the core. "Even so. I have not given you leave." "As I gave you last night?" I was in the wrong. Do not make the same mistake and ruin what remains of our relationship." "A relationship?" He laughed shortly, bitterly. "Is that what we have?" What else could she call it? They were part of each other's lives, indelibly, even if they did not want it so. If Talent used her as a toy, something within her would break. He had to know this. "I will not forgive you for it, Talent." A beat of silence stood between them. Then he spun her around. Before she could draw a breath, her shoulders met with the cold stone wall. His large hand framed her ribs, and the other hand went to her jaw, a firm, warm touch that had her stilling. Dark brows slanted over gleaming eyes, a fierce glare, and one that gave her enough time to know what he would do, one that spoke of possession and retribution. The scowl settled on his lips, and he swooped down, the movement stiff and angry. Cold fear had her jerking her head to the side. Awkwardly he followed, but when she wrenched her head the other way, he stilled. A ribald curse broke from him before he stopped and pressed his forehead against the wall beside her. A second later, his fist smashed into the stone. Mary twitched, but held steady. He was all around her, his big body boxing her in, no longer touching her but an effective cage nonetheless. Every heavy breath he took sent his chest brushing against hers as they stood, neither of them willing to move. "So only he can touch you." Beneath the sharp lash of his anger was the sound of frustration, perhaps disappointment. It shocked her, but not enough to stay her bitter response. "He did not seek to mock me with his touch. You do." Talent leaned back. His expression was a hard mask, but his grip claimed her waist once more, steady and calm. "You have no notion what I seek." She turned, her cheek meeting the cool stone. She could not face him, not so close on the heels of her humiliation, and she knew damn well that he'd sought to put her in her place now. The knowledge made her final shot cold. "No," she snapped, "because you trust no one, do you?" "No." Not 1 second of hesitation. Mary scoffed. "And yet, you'd take all my secrets if you could. Would you not, Master Talent?" Jack squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed down the urge to tug Chase back to him. The scent of her arousal surrounded him, darkly sweet like hot syrup. A miracle and a torment. God, he wanted to lick her up, drown in her rich fragrance. But he was not a fool. She made it clear his kiss was not welcome. Jack knew perfectly well that arousal could occur without consent, and he would never take what wasn't offered. Damn it! but the memory of what he'd done last night burned so hot within that his aching cods drew up tight, begging for release. Jesus, he'd been a fool. Thought he'd teach her a lesson, had he? When all he'd done was engage in the most erotic act of his life, with her. Yet she hadn't touched him. He wanted that touch. Did he want her secrets as well? Yes. He leaned a shoulder against the wall, settling directly behind her. I'd take them from you. His lips skimmed along the crown of her head, and a shiver worked deep within his belly. She shivered too. It should have been a triumph, but it wasn't. Not when he feared it just might be from disgust. She knew what had been done to him after all. Did she think him less of a man now? Today she had run from him as if she might never look him in the eye again. It had set off a boiling rage, because he knew that day would soon come. They were too close now. Eventually he'd have to tell her everything of what he'd done to her and why. I deserve something, he murmured, distracted by the scent of her. Mary. Mary Chase. The one woman he couldn't have. Not when she finally learned the full truth about him. Her quick breath sounded in the silence, and she responded with clipped anger. What do you want? Everything. To be another man. A better man. She'd watched him take his pleasure, her ghostly form hovering close, her eyes wide, her lips parted softly as if she wondered what it would feel like to touch him. Or perhaps it truly was horror she'd felt. He hadn't held back as a gentleman might. He'd been raw, unfettered, when he took himself in hand and thought of her. Those lips taking over the job of his hand, sweetly sucking him off. God, he wished it had been so, and not simply a fancy of his desperate imagination. Jack struggled to regain control of his breathing, to regain control of himself. The pads of his fingers burned hot against the satin hugging her waist. How? His voice broke, weak and hungry. He hated the sound. He tried again, stronger this time. How did you find me? The intricate knot of her coiffure brushed his lips as she turned her head slightly, and another heady rush of her scent filled his senses. Jack gritted his teeth. Control. Control. You won't like it, she said. So soft, that voice of hers. Would her skin be thus? Would it be hot silk or cool satin? No, he agreed. I won't. His fingers twitched along her bodice, grasping, then resisting. Tell me anyway. Her sides lifted on a sigh. You know my scent. Well, I know your soul. Everything in him went still and quiet. Know it? His heart began to beat again, a hard, insistent thud. She faced forward, but being taller he could see the smooth curve of her cheek and the gilded tips of her thick lashes. When you were lost to us before. Us, as if he was connected to her. I needed a way to find you. I thought of you, sank into the chair you favoured, and found the essence of you. Another deep breath. I connected with a link to your soul. It brought me to you. All the frozen muscles in his body contracted with a painful clench, and his heart stopped for one raw moment. That connection, she said softly, can never be broken. Her slender throat worked on a swallow. I can always find you now. His shoulders trembled with the force of restraint. Even so, his head fell forward. Her hair was cool, soft, and held the fragrance of ambergris and figs. You're right, he said, as his palms smoothed along her waist, noting the way she shivered, making him shiver in return. I don't like it. Control. His hips touched her bustle. So much fabric he couldn't feel her, and she couldn't feel the strain of his erection against his trousers. I hate it, he whispered. Liar. She shuddered, her arm twitching, but she said nothing, nor did she move away. Can you see? His breath hitched with rage over his vulnerability. What do you see? The way she tensed told him she understood the question perfectly. When she did not speak, he clenched her waist and pressed his mouth into the tender skin of her temple. Warm. She felt warm. Sweat dampened her hair. Tell me, he said. Her cheek moved as she licked her lower lip. He nearly groaned, but did not waver. What do you see? Pain. The word shot from her lips. Rage. Fear. She gasped. Jack eased his hold but wouldn't let go. Her back touched his chest as she breathed. And hurt. Her voice was so small then, as if she didn't want him to hear it. But he did. When she spoke again, the sound rang in the pained silence. But the greatest component, the one that has never changed, is obstinacy. Her silken hair dragged across his face as she turned her head slightly, not looking at him, but making sure she was heard. Your will is the strongest I've ever seen. He closed his eyes to fight the burn there. He needed to tell her everything, and then she'd be gone forever. Neither of them moved until he forced himself to speak. Yes, he said. It is. And then he fled. It wasn't until later that he even wondered why she had been spying on him. Chapter 17. Crisp air kissed Jack's cheeks as he walked down a wide avenue that led into Mayfair. Darkness did not live here, but light. Clean houses lined up in a row, each black iron gate protecting a manicured front garden from unwanted visitors. Walking cleared Jack's head and slowed his pulse. Upon reflection, he was grateful that Chase had discovered him en déshabillé, as it were, instead of a quarter-hour before. Likely she'd never have looked him in the eye again if she'd witnessed him tearing into Mercer Dawn. Jack scowled down at his dusty boots. It wasn't Chase's or anyone else's business how he dealt with his pain. Whatever you want to tell yourself, mate, he muttered. Talking to yourself, Mr. Talent. Lucy and Stone stepped in front of him, blocking the narrow walkway. Ever the dandy, Stone wore a dove-grey cashmere overcoat trimmed in ermine and a grey silk top hat that would have better served as evening wear. Not that Jack would tell him so. What the devil do you want? Jack was in no mood to trade quips with the sod. Stone's jewel-covered fingers tightened on his walking stick. Mary Chase was nearly crushed by a freight car last night. Tell him something that he didn't know. You know, Stone, it occurs to me that you're privy to everything that goes on in this city. Stone gave him a magnanimous nod. Which makes me wonder, Jack went on, why the bloody hell you don't help out more. Oh, but I forgot. You let others do the dirty work while you hide away on your little boat. A sneer twisted Stone's perfect features. Careful, boy. I could kill you as easy as breathing. Then do it, Jack said, or sod off. He moved to push past when Stone stepped forward. It was the last straw. He slammed Stone into a garden wall. Stone's teeth clacked, though he did not fight back, only glared with his glowing jade eyes. Jack pinned him, his forearm crushing the Gim's windpipe. Get the fuck out of my way! Stone grabbed hold of Jack's wrist. Instantly, agonizing pain shot through his arm and down his side. Jack gritted his teeth as Stone pushed him off and leaned in close. No! They stared at each other, each breathing hard in agitation. Jack stood a few inches taller, but Stone didn't back down. Now that you are unfortunately partnered with Mary, Lucian said as he adjusted his lapels, do not think to go back on your word. Jack clenched his fists to keep from pummeling Stone. Wouldn't cast you in a flattering light, would it? Nor you. Stone smoothed back a lock of his dark hair. If you have an ounce of care for that woman, you'll keep your mouth shut, for if she should learn— She'd hate you too, Jack interjected through his locked jaw. Not as much as she'd hate you. Stone's pitiless gaze held. I'll not have her unnecessarily hurt. You ought to have thought of that before you laid out our little agreement. Fucking bastard. Blackmail was more like it. Jack had had enough of it. Of everything. Stone read this well, for he narrowed his gaze. And should your family learn that you were with the Necks, have been for all these years? Shut your fucking gim mouth! Hate coursed through Jack like hellfire. You have no idea who or what I am. And yet you've kept your fucking shifter mouth shut all these years, no? Stone's smile was tight. So I'm thinking there is more than a kernel of truth to what I know. Jack's shoulders met the rough wall behind him with a thud. Stone had him. For years he'd had his number. When Jack could speak, the wrong words emerged. You have her. Always have. What more do you want? A wrinkle formed between Stone's brows. I want her safe. Jack laughed hard and ugly. Too late for that, mate. Because of you. Stone punched the center of Jack's chest where it felt hollow. The hollow feeling spread, and he couldn't bring himself to punch back. Stone took the advantage. You want to protect her as I do? Then stay away from her as I told you to do. He took a step, and they were nose to nose. Before you destroy her just as you do everything around you. For Mary, a Sunday roast was a lovely event that she, the only child of a woman who liked nothing better than to sleep away that particular day, would never experience. She wasn't even certain when or where she'd heard of this mythical moment during which families got together to eat a grand feast and simply enjoy each other's company. Perhaps she'd followed the scent of roast beef and pudding in the air one crisp autumn day to press her nose against a window, or perhaps her nanny had espoused its glories. She didn't remember. It was simply a clear picture left in her mind, one of happiness, warmth, and light. Whatever the case, when Inspector Lane sought her out after Talent left her and extended an invitation for Sunday lunch, Mary accepted, more out of shock than anything else. Excellent! Lane's eyes crinkled kindly at the corners. He touched her arm, a solicitous gesture that spoke of friendship and camaraderie, and yet Mary stiffened. Lane curbed the move, but the damage was done. He'd noticed and was clearly chagrined. Mary cursed herself. She hadn't meant to react. She was very fond of Inspector Lane. But the unexpected touch of a man's hand had set off the immediate instinct of defence. The air grew thick and awkward between them. More so when Inspector Lane merely gave her a soft smile. I consider this visit progress, Mistress Chase. He spoke so affably that one might never have known she'd insulted him. Mary inwardly cringed as they began to walk down the hall, and he continued speaking as though nothing odd had occurred. Soon we shall have you attending every Sunday. Let us not be hasty, Inspector. She wanted to smile, though, for his desire to include her in his family warmed that small, cold place that always felt like an outsider. Now, Mistress Chase, Lane admonished. I shall not be dissuaded. Mrs. Lane considers you one of us, and quite rightly. He opened the outer doors for her and ushered her through, careful not to actually touch her. Without your assistance, I might have lost my family. Lane's handsome and scarred face darkened for but a brief moment. He brightened again. So, as you can see, he went on as if she understood him perfectly, which she did. Your presence is quite important. Inspector, you do not have to feel obliged to— And let us not forget Mrs. Ranulph, interrupted Lane. She's been most vocal in her desire to see you at the family roast. Lane glanced down at her, and his mouth twitched. I needn't tell you how persistent that woman can be once she has a bee in her bonnet. No. Mary's own mouth twitched. I am quite familiar, Inspector. Despite her gaffe, they shared a companionable trip to Lane's home. When little Alice Lane was born, the Lanes had moved from their small flat above their bookshop and into Mayfair, close to Poppy's sisters. The house was not a mansion by any means, but cosy and lovely, with well-proportioned rooms and light-filled spaces. The kind of home Mary would pick for herself should she have a family. Commotion ensued the moment she stepped inside the warm home, with Poppy coming up to buss her husband's cheek before putting a fond hand upon Mary's arm in welcome. Daisy was far more boisterous, kissing all and sundry, and Ian Ranulph much the same, pulling Mary into a quick hug of hello before she could protest. It struck Mary anew how these people did not behave like ton, or even new gentry, but more like simple country folk. Laughter and affection ruled, as did the free discourse. Mary bounced along the periphery of it all. The loveliness both repelled and charmed her. How could they be so happy and carefree? How could she not? She knew it wasn't all roses for them, only it felt as though it were, and she were the weed infiltrating their garden. Nonsense, really, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being out of her element. Mary pasted a tight half-smile upon her face as Daisy hooked her arm through hers and led Mary into the family parlour. The tight, queer feeling intensified within her. The house smelled of roasting beef and crackling fires. Everything glowed with golden lamplight, and nothing felt familiar. A pair of dark green eyes clashed with hers, and the world about her whooshed to silence. She would have liked to tell herself she'd forgotten that Jack Tallant was part of Lane's family too, but it would have been a lie. He sat hunched on a large sofa, his arms resting upon his bent knees. He looked up at her, his expression as impassive as ever, save for that hooded gaze, shining brightly by the light of the fire. Nature had painted him in bold, simple strokes, and he was immense. Simply sitting there, he felt too big for the space he occupied, as though a wrong move might crush the furniture beneath him. And he was glorious. To her. Mary's breath left in a shivery hiss. Heat and agitation stroked the cage of her breast. As if he scented it, his gaze grew hazy, his mouth parting slightly as if to draw in more air, draw in more of her. Mary dug her nails deep into the flesh of her palms to remain still. The strained silence between them grew, until Daisy let out a little huff. "Jack Tallant, don't just sit there like a clod. Get up and greet Miss Chase like a proper gentleman." His gaze flicked to Daisy and then back to Mary, and then he stood, a fluid motion that brought him up, So tall. And all that spectacular strength hidden beneath staid black suits. She could not take this. She needed to leave. "You do realize, Daisy Ranulph, that I'm only 5 years younger than you," he said. "That you are not, in fact, my mother." Talent turned his attention to Mary, and his smooth cream voice had a soft bite to it. "Roped you into it too, did they, Chase?" Something within her eased. "I fear so, Talent." "Cheer up, Angel." The corners of his eyes creased, and then came that grin, the one that made her knees wobble and her heart seize. "Sunday roast only comes once a week." As if she'd be there every Sunday. As if he'd accepted that fact. She found herself smiling back, even as Daisy nattered on about cheeky ingrates. It was all right, then. It would be all right. Hours later, filled and sated, the family drifted back into the large parlour to lounge about and talk of this and that. Mary found herself a comfortable chair and was content to simply watch. Better still, they left her to it. "Ian, darling," called Daisy, "Archer sends you his regards." Curled up on the overstuffed sofa, her feet tucked beneath her skirts, Daisy smiled as she read through the latest letter from Lord and Lady Archer. The couple was in Ireland, visiting a young man they'd learned was the Ellis woman's brother. Miranda had grown particularly close to him, as she and the youth shared the deadly ability to manipulate fire. Ian strolled over, smiling a bit as he bent down to kiss the top of his wife's head. "And what does the old stiff see?" Daisy's lips curled. Well, he says that Ireland is great sheep country, and that he has rounded up a nice bunch of fatted lambs for you to frolic with should the London fare become too bland." Inspector Lane gave out a great laugh. "Perhaps Daisy ought to knit you a fuzzy woolen jumper so you might hide amongst them." "Now, darling," Poppy said reproachfully, "be kind. You know very well Daisy detests knitting." "'Tis true," Daisy agreed with a plump-cheeked grin. "But I am certain we could scrounge up a lambskin for Ian to use." "Cheeky arses, the lot of you," Ian muttered, then grinned. "Would serve Archer right if I did hightail it up there and pounce on his flock." Smiling, Mary left her cosy chair and wandered out of the room. A flash of dark coat sleeve had caught her eye. She found him sitting alone in the half-darkened conservatory built at the back of the house. Made almost entirely of glass, the room was cooler than the parlour and bathed in the blue light of the full moon. Potted palms graced the corners, leaving the centre of the room open for a grouping of lacy white iron tables and chairs. She wasn't surprised that he'd drifted off on his own. All through luncheon she'd watched him from the corner of her eye, noting the way he had deliberately distanced himself from the rest. The others had glanced at him as well, their gazes ranging from worried, such as Ian's, to penetrating, such as Poppy's. They all wanted to know what thoughts ran through Talent's head. As for Mary, although what she might discover terrified her, she too wanted inside that thick head of his. This time, when she entered the room, he stood. "Care to sit?" His voice was soft as he gestured to one of the chairs. The chair was cold, the iron pressing into the backs of her thighs. Mary was grateful for the discomfort. It took her mind away from the slow burn within her. Talent resumed his seat, and they sat in silence, letting the sounds of the house party drift over the still air. "You might as well come out with it, Chase." Weariness weighted his voice, but there was also wry amusement there. She risked a glance, and the corner of his mouth kicked up. "You think I do not know you well enough by now, that you aren't squirming over there, trying to find a way to broach the subject?" "I do not squirm." That he knew what she was about annoyed her. That he knew precisely what she wanted to discuss made her want to hit him. Talent merely stared at her, his brows winging up in that way of his that appeared at once expectant yet reproachful. "Very well," she snapped. "You asked me how I found you." Mary licked her dry lips and pressed her palms closer together. "I should like to know how you saw me." Pray God the heat in her cheeks did not show. His body was unmoving, his rough-hewn face expressionless. Only his eyes were alive, glittering with dark intent as his gaze roved. The air about them seemed to still and grow heavy as they both relived those moments. And though her skin scorched now with that heat and her dress became oppressive, she refused to lower her eyes in deference. The moment swelled, then he moved. A simple adjustment in his seat, but enough to make her heart stutter. "It appears," he said in a bland tone, "that this connection you forged works both ways." Again, his unwavering attention bore into her. "You can see my soul, and I can see yours." Mary swallowed thickly before nodding once. "It happens at times." When the connection was deep, or the ties between persons were binding. She had suspected, but didn't want it to be true. Rubbing a finger along the brocade of her overskirt, Mary aimed for a bit of levity. "So then, you knew?" Talent leaned forward then, the movement of his powerful body setting off little frissons throughout hers. The deep glide of his voice crept along her skin, licking over sensitive spots and making her twitch. "The entire time, Chase." God! The admission horrified her, and it twisted something dark and aching deep within her. She fidgeted, her hands running along the hidden throwing knife strapped to her thighs. "If you knew I was there, then why did you—" Her words died on a flush. Bloody Talent. "Pleasure myself?" he offered helpfully. She was not amused, but deserved his teasing. "Yes, that." Talent's eyes grew darker, wicked. "Because I knew you were there." The pink tip of his tongue peeked out from between his teeth, taunting her. The gesture was perverse, a little flickering "come hither." Her heart pounded against her throat, but she would not give him the satisfaction of seeing her disquiet. She set her attention on the wall of windows, and the ghostly reflections of them sitting close wavered back at her. "Fine. Don't answer me." But I just did. He sounded so reasonable, save for the laughter tickling the edges of his voice. Mary pressed her lips together, her grip upon her skirts tightening. "You're being evasive." "And apparently you are being obtuse." "Bother!" Her skirts rustled as she stood. He struck like an asp, catching her wrist with his long fingers. Instantly she froze. It wasn't a hard grip, but his warm touch rendered her unable to move. "Don't go." His eyes, framed by thick lashes, looked up at her. Talent's calm voice coiled along her body. "I confess I don't understand you at times, Chase." The blunt tip of his thumb brushed her sensitive skin, and the contact licked over her flesh. "You open a line of conversation, then become angry with me when I oblige by answering truthfully." "I admit," she said, "it baffles me that you didn't fly into a rage the moment you realized I was there. You were unclothed, for pity's sake." Fierce heat filled her cheeks. She needed to stop talking altogether. Talent's mouth trembled at the corner, his eyes alight with utter glee. "Chase, the idea of a woman watching is in no way a deterrent for a man. It adds a level of excitement." She would die now, Surely fate could be kind to her for once. He looked her over, shaking his head as if in disgust. And to think you lived with Lucian Stone, debaucher of innocence, and didn't know as much. Sorry to disappoint you. Disappoint? His voice turned smoky then, surrounding and obscuring her mental clarity. On the contrary, I find myself wholly enlightened. I hadn't thought you'd be so virtuous. The soft touch of his thumb returned, agitating and seductive. In the future, I shall endeavour to subdue my frankness. Mary tensed, her gaze searching his and finding no hint of guile. Gods, he was being truthful, which meant he'd been having a laugh at her when he took himself in hand. The smarmy, rutting bastard! She couldn't speak past the lump of rage gathering in her throat. When she looked away, his thumbs swept across her inner arm once again, so whisper-quick and soft she wondered if he was aware of doing it. More curious still, regardless of her ire, she didn't want him to stop. "What is it, then?" he asked. "What's got your skirts in a twist?" A smile lightened his eyes. "Other than my usual charm, that is." "I want to kill you. I want you to pull me down into your lap so that I might feel those long, hard muscles I've seen flex and thrust." "You have yet to ask me the most damning question, Master Talent." Gods, but this was rash. Stupid to wave a red flag in front of a bull, but she needed the distance between them to return, if only for her sanity. She leaned in, close enough to feel his rumbling energy. "Why was I spying on you?" A pulse of tension travelled down his arm and into his fingers, where they tightened on her wrist. He could snap her bones in a second, yet he immediately lessened his hold, but still did not let go. Hooded dark eyes studied her. "Why were you spying on me, Mistress Chase?" The evenness of his tone sent a skein of warning over her skin. She ignored it. "Because I do not trust you." She might as well have slapped him. His lips parted, soft on a breathy exhalation, even as his brows snapped together. It was a look of hurt, horror, and then growing anger. Only there was a flash of guilt that made her grow colder still. His words came out clipped and controlled. "And you thought watching me stroke my cock would disabuse you of this distrust?" Heat flared along her cheeks. "A joke instead of an answer, is it?" The grip on her wrist tightened, enough to make her fingers thrum. His jaw bunched, and his gaze burned her. "Answer me. Tell me I am wrong." Her fingertips throbbed in time with her pumping heart. "Tell me you are innocent." But she knew he would never protest his innocence. Even if he was innocent, Jack Talent would never beg for understanding. "Holly Evernight was abducted outside of headquarters last night," she said. His nostrils flared as he took a harsh breath. "You believe I would harm Evernight?" "No, but there are some who might, and the SOS is beginning to wonder why it has taken you so long to solve this case. Poppy, she is worried about you." "So you are to be my watchdog, is that it?" "If I must." She tried again to break free of him, but could not. "You know more than you let on, Talent, but I do not think you so broken that you would hurt one of our own." Talent's green eyes dulled. "Now that is where you are wrong. You would do well not to trust me, Chase. Whatever deeds I have or have not done, the essential truth remains that I am broken." Chapter 18. Mary ought to be afraid, or at the very least unnerved by what she'd revealed to Talent. Instead, her mind acted like a dog-cart stuck on a track, constantly driving back around to the image of him coming undone. Blast him! She did not feel like herself anymore, didn't recognize this woman she'd become. An invader had taken over her skin. Logic had fled like a frightened spirit. Instead, she felt. Everywhere. Everything. Her bones thrummed. She was at once too heavy yet oddly buoyant. Her breasts ached and tingled as though the flesh there had been asleep and now needed to be rubbed fully back to life. A horrid thought. And yet the very idea of big, rough hands rubbing over her tender flesh. God Almighty, she quivered. Intolerable. It was endless, this feeling. When she walked, she felt the length of her own legs and the curve of her bottom, where the fabric of her drawers moved and teased. And she felt her own slickness between her legs, a strange slip-slide that sent little judders of sensation over her, an uncomfortably hot syrup that coated her inside and out. How was she to live like this? The shift from stasis to this shivering, heated bloom of feeling was most unwelcome. The worst part was that it was his fault. And hers. Hers because she'd spied on him, watched as he handled that big, hardened length of flesh, and now she could not get past the horrid feeling of want. And his, because he'd deliberately done it to taunt her. She hated him, lousy, dirty bounder, devil incarnate, possible murderer to boot. God above, she was feeling this way for a man who might be guilty of horrendous acts. "Are you going to brood during the whole of our walk?" Daisy's voice snapped Mary out of her brooding. Devil take it, she had utterly forgotten the woman was next to her. Shortly after Mary had confessed that she would continue to spy on Talent if necessary, Daisy had waltzed into the room. "Take a walk with me, old girl," was all she'd said, and Mary had been grateful for the escape. Now heat flooded her cheeks. Daisy couldn't read her thoughts, but the mere idea that she'd been having them was bad enough, because it was a bothersome truth that Gim felt each other's emotions keenly, even when they did not want to. Daisy's breath floated away in a ghostly puff as it hit the crisp evening air, and she continued as if their walk had just begun. "Such a lovely night. I confess, I quite needed it after that heavy meal." Is that why we're out here?" Mary had her doubts, crafty as the Ellis sisters were. "Well, that, and the irritation blasting off you was giving me the twitches." Daisy looked at her wryly. "I thought you might need some air as well, pet." Mary could only muster an inward sigh. Daisy's bright blue gaze travelled over her, taking stock of all that Mary sought to hide. "How goes it with Mr. Talent?" Likely, Mary would never meet another soul more astute at ferreting out sexual agitation in others. She tucked her hands farther into her cloak pockets and set her concentration on the road before them. "Do you want to know about the case, or if we've done each other grievous bodily harm?" Blue eyes looked at her askance. "You aren't limping, so he hasn't yet tupped you." When Mary stumbled, Daisy caught her arm and laughed. "I was referring to giving him a swift kick in the bollocks," Mary muttered, before wrenching away as Daisy merely laughed more. "However the two of you like to play is entirely your business, Miss Mary." The back of Mary's neck stiffened. "You are unconscionable. Has anyone ever told you?" "Plenty of times, dearest." Daisy caught her arm again and huddled close in the way Mary had seen female friends do. The touch, while warm, made Mary's skin tighten. She wondered if she'd ever get accustomed to contact with others. Daisy, however, did not appear to notice and prattled on. "Look, Jack Talent is an ass. We all know it." Daisy shrugged. Why he feels it necessary to be a particular ass to you, I cannot say. But he cares with his whole heart, and his loyalty is not to be matched. For heaven's sake, he lost an arm defending me. An arm? Alarm shot down Mary's spine. That mad werewolf, intent on getting me, tore it clean off when Jack tried to stop him, right from the elbow. Daisy blanched as if remembering the sight. Extraordinary, Mary murmured. Daisy winced. He lost an eye as well. But did he convalesce like he ought? No. He came to sit with me for fear that I'd be distraught. Her blue eyes went soft and glowing. He hates to hear it, but I do love that man. Mary frowned down at her shoes. I can hardly imagine him doting. But she could. He was loyal and fiercely protective. Mary wondered what sort of defect she had that made him dislike her so. Daisy's gentle voice broke the silence. You must learn to trust him, Mary. Accusations rose and clogged in Mary's throat. Why not tell Daisy the truth? She was a fellow Gim, and more of a confidant than Mrs. Lane, who, despite their mutual regard, was her superior. And yet she could not do it. Without true proof of Talent's guilt, she could not sully his name with suspicion, not after the trials he'd endured trying to keep those he loved safe. She picked her words carefully. He is much changed. I fear that what occurred might have altered him irrevocably. Daisy's lively gait slowed, and since she was still clutching Mary's arm, Mary's did as well. He stopped visiting Ian, which hurts my husband more than he will admit. I believe Jack merely needs time. She trailed off with a morose frown. If... Mary pressed her lips together, then tried again. What would the Ranulph do should Mr. Talent lose himself to darkness? Daisy halted and turned to face Mary. The wavering light of a townhouse lantern sent shadows sliding over Daisy's plump cheeks, but her eyes glowed with the incandescence of a Gim's. What are you saying? But they both knew. Would Ian be able to put Talent down, should it come to that? The thought seemed to swirl between them, and they both outwardly shivered. Mary tried to speak, but a feminine screech cut through the quiet. Another scream followed, this one laden with pain and terror. Cold sweat bloomed along Mary's skin. Her throat closed, the sensation of a cord wrapping around her neck making her gag. For an instant, she was not on the street with Daisy, but in a dank back alley, the broken, wet cobbles grinding into her bare back, and foul male flesh slamming down on her. You like that, Toffer? Listen to her moan, but she's loving it. Head spinning, she clutched Daisy's arm just for a moment before pulling in a draught of cold air. The taste of sulphur and coal grounded her, and she stiffened, her arm snapping down to release the baton hidden up her sleeve. Cool steel filled her palm, and then she ran. Daisy was at her heels, her parasol clutched in her hand. They both had weapons of preference, and Daisy's was the small sword tucked into each of her pretty parasols. Miranda had taught Daisy, and Mary could only hope the lessons had stuck as she heard male laughter. Rounding the corner of an apothecary shop, they clambered into a dark alleyway. 3 men crouched over the crumpled form of a woman, her brown dress no more than a stain on the filthy ground. Ice flowed through Mary's veins. Oh, God! It was too similar, too much. She could not breathe, and yet the sight made her shout. The men jumped as one and turned. Mary heard their sneers and taunts, but they did not penetrate the fog of rage that had overtaken her. Her baton met with the first man's head, and he slumped to the pavement. Blows buffeted her, yet she did not feel them. Strike, slash, duck, punish. These were the thoughts that ran through her head. Vaguely, she was aware of Daisy dispatching a man in short order, slicing his forearm and jabbing his thigh. He howled and ran off. One left. The thug looked at the wild women, who had no fear of him, and then fled as well. Mary clutched her baton, fighting the urge to chase him down. Panting with rage not yet abated, she stood over the fallen woman until Daisy lightly touched her arm. Mary flinched, her hand half lifting in defence, but the fog cleared, and she let Daisy aside. Thick blood seeped into Daisy's yellow skirts as she knelt before the woman. Mary's knees grew weak, and she followed Daisy down. The woman's appearance told its own story. Sensible brown homespun dress, clear complexion that was now grey, and wide, unseeing brown eyes that stared up at Mary in supplication. A large pool of dark, glistening blood spread out in front of the woman's small waist, and yet another at the base of her throat. A gruesome wound that barely trickled now. Mary swallowed thickly and averted her eyes. "No pulse," Daisy murmured, pressing her fingers against the woman's pale throat. "They gutted her, poor dear." "No!" The silvery form of the woman stood beside them. She glared down in outrage, and her light blonde hair seemed to swirl in the wind. Her dark eyes flashed as she caught them looking. "I cannot be dead. I refuse to go. Not like this. Not from the likes of them." Again came that flash of ire and need. The need to live. Daisy glanced at Mary, and hesitation rose high in her eyes, but her voice was calm as she addressed the spirit. "I'm afraid you are dead. I'm very sorry we did not arrive sooner." The woman fisted her hips. "If I am dead, then how is it that you both see me?" Her eyes narrowed. "And why do you both glow?" "You are seeing our spirits," Mary said, "just as we see yours." Around them the breeze began to stir, and with it the soft moans of other spirits. They hovered still in the shadows, but soon they would come out for a look. Ghosts were always attracted to a new one. Mary sighed. Although sorrow weighed down her breast, she'd been around death for so long that she was all but numb to the plight of the newly dead. "There is still a chance to move on. You must feel it. I suggest you take it, lest you be stuck here just as they are." She didn't need to explain who they were. The woman surely felt them creeping in, just as Mary and Daisy did. Indeed, she looked over her shoulder before rubbing her arms in an agitated fashion. "I feel it, like someone is plucking on my sleeve." She shuddered. I can't. I don't want to die." "Well, who does?" Daisy mused. However, her head tilted as she eyed the spirit thoughtfully. "Would you really rather stay, even if it meant you never died?" "Is this a true question?" Her accent, now that Mary turned her attention to it, was flat and hard, an American, likely fresh off the boat. "She has spirit," Daisy said to Mary. "She's a strange one." Most newly dead sobbed or went into hysterics over their destroyed bodies. Mary had. Best not to think about those memories. The woman quirked a brow at Mary. "Says the woman who rushed in like a crazed banshee and beat down 3 full-grown men." "She's in shock," Daisy said to Mary with a smile. Mary could not help but smile too. "Likely you're right." The strange woman nodded. "I agree. Likely I'll soon—" She wavered, and her throat bobbed on a swallow. "Can we move on, please?" Mary could not fault her. The mere fact that she knelt next to a dead body threatened to make her sight go black. She kept her eyes firmly upon Daisy. "We could?" Daisy's eyes widened. "We could?" she agreed. Mary's gaze snapped to the hovering spirit, who seemed about to attempt jumping back into her old body. "You'd be a slave, for however long he deems?" The woman blinked. "Who is he?" "The man who can give you back your life," Daisy said simply. "Will it involve—" The spirit's nose scrunched up. Being women, none of them had to say more. "No," said Mary emphatically. "You will have to find other willing spirits for him." "For what reason?" "Well, there is the rub," said Daisy, a bit sadly. "Only he knows. Some he allows to return to their bodies and live life out as we are now. Others he takes with him. Though he promises no harm will come to them, no one here knows what happens to those souls." Her blue eyes grew solemn. "You will not know until it is your turn." It was a devil's bargain, to be sure, yet Mary had never regretted her decision. She supposed that was the unifying factor for all Gim. They simply loved life too much to lose theirs, even if their circumstances were less than pleasant. Did it make them selfish, wrong somehow? She wondered every time another was offered the choice, every time she speculated on where the others went. "Fine." The spirit drew herself up and set her hands upon her hips once more. "I accept." No hesitation. Mary had to admit the woman had more will to live than most. Adam would love that about her, which would also put the woman in a dubious position. "Well then," said Daisy. Yet her hand fluttered in the vicinity of her heart, not quite able to press it there. Mary understood and rested a hand on Daisy's limp one. "You know how?" "Of course." Daisy grimaced. "You sure?" she asked the spirit. The woman's form gained strength, glowing bright in the darkened alley. She wouldn't look at her body, but only at Daisy and Mary. "Ought we not hurry?" "Your body is safe for now," Daisy murmured, but her gaze stayed resolutely away from it. Mary knew why Daisy hesitated. The process of becoming a Gim was not pretty or clean, and meeting their maker was always disconcerting, on a variety of levels. With a sigh, Daisy pressed her hand against her clockwork heart and murmured the words that would call Adam forth. Instantly the air about them grew hot and florid with the smoky scent of myrrh and something darkly cloying. The effect of that fragrance upon Mary was instantaneous. Heat washed over her, tightening her nipples and making her sex throb. It was most unfortunate, and not a sensation she enjoyed, given what caused it. By the look of Daisy's pinched lips, she too was affected and not happy either. Then again, their creator's scent had that effect on men as well as women, so they could hardly be shamed. On the heels of the scent came the darkness, black and endless, as it coalesced on a spot just next to them until it formed the shape of a doorway. The spirit at Mary's side fluttered, her eyes wide. "What is it?" "Hush." The echoing of footsteps, as if coming from far off, sounded, and the scent grew thicker, richer, making sweat bloom upon Mary's skin and her clockwork heart go just a bit faster. She took a steadying breath and tried to ignore the shiver working through her body. Through the darkness he came, his step jaunty and arrogant. Mary swallowed. Gracious, but the demon was sin incarnate. tall and lean, black hair tousled about without care, and light amber eyes beneath thick, stern brows. His aquiline nose would be considered too big on a lesser face, his mouth an angry slash, yet somehow plump and inviting. Such intense masculine beauty was dizzying. Oftentimes, Mary wondered if Adam was an incubus, especially when he smiled as if he knew exactly how he stirred their emotions, and his deep, rich voice rumbled over them like heated cream. "My delicious daughters," he said fondly. "My most lovely creations. How may I be of service?" Daisy cleared her throat, a high blush warring with eyes flashing in annoyance. "My Lord Adam, we have one who desires to join." His gaze was a palpable caress. It slid warm and sticky over Mary to rest on the silent spirit. Adam's nostrils flared as he drew in a deep, sharp breath. Odd, as he was never anything other than nonchalant or flirty. "Your name?" His lazy tone had gone clipped. The loose-limbed way in which he normally carried himself tensed. The spirit narrowed her eyes, her gaze sliding up and down Adam's form as though inspecting something distasteful. "Eliza May." It came out as a dubious rumble. Adam flicked his attention to Mary. "I'll have a word with you, sweet Mary Chase." "And you are?" Eliza May cut in, her translucent hands upon her hips. "Not to be interrupted, treats." Adam's expression was hard and cold. Eliza lifted her chin. "I've a right to know your name, sir." With a smile that chilled the bone, Adam sauntered over to the hovering spirit. When he reached out to trace the line of her cheek, his finger did not drift through her, but made contact, as though she were flesh still. "My lord and master, my irresistible liege," he murmured in his rich purr. "Pick whichever one you want. Then shut up. I am speaking, and not to you." His gaze moved to Mary, but stopped as he spied Eliza's body lying bloodied and battered upon the cobbles, her skirts still rucked up, a pool of blackening blood widening about her head like a macabre halo. His lips flattened as his eyes glowed so brightly that the area about them was illuminated with golden light. Mary had seen the reaction before, and it never failed to unnerve. But she understood. Violence against women was something he could not abide. Eliza, seeing the direction of the demon's gaze, swished over her body as though she might hide it. "Don't look at me! It!" Her teeth bared in a snarl. "At my body?" "Why?" he asked mildly. "It's dead, and if you want to keep it, it's also mine." Eliza flinched, her mouth gaping before snapping shut. "I thought... they said you wouldn't want..." The glow in Adam's eyes returned, not as bright, but quite fierce. "Devil take it, I quite literally have beings knocking against each other for the opportunity to have me." Indeed, ghosts stuck between worlds had gathered, bumping against the periphery of the alleyway as though held back by an invisible wall. The silent wraiths twisted and undulated in unmistakable entreaty. "I've no interest in unwilling, prissy misses." Eliza's mouth curled in distaste. "Oh, how the other ghouls must envy you." The air about them trembled and heated. Adam took a step in Eliza's direction. "Let us get this over with. Will you swear fealty to me? What would I have to—" "Yes or no, right now, Miss May." Eliza May glanced between Mary and Daisy, her expression unsure and pained. They could not speak now, nor assuage her. It was forbidden. But Mary tried to convey that it would be all right with a soft look. "Tick-tock, Eliza." "All right." She drew herself up. "I swear it." The triumph in Adam's expression was absolute, and not what Mary was accustomed to seeing. "Excellent." With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a thin, golden chain. Lightning fast, it coiled around Eliza's spirit and her body. Adam gave the chain a lazy tug, and Eliza flew into her body. A great gasp broke from her lips as her body arched off the ground, then flopped back, struggling against the golden bonds like a fish in a net. Mary and Daisy looked on in horror. This was nothing like their times, nor were the ones taken bound in gold. Before they could say a word, Eliza May disappeared, and they were left alone with Adam. "Good Lord, Adam," Daisy said, her eyes beginning to glow. "What have you done to her?" He waved an idle hand. "Nothing you need worry over." His expression brooked no argument. "Now then, doves, as neither of you is indebted to me for souls, I consider this a personal boon." Something wicked and altogether unsettling flickered in his gaze. "Therefore," he reached out, and the hot, dried tips of his fingers touched their foreheads. "A gift." An electric buzz shimmered through Mary, delicious and heady before ending in a warm glow. "What was that?" she asked. His smile was brief. "Motherhood." As if she had been pinched, Daisy let out a garbled squawk. "Did you—" She coloured furiously. "Did you just impregnate us?" Adam's full-throated laughter echoed along the brick walls. "Hell's bells, no!" His eyes watered as he tried to calm himself, and Daisy huffed. Clearing his throat, he tried again. "You do not need me for that, sweet, unless you'd like to." He waggled his dark brows, and Daisy huffed again. "But we are—" Daisy waved a helpless arm. "You know." She stopped there, her face flaming, which Mary had to admit was rather amusing, seeing as Daisy could wax lyrical about sexual topics without care. Adam eyed her with a mixture of wry caution and good humour. "If I may be so bold, darling, but do you experience your courses?" His mouth twitched. "I shall take the shade of crimson on your cheeks as a yes, which means there is nothing stopping you." His gaze slid over both of them. "You aren't corpses, for pity's sake. You are life anew, better and more precious because you asked for it with eyes wide open." He sniffed in annoyance. "I swear, do none of my flock pay attention when I tell you the rules upon creation?" Mary was rather glad to hear she was not expecting, and had to smile at his chastisement. She'd known, but hadn't realized Daisy was ignorant of that particular part of her nature. "My lord, would you explain what you meant by motherhood?" His smile was beatific. "Simply that you may choose to create another. Only one, mind. No need for us to get carried away." Mary and Daisy blinked. Shock coursed through Mary's bones. She could create a Gim. The notion was at once horrid and fascinating. Mary took a breath and curtsied. "You honour us, my lord." "I know. Choose wisely, my doves. Creation is the most intimate act one can do. That soul will be bound to you, helpless as a babe until you choose to set it free. Even after, you will always feel a connection." "But how do we—" Daisy's question was cut off with a wave of Adam's hand. I cannot dally all night. Do as I do, and the rest will follow." His attention turned to Mary. "Miss Chase, as I was trying to say before, I suggest you keep an eye on that man of yours." "Why?" Mary would not contradict the demon by protesting that Jack was not hers, but his words left her tight and cold. Adam's mouth curled, revealing small but sharp fangs. "I do not take threats against my children lightly. I do believe that Jack Talent will soon find himself in the thick of a great one. Some beings were never meant to be Gim." "You mean the shadow crawlers?" His expression grew pained. "Mix any sort of demon flesh with metal, and you will find yourself with a disaster on your hands." His gaze levelled on her, and she felt the immense power he held within him. "Do not let it happen, Miss Chase." Dawn was slow in coming for Mary. She was being watched. She knew it with the same certainty with which she knew her name was Mary Chase. The sensation whispered over her skin like spider silk and crept along her spine to nip at her neck, an unnerving distraction that robbed her of peace and kept her awake. It was not a new sensation. It had come and gone for some time. Too long. So long that she was almost used to the feeling. Almost, but not quite. Had she not the ability to see spirits, Mary would have wondered if her house was haunted, for the sensation of eyes upon her nearly always occurred when she was in her home. "Nonsense," she muttered, and tossed back her bed-covers. The white light of morning was shining through her curtains as she crossed the cool floors and headed for her front room. Still, she could not shake the sticky feeling. For someone accustomed to doing the watching, it was not only unnerving, but an affront. 2 tall windows dominated her parlour, framed by cream velvet curtains. The windows gleamed like a pair of bright eyes, watching. The desire to draw the curtains fully closed prompted Mary to do the opposite. She stalked right up to them, yanked them wide, and pressed her nose to the icy glass. She spotted him immediately, the sight giving her a start. Crouched on the corner of the opposite roof like some gargoyle of old, his black cloaked shape formed a hulking silhouette against the lemon-yellow sky. The gears in her heart nearly stopped, then sped up. But she knew that body, and the distinct shape of that head. Jack Talent. Her palms spread wide upon the window, the heat of her body emitting waves of condensation along the glass. The light was in her eyes, and he merely a black outline. But then a cloud scuttled over the sun, and his eyes gleamed, looking straight at her, and she felt that gaze as if it were a living, breathing beast upon her. Slowly he stood, his tall form perfectly balanced upon the jutting roof edge, and simply watched her. Her body tightened. Had he always watched her? It couldn't be so. But for a moment she felt certain that he had. As if he'd been waiting to see her reaction, he raised his arm then and gave her a graceful salute. The next moment he was gone, leaving with inhuman speed. Mary stared at the spot where he had stood. The salute ought to have been a mockery, only it felt like an acknowledgement, and a message. Stranger still, his actions did not feel like revenge, nor did it feel as if she were being watched, as much as watched over. As she put the kettle on and prepared for the day ahead, she realized that the idea of Talent doing the watching made her feel safe. And wasn't that the most unnerving sensation of all? Chapter 19. Today would be a late day. Because the Bishop of Charing Cross appeared to do his work at night, so must they. which was fine by Mary. She needed a bit of space between her and Talent, and was happy to wait until luncheon to meet him. Then again, dining with Talent had its own pitfalls. "Do you ever stop eating, Mr. Talent?" Mary pursed her lips at the spectacle that was Jack Talent gorging on his 5th meat pie. He paused, as though surprised she was speaking to him, then his dark eyes looked at her sidelong. "Stay with me long enough and you might find out." He popped the last golden bite into his mouth, then licked his lips with a flick of his pink tongue. Somehow he managed to grin while chewing. His throat worked on a swallow, and that grin grew teeth. "Besides, I told you I like eating." How he was able to make the statement both carnal and irritating, she'd never know. Mary set her attention on the reports spread open on the table in front of her. Talent, adamantly eschewing the quiet containment of headquarters, had dragged them out to yet another tavern, this one being loud, smoky, and crowded. It did, however, serve an excellent supper, as Talent was quick to point out when she'd voiced her annoyance. Unfortunately, she had to admit to herself that the tavern afforded a level of anonymity they would not receive at headquarters. Too many regulators took it upon themselves to make a study of Talent and Mary. She feared there might even be a betting pool going on about just when and how they'd kill each other. Lousy busybody rotters. True, tempers between her and Talent were strained, but they were partners, like it or not, and she intended to behave in a sensible manner from here on out. She would not think of breathless, voyeuristic pleasures, or near kisses, or nighttime vigils. It did not help matters when Talent suddenly gave her a slow perusal, lingering along the length of her bodice where the satin lay smooth and tight over her torso. Heat prickled along her skin, and she bristled. He could not look at her in this manner, not if she wanted to get through the day. As if he was annoyed, his mouth turned down at one corner. "You're looking rather turned out today, Mistress Chase." His low voice turned into a drawl. "Why do I suspect I will not like the reason?" "I could not fathom." Mary ordered her papers into a neat stack, and was quite proud that her hands did not shake. "Do not tell me you're dressing to impress that popinjay Darby." Talent's scowl grew sour, his nostrils flaring. They were slated to watch Darby later this evening, a prospect Mary did not find remotely appealing. Even so, she could only shake her head slightly at Talent's absurd accusation. "Perhaps I dressed for you." She said it to unnerve, and his open mouth and flushed cheeks had her fighting a grin, but she hid it and stuck to the business at hand. "I took a look at Mr. Pierce's financial situation." Her plate of barely touched fish pie was pushed in front of her. "Eat," said Talent, who had clearly recovered from her parry. "I'm not hungry. Now, about Pierce. I'll be damned if I have to hold back because you've made yourself weak due to stubbornness." His blunt chin lifted. "You eat, I'll read." Taking the report from her, he gave the plate an encouraging nudge farther in her direction. Mary narrowed her eyes, but he merely stared back, unmovable. Grumbling, she picked up her spoon. Warm, creamy sauce and tender morsels of fish filled her mouth. Immediately she wanted another bite. Talent gave a grunt of satisfaction, then ignored her as he read over her notes. "This is new information on Pierce." When he glanced up again, creases deepened around his mouth. "You do not sleep enough." Well, he ought to know, since he'd been watching her house all night. She refrained from saying so, only because bringing the fact out in the open would lead to questions she wasn't sure she wanted answers to. "I don't need much sleep, and the report needed to be done." "You will be no good without sleep either," he snapped, before his gaze dropped once more. "Keep eating." Glaring, she took an exaggerated bite, which was lost on him as he did not look up. Worse, a sense of well-being filled her with each blasted bite. Blasted talent. "Did you know Mr. Pierce was a clockmaker?" "No." Talent scanned the pages. "I assume it's important." "Well, it's rather odd when one considers his main employer." His brow furrowed as his big body hunched over the papers. Talent's reading expression, it seemed, so very serious. Mary could not fathom why it made her want to smile. "Worked for the Archbishop of Canterbury, did he?" Talent's head lifted so quickly he almost caught her smile. He, however, was far from amused. His golden complexion ebbed to pasty white. "Can't imagine why the Archbishop would need a clockmaker in his employ." "Do you?" Mary was about to ask if he knew the Archbishop, but that would be a stretch. The clergyman took tea with the Queen. "As you can see," she said instead, "Pierce received regular payments from Lambeth Palace. I believe it would do us well to speak to the Archbishop. In that vein." "We don't need to question him." Talent's big hands crumpled the pages. "Of course we do." Mary pried the papers from his clenched hands and smoothed them out before organizing them into a neat stack. "I've already made the arrangements." "What?" His chair screeched as he lurched to his feet. "When?" Mary stood as well. "We had a bit of luck there. I sent a note of inquiry to the palace." "You contacted Lambeth Palace?" Ire snapped in his eyes, his lips forming a flat line as though he was trying not to shout. Mary tucked the report into her working bag. "If you'd let me finish—" "There isn't anything to finish, Chase." Talent's hard, masculine jaw clenched. "You do not decide who we interview. I do. This is my case. You are assisting me." Was there any answer for that nonsense? Mary rather thought not. "Calm yourself. You're drawing unwanted attention." Conversation had petered out, with more than a few patrons giving them a speculative glance. Talent only had eyes for her. His shoulders bunched beneath his dingy coat. "Look here, Chase." He pointed a finger in her general direction. "You do not manage me." He took a step closer, looming, his breath sawing. "Am I understood?" Yes. At the very least, this Talent she understood well. She had to tilt her neck to meet his eyes. "Are you under some misapprehension that I do not speak English, Master Talent?" The broad planes of his cheeks coloured as his eyes narrowed. She did not give him a chance to respond. "I understood every word you've stated thus far, ridiculous drivel that it was." Her skirts brushed the tips of his battered boots as their glares clashed and warred. "As you stated, we are partners, which means equals, and if you want me to cease managing you, as you call it, then I suggest you learn to keep your temper under control. Now would be a fine time to start, thank you." His mouth opened, the glitter in his eyes growing dangerous, but she held up a hand. "Save yourself the trouble of shouting again. I am through speaking with you." She gathered her skirts and turned toward the exit, but she paused and looked over her shoulder at him. "Unless you'd like to tell me what has you so upset over the idea of interviewing the Archbishop." For she had to wonder if this little outburst was his attempt at diversion. As if he read her suspicion, his jaw snapped shut with an audible click. Oh, but his nostrils flared, his close-cropped hair sticking out wildly. "No," she said, when he merely stood there, baring his teeth at her like a madman. She shrugged. "Then we shall be conducting that interview." She took one step farther when his terse response lashed out, "We are not." "We are." Jack would have liked to say that his instinct for trouble had always been well honed. Unfortunately, his education in that arena had been painful and hard-earned, but earn it he had, and thus he knew he ought to have listened to his instinct and stayed away this day. Pierce worked for the bloody Archbishop of Canterbury. Jesus, this was a cock-up. This doppelganger killer knew too much. Jack's underbelly was exposed, revealing a wound that had never truly stopped bleeding. He was aware he'd been an ass of the first order to Chase. He had not been able to control it. Bloody Bishop! An old rage boiled to the surface, one that cried out for release, to tear into something. Jack gritted his teeth as he walked alongside her. She was too quick by half. Something in normal circumstances he'd appreciate, save he had little recourse when she dug her heels in, nor did he know how he was to conceal certain facts without getting caught. They had walked halfway down the road when a runner caught up with them and ordered their immediate return to headquarters. Wilde wanted to meet with them. Thankfully, Wilde cut straight to business as soon as they arrived in his dark and dreary office. "Lord Derby called on me this morning." "Really?" Jack drawled. "I'm surprised. I'd have thought him fast asleep given his proclivities." He had to watch the bloody bastard go at it for hours the other night. Shifter stamina was an impressive thing, regretfully so at times. He could all but feel Chase squirm beside him. Good. He was in a foul mood, and she made up the greater half of it. Wilde's mouth pitched to the side, an odd half-twitch. Sitting calm and tall in his chair at the head of the table, he merely rested his hands upon the glossy surface and continued. "He appears to find Mistress Honeychurch and Master Evans preferable escorts, and has requested that you, Master Talent and Mistress Chase, be taken off guard duty rotation. In short—" Wilde's cool black gaze bore into them. "He wants nothing further to do with you. I suggest you tell him to piss off." Frankly, Jack was glad to be rid of Derby. He knew that path led to a dead end, and had not been looking forward to tonight's guard. But the request was a slight against him, and Chase. God knew Chase didn't deserve it. Wilde's brows rose. "Oh, certainly. I shall ignore the fact that he donates hundreds of thousands of pounds to SOS operations and tell the Earl to piss off, because his reasonable demand has sent my regulator into a fit of pique." Chase's skirts rustled. Jack caught a flash of wine satin before jerking his attention back to Wilde. Jack crossed one leg over the other. "I was under the impression that our organisation looked beyond money and title." "Are you also under the impression that our employees work for free?" Wilde inquired smoothly. "For that can be arranged." He was about to retort, but Chase's smooth voice cut in. "I agree with my partner. Kowtowing to a man solely because he pays the bills is folly." Damn, but Jack liked her too well, just as he'd feared he would. Lust was one thing. It burned off quickly. Like was decidedly dicey. Like could grow, lead to other unfortunate L-words that did not bear thinking of. Of course, there were words to offer a fine distraction, such as lick, linger, luxuriate, or the more obscure but rife with possibilities, lingua. Jack ran his lingua along the backs of his teeth, then promptly bit down on it to focus. Lummox was another word he would do well to remember. "It is badly done of the SOS," he added, just to dig in, because there was something fun about joining with Chase. Wilde's pale skin grew ruddy, the pinch about his mouth more pronounced, but it all eased in a blink. "Lord Derby will still be watched, just not by the two of you." Wilde shook his head, looking weary and slightly bemused. "I don't know what you did to annoy him, Master Talent. I merely talked to him." "Apparently," Wilde murmured, "that is enough to annoy anyone." A gurgling sound came from somewhere in Chase's vicinity. Jack refused to look. Wilde stood, meeting over, discussion done. "Do not pin your focus on something you cannot change." He smiled briefly. "Pieces shift on the board. It is the end game that counts." As though she'd been waiting for it, Chase took the moment to speak up. "I've heard from the Archbishop of Canterbury's staff." Jack went utterly cold. Slowly he turned toward her. Chase's cameo-smooth skin glowed in the dingy office light as she looked up at Wilde, perfectly composed, as though she weren't driving a stake under his chin. Traitor! Outmanoeuvring miss! Through a hollow tunnel of sound he heard her. "The Archbishop of Canterbury has agreed to meet with us. This afternoon, in fact." Bloody fucking hell! He might have cursed out loud, for Wilde and Chase both turned with twin expressions of surprise mixed with censure. Jack cleared his throat. "Do either of you honestly believe that the Archbishop of Canterbury is murdering shifters?" He was surprised he could speak at all, given that his heart was thundering in his throat and his insides had turned watery. He could not go back there. He could not. The ringing in his ears grew louder. "He is one of the most powerful men in the realm, nor is he likely to even believe in supernaturals, much less know of their existence." "That is hardly the point," said Chase. "He might have information, however innocuous it might seem on the surface. Never mind the fact that, as investigators, it is our duty to leave no stone unturned." "How very diligent of you," Jack muttered. But he was trapped. Wilde was studying him as though he were a particularly interesting insect, and Chase was just waiting for him to further object. He did not doubt she had a store of volleys waiting to be lobbed back at him. "It is a delicate situation," Wilde said. "No, he does not know of our kind. Nor will he." The fact was so implicit that Wilde did not bother phrasing it as a threat. "But since he has agreed to speak with you both, so you shall."